Hi, dude.
Okay.
This picture hides the most disturbing secret. It was taken in Guyana on November 18, 1978. 5 people were shot dead, including a woman named Patricia Parks. During the attack, her daughter Tracy went missing in the forest, along with 4 other kids. 1 hour earlier, this footage shows the airstrip minutes before the attack. The woman with the red coat around her waist is Patricia. Her daughter Tracy has already boarded this smaller plane. The final images captured these 3 men with guns on the right. 3 hours earlier, the camera captures 12-year-old Tracy wiping tears with her hat. As the Parks family are packing their belongings onto the truck, people from the commune show their anger, yelling at them.
You bring those kids back here! Don't you touch my kids!
24 hours after this footage was taken, 918 people are found dead, and Tracy is nowhere to be found. The events that led to the Jonestown massacre would remain a mystery, unless, by some miracle, someone can rescue its youngest survivor, 12-year-old Tracy Parks.
Today, the Jonestown story got much worse.
910 died in the poison ritual of the People's Temple.
They shot the reporters on the ground, the congressman.
It's just nothing we can do to protect ourselves or to get anybody else out of there, you know?
The possibility that children are alive has faded to very little chance at all.
We have no positive indication here that there are people out there wandering through the jungle.
Other relatives will not be satisfied until there has been a thorough aerial search of the jungle of northwest Guyana.
The year is 1966. In the quiet town of Redwood Valley, California, Gerald Parks moves in with his loving family. Worried about the Cold War and a possible nuclear disaster, Parks and his wife Patricia have driven all the way from Ohio with their 3 kids, their son Dale, their daughter Brenda, and their 6-week-old baby girl, Tracy. The Parks are among the hundreds of people who followed Reverend Jones to California. Redwood Valley is to be the perfect shelter for Gerald and his family, a great place to raise little Tracy. 1973, 7 years later, Jones announces that he's building a paradise city in South America. He calls it the People's Temple Agricultural Project, but it will later be known only as Jonestown. This is to be the promised land, but contrary to Gerald and Patricia, Tracy is not at all excited. August 1st, 1977. An article is published in New West magazine condemning the People's Temple, talking about allegations of abuse. Still, more and more followers of Reverend Jones make the move to this so-called Paradise City. Families left behind are worried about loved ones. Months pass, and no one's heard from the Parks family since they left. November 17th, 1978. Senator Leo Ryan from California flies to Guyana with his legal aid and the NBC camera crew to investigate.
The word we were getting was that there was an armed encampment.
His goal was simply to go there and try to determine if people were being held against their will, and if so, to try to get them out of there.
The entire trip to the city of Jonestown is documented on tape. The images you see here will later be found abandoned on this Guyana airstrip.
I'm from the United States government. We're here to inquire into the health and the welfare of American citizens who are here.
As he arrives at the camp, Leo Ryan is met with an unexpected scene. Cheerful children playing and smiling, adults in colorful clothing, dancing and singing.
How could you not be impressed that out of the jungles of Guyana, they had carved out a community?
Rice, black-eyed peas, more peas. You have different containers around the place. Couldn't go through all the tremendous inventory. They built up Kool-Aid.
At first glance, Jonestown really does look like a great place to live.
Oh, it's really nice here. We're going on a scouting mission to get some barrels along with the leaves.
They really love it here in Jonestown, as you can see.
But something floats in the air, something hidden behind the eyes. Are all these people really happy?
Some people have said they couldn't leave if they wanted to. Do you think you could?
Yeah, if I really wanted to, I'm fit it out. If I was really wanted to, I'd be able to fit it out. Well, I believe it. I've been here a few days, and I have absolutely no complaints at all. It is really nice here.
When evening comes, the townsfolk have prepared a celebration for the senator.
It was a vibrant community. I would never have imagined that something
Hello,
was
83 Love.
very, very wrong.
I think that all of you know that I'm here to find out more about questions that have been raised about your operation here. But I can tell you right now that from the few conversations I've had with some of the folks here already this evening, that whatever the comments are, there are some people here who believe that this is the best thing that ever happened to them in their whole life.
But behind this cheerful demonstration hides a disturbing reality. As one of the journalists passes along the pavilion, a man secretly hands him a note. The note reads, "Help us get out of Jonestown." November 18th, the following day, at 11:30 a.m., Gerald's mother, Edith Parks, walks up to Senator Ryan directly and says, "We're being held prisoner here." Taken aback, Senator Ryan asks Gerald if what his mother says is true.
I said, "We've been here 7.5 months. We want to go home."
No one can imagine the horror Gerald and his family went through, but the next 72 hours will be the worst 12-year-old Tracy will ever live. Tracy's story begins in Redwood Valley, years earlier.
I think that my dad just truly believed that Jim Jones was a good man in the beginning.
Being born in the People's Temple, Tracy has been taught her whole life that Jim Jones is a man chosen by God.
Come forth, my dear. Stand up. Take that step. Bless your heart. Take that step.
At one gathering, he asks a woman in a wheelchair to stand up. As she slowly begins to rise, the crowd is overcome with emotion. Then, he asks her to walk.
Move forward. Move forward, darling. You can do it.
Step after step, he asks her to move towards him. Until...
When I saw it with my own eyes, I thought, how can I deny it, you know?
It's a fake.
What Gerald doesn't know at the time is that the woman in the wheelchair, who stood and walked among the crowd, was actually one of Jones' secretaries, hired for the spectacle.
My personal feelings with Jim Jones were always good ones. I always thought he was handsome. Just watching him, I would just be mesmerized.
Some people see a great deal of God in my body. They see Christ in me, a hope of glory.
But when I got old enough to realize the difference between good and bad, I noticed that all of the meetings weren't happy meetings.
Every Wednesday, Jim Jones offers a different kind of meeting to his followers. He calls them catharsis, the purging of evil.
If you got caught talking to people that were not affiliated with the church, then you would be in trouble for that.
Members, even children, could be called to the front and be hit repeatedly with a paddle, while the entire congregation is made to laugh at you.
I would find myself looking around at all the adults, thinking to myself, you can't think this is okay. You just can't. I was scared to do anything wrong because I was scared I was going to be called up and be beaten.
As the Parks family is getting ready to follow Jim Jones to Guyana, Tracy is deeply troubled.
I can't figure out for the life of me why my parents went when the red flags were here.
I want to give you more than I have. I want you to be greater than I am. And if you don't want to go this route, then go to hell where you want to, but don't bother me.
I remember landing in a little plane on the Port Kaituma airstrip that's not very far from Jonestown.
As Tracy gets off the plane with her family,
Yo, is this
the air
hotspot?
is so thick and so hot, she can
Honestly,
hardly
I'm
breathe.
not
The
sure.
family
I did
now has
find
to
one
board a
hard
tractor
case,
to be
but
taken to Jonestown.
I haven't found one in
We
a
came
couple
up
of
on the
hours now.
gates, they were standing there with guns.
Oh shit.
And at that moment, I knew I had just entered the gates of hell.
But because I found one, I'm staying, so.
Mistake of my life.
Right away,
Fuck, it's
Tracy
been pretty
and her
good to me the
family
last
strip
2
from all of
days.
their
The
belongings,
items are good.
including their passports. Then,
Yeah,
Tracy is
like I've been in
separated from
city
her
for 2
parents.
days and I
They told
found
my
4 hard
parents right then
cases
and
and
there,
1 leather
she's going to be
briefcase.
staying
Nice.
in the kids' area, and you guys are going to be going to your own cottage.
But, you know, I got up 600k on my first day and then I lost it all at Cass. So I blacklisted myself.
God, I don't go to Cass anymore.
Yeah.
I've been in the city for 4 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I rarely go to casino. I don't want to lose my money.
Yeah. Well, I blacklisted myself and now I've built up 700k since yesterday.
Nice.
So, I don't know. I just want to save up and get a car.
Yeah. What car are you looking to get?
Like, oh, I don't know, something expensive, a couple mil. I haven't really had a look yet.
Yeah, I mean, look for a preference, you know, if you're a racer, maybe one of the Skylines would do ya. But if you want something fast, and most likely will go over a mil.
Yeah, like I want a Pagani or something.
Oh, the Pagani. Popular car.
Yeah.
But, people, they sell that for like almost 7 mil.
Jesus.
Yeah. But it is a limited rotation vehicle. Sometimes it will come out of PDM. Sometimes, when they announce it, that is.
Ah, yeah. How cheap is it when it comes out at PDM?
Around 3 mil mark?
Oh, yeah. So really, if I want to sell it and make the most amount of money, I gotta buy it from PDM.
Well, if PDM thing is, it's come out 3 times from PDM, and every time people like rush to buy. If they don't bring it out again after a while, then yes, prices do kind of go up for it, because it's a popular car.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need to know how the car market works, if anything.
Yeah.
Do you not open your cases?
Nah, I sell them.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know what you can get out of them, so I figured just sell them and make 300k per.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of things. I hoard everything, so I'm not pressed for money, basically.
Yeah.
My goal right now, personal goal, collect 50 hard cases and do a grand opening.
Oh, yeah? How many do you have so far?
44.
Jesus.
Yeah, so yes, it may be a lot of money for the cases itself, but if I were to get lucky and get a boosted 3, it would literally cover all the cases I got.
Yeah. Hopefully you do.
Maybe, we'll see. I just don't get why some people get the most luck getting 7 cases within an hour versus me 1 to 2 cases in 2 hours.
Yeah, every day I've found none in the morning, and then when I hop on, when I fly in after work, I just find 2, and then I fly out.
Trying to make my way to the plane wing. Actually, that's where I found the first case, was the plane wing, like at the
Is that all the way down here?
Yeah, it's all the way down there.
No, yeah.
It's either up in this clearing or on the plane wing. It's either one of those spots.
Okay, I was like wondering if there was like some sort of pattern that people do to get the most hard cases or some shit.
They just take a few minutes to check out a spot. If they don't feel it, then they change another spot.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here.
I mean, I got a case here, that's why I'm gonna stay here for this blackout.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't see much luck finding. I don't know.
I just want at least one before I fly out, but I probably won't get it because it'll be like an hour and I fly out.
Never know.
Yeah, well, each day I've found the 2 hard cases within the first half an hour, so hopefully. And then I'm just diving for the next 5 hours and finding nothing.
Yeah.
I don't think this was hotspot yesterday, so.
Yeah, yesterday was UFO.
Yeah, and I still
But
found
even
2 hard
though
cases here.
it was UFO, I only found 2 hard, while everyone else was finding like 7. I'm like, really?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know.
I should have went up. I swear this is default hotspot though. Like everyone says it's this.
It's basically a generic, you know, it's a generic popular place. It's kind of like when Little Pier was a generic popular place.
Yeah.
But the day before they said Dick Pier was giving off so much, and I'm like, really? But that was when UFO was also a hotspot. I don't know.
Yeah.
In the beginning, if I don't know where a hotspot is, I usually spend like 30 minutes each spot to see if it'll, you know, do anything.
Give you anything good, yeah.
Mm.
Well, I've got a lot of salvage shit so far.
Are you selling your salvage GoPro, iPhone, and iPods to the Delucci's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, I found like 7 diamond rings. It's crazy.
Yeah, those are good. Coins are good as well.
Yeah. I usually save up my shark teeth and then sell them bulk because seeing as they sell for like $900 each.
Well, not only that, I also process, so I make those into shark necklaces, then I'm gonna sell them.
Oh, yeah. Does that give you more?
Yeah, so basically the shark teeth's like, what, 900?
Yeah.
The leather strips will take time, but a leather, like a dyed leather, for one, is like 3,800 maybe? But if you strip it, it'll give you 5 pieces. You make the necklaces, and the shark teeth necklaces give like 1,800 each.
Fuck, that's alright.
Yeah. But it does take...
Maybe I'll just do that.
Does take a lot of...
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get a job at Benny's, so maybe I can do those once I get a job.
So if you get a whitelisted job, that's gonna be the best way. Because if you don't have a job right now, if you're doing hunting, all I can say to hunters is, like, if you're doing hunting, you're better off selling the pelt instead of processing it.
Yeah.
You might as well have a job at, like, a mechanic and then do the processing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is this the plane?
Yeah, it's the plane. This is where everyone...
I've never been this far.
Yeah, this is the plane.
This is where everyone usually is it?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you'll see a special shark or some sort of sea creature coming about when they feel bored.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's probably not good.
Nah, it's all good.
Do they bite you?
I mean, for fun, yeah, they will.
Yeah, they bite your toes, bro.
Fuck. Anything good, boys?
Fuck all, cuz.
Hey?
Fuck all, bro. Yourself?
Nah, I've been here 10 minutes, maybe.
You open your scallops and your oysters?
Yeah, but I've opened, like, I swear, like 40 scallops and I've never gotten a pearl.
Yeah, well, the payout on the scallops is not as good as oysters, but the oyster meat, though, it gives quite a bit.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, if you go to the fish shop, it gives.
I always
you could
drop
sell
that
it-
shit.
I don't know why people drop it, but you can sell it for $320 at the fish shop.
What,
Same-
each?
Yeah.
Oh, that's alright.
Yeah, the shell itself is $5 only, but when you open it, apparently it's $320.
The fuck?
Yeah, you can sell it at the fish shop.
That's so good. Yeah, because I sold the scallop meat once and it gave me a fair bit.
Yeah. I don't know why people drop it, honestly. Like, I get it if they drop the oyster meat, because that's only, well, that's $60 still, but
Yeah.
you could also use
Wait.
oyster meat as bait.
Is it the oyster meat that gives you 320?
No, it's a scallop meat.
Ah, yeah. That's so good. I know, I'm really unlucky with pearls and shit though, so.
Well, the payout on pearls, the black pearl, it's a lot rarer.
Yeah.
I mean, even the rainbow shells, you could make that into necklaces as well. They cost quite a bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like 1,800 each.
Jesus. Do you sell them to the store or to people?
The hunting merchant, or even the bait shop, actually. You could sell that there.
Yeah.
It's a recent come out, so.
Yeah.
I'm actually telling the person, bring out the pink pearls next. Meow.
Oh my days. Fuck, there's so much salvage shit.
And it's a good thing the Delucci's are buying them, so.
Yeah, well, so far I've got 3 normal GoPros, 4 broken phones, 5 broken iPods.
Me, I'm just gathering mine in a Benson until I get it in bulk.
Yeah, but how long would they be collecting it for though?
I mean, I did ask, they said for a long time. Not sure what they're doing with it, but yeah.
No.
All I can say is they said they were using it for a meal.
A meal?
Meal.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like an evidence run.
Yeah.
I need the store.
But the truth is, he wants to turn family members against one another, and the best way to do that is to isolate them. Already, Tracy's father Gerald knows he's made a mistake. The next morning, while walking around the grounds, Gerald runs into his own cousin.
And she said, "How do you like Jonestown?" I said, "I don't." That's all was said.
But the power Jim Jones has on his followers is already very strong. That night at the gathering, Gerald is called to the front. His cousin has told on him.
So my dad was up in front of all the people. One of the security guards came over and just started wailing on my dad. And I jumped out of my chair to go up there. And I yelled, "Get that bee off my dad." And this person grabbed me and said, "If you know what was good for you, you would sit out."
Father cares. Father cares. You can tell in his voice he cares.
I had to act like I was one of them, but I never give up hope. I thought somehow, we'll get out of here.
But acting like everything is fine won't be easy, especially not for little Tracy. She discovers quickly that Jones forces his followers to work incredibly long hours. The day starts at 6 a.m. when the guards pass around yelling for people to wake up. Tracy jumps out of bed and runs to the breakfast table.
In the morning, rice and milk with bugs in it, and maybe for dinner we had rice and gravy.
After eating, Tracy would have to run to her post where she'd work the rest of the day, until dark. By nightfall, she would attend mandatory meetings of Jim Jones screaming and preaching for hours, most of the time spreading fear, talking about threats outside in the jungle.
I got a hell of a lot of weapons to fight. I got my claws, I got cutlasses, I got guns, I got dynamite, I got a hell of a lot to fight. I'll fight, I'll fight,
Listening to Jim Jones preach till whatever time in the morning he got done. Might be 2, might be 3. You'd get hit with a cane if you were falling asleep. The kids would just be laid all over the floor. They couldn't keep them awake.
And then there are the White Nights, the most terrifying meetings of all. To test the loyalty of his followers, Jim Jones forces everyone to drink a fruit punch that may or may not be poisoned.
Who in the hell wouldn't be ready for a white night? How do you feel about it? You may die tonight.
But Gerald Parks knows that for Jim Jones, this is a rehearsal.
I knew those white nights he was having was fake at the time, but I also knew that one day one of them would not be fake.
Since 1976, Jim Jones and his close crew have been buying cyanide in preparation for the mass murder of his followers. Gerald needs to act fast, but the Guyana forest is one of the most dangerous in South America. Jim Jones makes sure everyone knows this.
He would often throw that in our face. Go ahead and try. Go ahead and try to run through the jungle. The panthers and the snakes.
See if you can make it to any railway. See if you can get to any passport. Try. I dare you to try.
It's November 17th, 1978. Jim Jones tells his followers that Senator Ryan is coming. Jones wants to prevent a possible crisis. He takes certain precautions.
Prepping everybody mentally for you better not get out of hand. You better be on your best behavior.
I'm from the United States government, and we're here to inquire into the health and the welfare of American citizens who are here.
They had a big musical singing, dancing, and everything to make him see how happy everybody was.
Whatever the comments are, there are some people here who believe that this is the best thing that ever happened to them in their whole life.
When hearing this speech, Tracy's heart drops. If Senator Ryan could be fooled, no one else would come and save them. November 18th, the following morning, Gerald and his mother Edith walk up straight to Senator Ryan to tell him the truth.
I said, we've been here 7.5 months. We want to go home. And he said, well, you'll be back in the United States today.
But Gerald isn't so sure. Other families begin to come forward as well. Soon, more than a dozen Temple members have stepped up with the Parks family, wanting to defect. Jim Jones confronts Gerald's family about their intention to leave, Gerald wearing the white and blue top, his daughter Brenda standing behind him. Although Jones is obviously shocked by the news, he doesn't make much of a scene.
I went into a state of shock, and I started crying. And I had my hat, and I was wiping my eyes. I was crying in utter fear.
Although Senator Ryan thinks he can get these people home safely, no one else is convinced. While the defectors are dragging their belongings onto the tractor that will take them out of Jonestown, chaos begins to spread.
You bring those kids back here! Hold on a second. You bring them back! 1 second. Don't you touch my kids!
They were calling us names. The lawyer asked me, said, what's really going on over here? And I said, the bastard's going to kill us all. That's what's going on.
The road to the airstrip is 6 miles long and in horrible condition. Tension is on everyone's face, but no one says a word.
My wife was on the truck. Our eyes met, and I looked at her and she looked at me. Neither one of us said anything.
As they finally arrive at the landing strip in Port Kaituma, 33 people prepare to board 2 planes, splitting the Parks family. The camera is still rolling. You can see Gerald Parks approaching the plane with his family in tow. Then, behind them at the dirt road, a truck arrives with armed men. They were followed. The gunmen open fire. Right away, Patricia Parks is shot dead. 4 more people are killed on the airstrip, including NBC reporter Don Harris and Senator Ryan. The cameraman Bob Brown is also killed. Many more are gravely wounded. But Tracy is on the other plane with her brother Dale. Gerald doesn't know if they're alive.
I couldn't get my seatbelt off. I heard my mom holler, look at my wife Patty. If I look back, she was sitting slumped over with her top of her head gone.
Finally, the shooting stops, and the truck drives away.
I just stood there for a few seconds, and it's like a bad dream, or this can't be happening. We were expecting at any moment for them to come back.
In the smaller plane, a man who pretended to be a defector has opened fire at point blank. After shooting one of the adults, he turns his gun toward Dale, Tracy's brother.
The sound went off, sounded like the bullet came out, and my brother's hands flew back. I got out of the plane and I flew down that airstrip. God gave me wings because I don't think I touched the ground.
Gerald sees Tracy running toward him. He means to shield Tracy from the horrible sight, but she's too fast.
Oh fuck
I
was
told
that?
myself she was faking, so they wouldn't shoot her anymore.
I knew that I had to get her to safety, so I headed the girls towards the jungle. Said, go in there, don't go too far, go in there so you can't be seen, and wait till we call you.
We just started running straight out into the jungle.
As Gerald and his mother remain on the airstrip, Tracy, her sister Brenda, and 3 other kids are now by themselves.
We just ran so far because of the fears of Jones instilling in us, I'll find you, you escape.
See if you can make it to any railway. See if you can get to any passport. Try. I dare you to try.
So we thought he was probably looking for us.
Before night came, we went back to the jungle, started hollering for the kids. And no response. That's when my heart dropped, because I knew Guyana's one of the most dangerous jungles in the world.
When darkness falls, The kids find a bent-over tree to climb and spend the night. As the world around them turns pitch black, they hear gunshots.
We thought that it was them coming back to finish them off on the airstrip. We figured, okay, now Dad and them's gone. So now we don't have anybody. And that was the worst night I could ever recall in my life.
November 19th, day 2 in the jungle. Tracy starts to feel ill. Having nothing to eat or drink, her condition deteriorates rapidly. Her sister Brenda, being the eldest, does her best to keep the children moving, knowing that Jim Jones' men are probably out there looking for them. Night falls on the second day. A search helicopter flies overhead, probing the grounds with its light. The children find cover to avoid being seen. They can't risk going back to Jonestown. That night, Tracy develops a high fever. Everyone else starts to get sick as well.
And I remember just begging the creator of this universe to take me. The feeling of giving up was like a relief. Like you didn't have to keep trying.
November 20th, day 3. All 5 children are laying sick and exhausted on the jungle floor. Brenda no longer has the strength to carry the group along, but she can't let her little sister Tracy down.
I just remember thinking that if we don't get out of here today, we're not going to get out at all. I heard this music out here in the middle of a jungle. Who or where would even be playing it? Where would it be coming from?
My sister hit me. She goes, "Get up."
It was like it had snapped me back to reality, which allowed me to think. And as soon as that happened, that music turned to the sound of a generator.
The group follows Brenda through the wilderness. Brenda hurries them to run between the trees, stopping at times to listen for the sound, then running again. After a long while, they see a group of armed men patrolling alongside a river.
I thought they were going to either help us or they're going to take us back to Jones, and I was too sick to care.
Police come and told me that the kids had been found. For the first time I had something to smile about.
Tracy and Brenda are reunited with their father, their grandmother, and their brother Dale, alive and well.
I knew when I saw him, I'm going home. I'm gonna be able to go home. And that was the first time I had ever really felt that since the day I had hit the gates to go in.
Although Tracy and her sister can finally breathe a sigh of relief, the joy of this heartfelt reunion is short-lived. They learn the details of what happened inside Jonestown the day of the attack. November 18th, 2 days earlier. At 4:30 p.m., Jim Jones calls the members of the People's Temple to assemble at the pavilion. The area is surrounded by armed guards. The meeting is recorded on audio tape.
Gather in, folks. It's easy. It's easy.
Jones has ordered for the cyanide to be mixed with the Kool-Aid. Then, he forces his followers to drink it.
If we can't live in peace, then let's die in peace.
The tape is 45 minutes long. In it, you can hear Jim Jones making outrageous claims, speaking of an army coming to torture them.
Plain as I know how to tell you, I've never lied to you. I never have lied to you.
When some of the members protest and wish to leave, he refuses.
No, you're not going. You're not going. You're not going.
Some members take the deadly drink willingly, while others are forced at gunpoint. The scene turns to chaos, and the recording becomes unbearable to hear.
Die with a degree of dignity. Lay down your life with dignity. Don't lay down with tears and agony. Don't be this way. Oh, God.
A total of 918 people are killed in Jonestown. The first of which was Patricia Parks, Tracy's mother.
I've looked at several pictures of my mom on that day. I'll never forget the look on her face. She was a loving person. She didn't deserve to die.
I didn't see her get shot, but I saw her brains in the plane, and I saw her laying out on the ground.
They shot the reporters on the ground, the congressman. They come from the pickup, the dump truck from the other side and got off and stuck the gun to their heads, point blank.
Kids have to go back to nothing without mom, start life all over again. I was thinking about what I was going to have to live with the rest of my life.
The world is shook by what took place on November 18, 1978, but few lost more than Tracy Parks. All her life, she lived inside of the People's Temple, and at 12 years old, she now has to enter the real world. without her mother there to help her.
I just drank because that's how I hid my pain as a teenager.
For all the survivors, demons from Jonestown show up in the years to come in different ways. A pattern of violence comes back too often. On October 24th, 1983, Paula Jean Newstall and her child are shot dead by Lawrence E. Mann, the child's father. On February 24th, 1984, Tyrone Mitchell opens fire on an elementary school in Los Angeles before ending his life. In 2014, Chris O'Neill, a boy who escaped with Tracy and Brenda in the forest, is shot down by police after a domestic dispute. But not all survivors turn to violence. Even after the tragic death of her sister Brenda in 2013, Tracy Parks remains a fighter, determined to honor her mother's memory.
This is harder than I thought.
30 years after Patricia Parks' death, her daughter Tracy returns to that airstrip. There, she lays down 5 roses, a picture of her mother, and a cross.
I just wanted to say goodbye.
As for Gerald, Tracy's father, he devotes his life to his family. After helping to raise his 2 granddaughters, he becomes a great-grandpa to 6 girls. His family means everything to him, and he always makes sure to put them first.
I think about my wife very often, whether she hears me or not, whether there's a hereafter or not. When I go to bed at night, I tell her I love her.
Gerald dies on November 1st, 2022. In Jonestown, there was a sign hung up on the wall. Those who forget the past are condemned to repeat it. Tracy didn't know what it meant back then, but today, this sign is the reason she shares her story. She says, if I keep quiet, Jim Jones wins.
A tragedy of that magnitude affects you the rest of your life. Either you flail or you succeed. And I chose to succeed because I wanted my mom to be proud of me.
Emergency, which service?
A fire.
March 4th, 1980. The city of Stevenage, England, is rocked by an inferno at the house where Susan Lowson lives with her 4-year-old daughter, Amanda, a passing... This family picture hides the most disturbing secret. The girl in the back is 15-year-old Norma Countryman. She's surrounded by her loving family. But look carefully. She's the only person who appears nervous, and her left eye is swollen. A few days before this photo was taken, Norma was tied to a tree, with ropes around her hands, feet, and mouth, and left for dead. 2 months earlier, and only 30 minutes from where Norma lives, 14-year-old Diane Gilchrist leaves her house to go to school and is never seen again. 2 days later, 19-year-old Gloria Knudsen goes missing. Her skeletal remains are later found near Lake Lagamas. July 11, 1974, just 2 weeks before Norma's photo was taken, Krista K. Blake is last seen getting in a blue Ford van, the same blue van that would later lead to Norma's nightmare.
Considered one of the worst serial killers to ever prey on women.
Dude,
They don't
serial killers were rampant back in the day.
As months pass, more young girls continue to vanish, with no arrests being made, until, against all odds, 15-year-old Norma Countryman survived Washington State's most notorious serial killer.
There are so many other people that matter. I'm here for them.
In the quiet town of Ridgefield, Washington, 15-year-old Norma Countryman lives with her mom, stepfather, and siblings. May 29, 1974, only a 20-minute drive from where Norma lives, 14-year-old Diane Gilchrist disappears on her way to school. Investigators follow every possible lead to try and find the missing girl, but to no avail. After months of investigations, the case grows cold. July 17, 1974, 3 months after the disappearance of Diane, Norma has just finished 8th grade and is excited to be on summer vacation. She lives with her family in a more secluded part of town, so she can't get around much without a car or a long walk. Around 4 p.m., Norma wants to go to the store and see some friends.
I guess I was having a bad day, maybe bickering with my sister, but my stepdad was heading into town, and I said, can I go with you?
He agrees to drive her all the way to the main street, and Norma gets dropped off at the town's convenience store. She talks with friends, and after finishing purchasing some items, begins to walk home. She does this walk all the time. There's plenty of daylight, and normally no reason to worry.
I walked up the main street and out of town, and I saw this van come out of town. And he did that whole double take, brake check thing. And I thought to myself then, I should just get up, walk away, just go home. I didn't do it. Fateful decision, but I didn't do it.
A blue 1974 Ford van drives beside her, quickly pulls forward, and then slams on the brakes. She hears a man's voice calling out, trying to get her attention.
He was asking questions. Do you want to go for a ride? Was the first one. Well, no, thank you. I don't go for rides.
But the man is persistent. He asks for cigarettes, marijuana, and keeps pestering her with questions, anything to get her from walking away. The teen has an uneasy feeling of danger, but at the same time, she's getting tired of the walk home, and in a split second, Norma decides to accept the ride. As soon as she gets into the car, she instantly regrets it.
Stupid. Get into the van with a stranger when you're not supposed to, and that's what I did.
They drive down the road in the direction of Norma's house, when all of a sudden, he makes the wrong turn. She tells him he has made a mistake and to turn around, but he doesn't listen.
They pulled off the road into like this little meadow with bushes on both sides and got out of the van. Then he came in the door behind me and he put a knife to my throat. And that's when the disbelief started.
He tells her to take off her clothes, saying he'd kill her if she refuses. She follows his demands, trying not to upset him. He takes off her bra and uses it to bind and gag her. She is bound to the back of the van and lies helpless. The man gets back in the driver's seat, starts the vehicle's engine, and drives off.
I can't tell you how long we drove around. All I know was I was terrified, and I knew that bad things were going to happen to me.
He continues to drive until the sun goes down. The man turns off into a remote road, far away from any of the main highways. He goes deeper into a dense, wooded forest. To a person unfamiliar with the area, they could have easily gotten lost, but this man seemed to know exactly where he was going. Suddenly, he brings the vehicle to a stop and unlocks the door.
And then he got out, came into the back through the side door, carried me out of the van, carried me into the wood.
She knows not to yell or scream because the man threatens her with a knife. He forcefully leads her deeper and deeper into the forest. He stops in front of a large tree. At this moment, the man pulls out several ropes. Norma is in shock, begging him to let her free. She doesn't know if anyone is looking for her or if she will ever see her family again. But the man ignores her and begins to bind her to the tree.
He looped a rope around my head and tied it to the tree, and then he looped another rope under my knees and tied it to another tree.
All of a sudden, the man becomes angry, punches her across the face, and forces himself on 15-year-old Norma.
Yikes. So hard, I swear to God, I felt stars. Went on all night long.
After hours, he finally stops. It's now around 4 a.m. in the middle of the night. She is still tied between the two trees, ropes around her mouth, hands, and feet, unable to yell or move. Norma is exhausted, but she doesn't want to close her eyes, afraid of what might happen, of what the man might do to her next, as he just stands there silently. The teenager looks up at the stars above her, looking for any hope in sight. At that moment, against all odds, he starts to walk away, slowly. Norma sees him going further and further into the forest, back the way they came. This is the first time she's alone. She doesn't know if he is coming right back to kill her, or if he left her there to die, but either way, time is running out. When she finally can't hear his footsteps anymore, she knows this moment might be her only chance to escape. However, she's still completely restrained and struggles to move as the ropes are tightly wrapped around her. But suddenly, an idea. The rope around her mouth might be possible to chew off, and if she can free her neck from the tree, then she could hop away. Norma starts to gnaw at the rope, trying to break it down as quickly and quietly as possible, fearful he might return any minute. And then finally, after biting down with all her strength, the rope around her neck breaks.
My head fell free. I got on my knees and I picked up the rope that was connecting me to that tree. And when it broke, I got up on my feet and I hopped away. I hopped right out this way to the path, and I looked back the way he brought me, and I went this way.
Norma, with her hands and feet still tied, struggles to move in the opposite direction from where she came. Going deeper into the forest, Norma knows that if the man doesn't find her, she could have a chance at survival. The sun is almost rising, and the young girl, with her legs and hands still bound tightly, keeps going until she reaches the edge of the woods. She sees a large open field surrounded by a barbed wire fence.
Big field, and cows, no houses, nothing around at all. I heard noise in the woods behind me, sounding like somebody was looking for something but trying to be quiet.
Norma stands still, not moving a muscle. The sound from the forest grows louder. Someone is approaching her. She doesn't move. Suddenly, the noise stops.
I bet I stood there for 2 hours after the sound stopped and didn't move. Just waiting, scared to death. He was waiting to hear me move. I stood up the whole night, trying to get the rope off my wrist.
But unfortunately, the ropes are bound too tightly, and she can't free her hands, but she needs to keep going, no matter what.
I decided I needed to move and get out of there, so I went underneath that barbed wire fence, and I hopped about 3 steps, and I fell. My feet got tangled up in the bushes, and I just stayed. I didn't have the strength to get up.
The young girl falls unconscious. She hasn't had any sleep, food, or water, and is badly wounded. If she doesn't get medical attention soon, she is likely not to make it out alive. Another hour goes by, and Norma is still asleep, until miraculously, she wakes up and summons the little strength she has left to push forward. She untangles her legs out of the bushes and hops through the field. She sees a large building in the distance.
Made my way down here to this door, and I tried to open it. Door was locked, couldn't get it open. There was a clock on that wall right there. The clock said 10 minutes to 7.
She is alone and now too weak to stand. Her knees buckle, and Norma falls on the steps of the building.
So I just sat down on the step, and I didn't sit there very long, just a few minutes. And I heard a vehicle coming up the drive out of sight, and I wanted to just get up and run.
The headlights shine on her face. The vehicle gets closer and closer. Norma worries that he has finally found her. The vehicle stops right in front of her, and the engine is turned off. The door opens. A man steps out and walks toward Norma. It is still too dark for her to see him. She can't tell if it's the same man. She struggles to get up. Her whole body is weak and can't move. Knowing she has done absolutely everything she possibly can, she surrenders.
And I think at that moment I gave up. I just thought, if it's him, it's him. There's nothing I can do. I can't do anything else. And I just started crying. And I sat forward and showed him my wrist.
And that's when the man takes out a knife and cuts off the rope. Norma looks up in shock. It is not the man who abducted her, but instead, a park ranger.
He just came up and with this look of puzzlement on his face, like, what the heck?
The park ranger realizes that something terrible has happened and calls the police. When they arrive at the crime scene, Norma tells them all the details she can remember and bravely recounts her whole ordeal. She knows they need to act quickly because the attacker is still on the loose. As news makes its way through the community, one thought comes up. If Norma escaped, what happened to Diane Gilchrist, the other young girl who went missing 3 months earlier? In fact, after police listened to Norma's story, they realized that this attacker might be responsible for the disappearances and unsolved cases of over 5 young girls in the area. As everyone breathes a sigh of relief for the safe return of Norma Countryman, there is no happy ending. One person who can't forget about all the missing girls is Norma herself. She struggles with the idea that she made it out alive, but other victims are still out there, and the attacker is free. She is fearful that he will kidnap another girl, so she works with the police and gives them all the information possible. The teenager remembers the exact kind of vehicle she was abducted in. Police bring photographs of multiple possible suspects to Norma, but she does not recognize any of them. Without much else to go on, she feels helpless that she can't provide more information to investigators, and her case grows cold. But when things feel like they couldn't get any worse, 18-year-old Carol Valenzuela goes missing in the area. 1 month later, Martha Morrison, 17 years old, also disappears. As months pass, more young women continue to vanish, all the cases eerily similar to one another, with no arrests being made. Norma starts to blame herself for not being able to stop them, and starts to isolate herself, falling into destructive behaviors. But everything changes on October 1st, 1974, when a young girl is found on the side of the highway. She is completely naked, bleeding from her chest, but she's still alive. She's quickly driven to a nearby hospital for emergency medical attention, and there, they identify her as Daria Whiteman, a 20-year-old who was reported missing that same day. Daria says she's been kidnapped by a man driving a blue Ford van. That's when investigators link her case to Norma's. They realize that the locations of both attacks were all within the same forest, managed by Washington State. Only a person very familiar with the area could know how to navigate it, leading them to believe that the perpetrator might be an employee of the Parks Department. They do a reference of every employee with the blue Ford van, and now investigators have their first real lead. 25-year-old park employee Warren Forrest. He was absent from work the same day as Daria's attack, reportedly on sick leave, and happens to own the exact same vehicle described by both girls. They obtain a picture of him, and Norma identifies him as the man who kidnapped her. Police obtain a search warrant for his home and vehicle and drive to his house. Inside, they find fragments of clothes with blood on it. Police can now arrest him on charges of kidnapping, rape, and attempted murder. It's January 1975, 3 months after his arrest. The trial of Warren Forrest begins, but without sufficient evidence connecting him to many unsolved cases, it is difficult to charge him for all of his suspected crimes.
Been suspected in maybe 4 more, and that you may have been involved in many of 16 or 18 unsolved cases down there.
16 or 18 comes as a surprise.
Warren successfully defends himself by saying he's not guilty by reason of insanity and is therefore acquitted for Daria's attack, being instead committed to the Western State Hospital.
Why did you feel entitled to murder them?
It wasn't a matter of murdering them, it was a matter of they were an object that could fulfill my sexual desires. But I didn't see them as having feelings or emotions.
You were just totally detached in terms of their own humanity.
Pretty much so.
However, after further investigation, on July 16, 1976, the remains of Krista K. Blake are found, a hitchhiker who had disappeared 2 years prior. Detectives are then able to link the case to Warren, due to witnesses identifying, once again, the blue Ford van she was last seen getting into. With new pieces of evidence against him, Norma is called to the witness stand for a second trial against Warren, in front of a new judge and jury. Norma, now approaching adulthood, describes in detail her entire ordeal. Everyone is shocked by her story.
There are some emotional moments in that courtroom today. Norma Countryman, she says she survived being kidnapped and attacked by Warren Forrest.
Because of her incredible memory and courage, on April 26, 1979, Warren is now found guilty for the murder of Krista and is sentenced to life in prison.
It was such a weight off my shoulders, such a weight off of my soul.
Throughout the years, Warren routinely becomes up for parole and has the possibility of being free. But Norma, without hesitation, speaks on behalf of those who cannot.
Just keeping him in jail. Just keeping him in jail. I knew that every time there was a parole hearing that I would be involved in some way, whether it was writing a letter or making a phone call or showing up.
Despite being a suspect for at least 7 other cases, they all lack evidence for now, and so he's only officially charged for 1 murder. However, Norma makes it her life mission to ensure he never gets out of prison. She knows she needs to be there for all the other suspected victims, those who cannot speak out and don't have a voice. She will not stop fighting, not stop showing up.
So many of those young girls, their parents died without knowing what happened to their daughters. I don't care about anything else. I just want answers for those families that don't know what happened to their loved ones. After he was convicted and after he went away, I couldn't keep doing the destructive behavior I was doing. I said, I have to be okay. I have to move on. I had to get myself together.
Now, Norma is married to a loving husband and became a mother of 2 children. She lives a happy life, spending time with her family and enjoying new hobbies, like knitting hats.
I got married to a good man. I raised 2 children, good kids.
40 years after her abduction, Norma even reconnected with the park ranger who found her on the steps back in 1974.
I've been thankful for you for 40 years.
You betcha. You betcha.
Thank you.
Glad I came that morning.
I'm with you too.
Yeah.
Norma doesn't let herself be defined by her ordeal. Instead, she sees her story as a tool to help others, a way to give hope. She will always be a voice for those who cannot speak for themselves.
For all the people that I wasn't aware of when we went through the trial, for all the people that I wasn't aware of when I sat in that van with him, for all the people that didn't know, I'm here for them.
This picture hides the most disturbing secret. It was taken in Guyana on November 18, 1978. 5 people were shot dead, including a woman.
What's the next thing you remember?
Waking up in the hospital with a detective asking me what I did.
The voice you've just heard is Ashley Wallace. The audio was recorded on January 14th,
I've watched
2009.
this with one of those two. I forgot. What's that?
Since you're a person of interest, let me ask you this. Did you do something with her?
No.
Did you kidnap her?
No.
Did you sexually assault her?
I did not.
Did you murder her?
I did not. No, I did not.
Did you murder her?
I did not. I did not.
Nodding yes while saying no is usually a telltale sign that someone is lying. In
Ooh.
this particular case, the suspect is trying to clear his name
wow.
during a news segment on live television.
Did you murder her? And he's like, he nods, says no.
And I can't blame myself for that. God, I'm sorry.
He lied. It was in his demeanor. It was in his body language. It was all there.
When the pressure is escalating, another tactic commonly used is to feign ignorance.
What's her name?
Kenya.
Kenya, yeah.
19-year-old Kenya Monhe, kidnapped, assaulted, and ultimately murdered, was the first official victim of the bleach monster.
The house smelled of bleach.
He did quite the job with the bleach.
I've watched enough, true crime stories and whatnot, but bleach means something.
True to his namesake, the killer never left any traces of his crimes behind, cleaning everything thoroughly, forcing detectives into an endless game of cat and mouse with him.
He said, "What do you think of me?" I said, "I think you're a creep. I think you're a jerk. I think you're a monster."
For over 6 months, the Denver police struggled to find any tangible evidence against him, until he struck again. But his next victim survived, and took it upon herself to make sure he wouldn't be able to hurt anyone ever again.
She's really kind of the hero of stopping him, because without her, I'm not sure we would have ever found Kenya, frankly.
In the infamous city of Aurora, just beside Denver, Colorado, ambitious 19-year-old Kenya
Colorado
Monhe is getting ready for a well-deserved
always
girls' night out
Colorado.
after a long week of work
Dude.
and studies.
When I was talking to her that day, I just thought it was going to be
It's a
regular
beautiful
night for her.
state,
She's gonna go
but
out,
there's
and then
always
she's gonna
some
tell me about
crime
the night
going
the
on in
next day.
Colorado.
But the next morning, Kim didn't receive any calls from her. Instead, Kenya's boyfriend reached out to her.
I answer the call, and he's like, "Hey, have you heard from your sister?" "No, why? What's going on?" And he's like, "Well, she didn't come back home last night." He was like, "Yeah, the girls that she was with, they don't know where she's at either."
She immediately called her father, Tony Lee, to share the alarming news with him.
When I got my call from my daughter Kim, and she said that she had not heard anything from her that day, that's when I went into hiding.
Tony then hung up on Kim and immediately called Kenya's friends.
She had left her purse and phone and her ID and all that stuff in the bar.
He was just like, "Okay, let me call the police." She was 19, so that's considered an adult.
In the state of Colorado, the law prohibits any actions to be taken or warrants to be filled before the end of a mandatory 72 hours waiting period.
So, got off the phone and I was pissed.
My dad's like, that's not good enough. I need to know where my daughter is.
Without the authorities' support, Tony Lee took it upon himself to investigate her disappearance.
I'm going through her phone, and her friends were sending her messages trying to get in contact with her, and she's not responding to it at all.
And we see a text message from this guy named Travis.
And the message said, "Hey, this is Travis, the guy. You'll be right there. Smiley face. Did you get home okay?"
For the rest of the day, Tony kept calling everyone. The only person he couldn't reach was Travis.
I kept calling him. I kept leaving these messages. I must have called that phone number 20, 25 times over the next 24 hours. It got to the point where I was not calling any of her friends anymore, because I felt that this person seemed to have been the last person who had seen her.
The next day, 48 hours after her disappearance, the phone finally rang.
And on the night of April 2nd, at about 8 p.m., is when I got my first call from Travis Forrest. And he told me the story. Yeah, I've seen her out there. Asked her if she needed any help, because, she seemed like she was really out of it, So I said, well, I better help her. So, she got in my van,
Travis then went on to tell Tony what, according to him, happened that night. After he picked her up, she asked him to stop by a gas station. There, she saw a man smoking a cigarette in the distance and left the car to go see him. Travis then explained that he left her there with the stranger.
That's what he said. It's the last he saw of her. And I got off the phone, and I thought to myself, that is the most fantastic story I've ever heard. Not one word of what he told me made any sense to me.
Tony started to boil inside. Even if he was sure Travis was lying, there wasn't much that he could do without the police's support. But he didn't mind risking his own life if it meant that he could save his daughter.
I'm pissed. I'm just sitting there, it's like, I can't believe this. I took matters into my own hand. I called Travis back, and I said, Travis, got some questions I want to ask you. Tell me again where you last saw her at. And he said, tell you what, why don't you meet me there? I told him I'm on my way. I grabbed a 9mm pistol. I packed it in my waist, and I told her I'm on my way to meet this guy. Maria was begging me, Tony, don't do this. Don't go down there. This is dangerous. This don't sound right. I told her, I gotta go. They're not gonna do anything. Gotta go.
My mom, she knows my dad, so she calls the police and she goes, you need to meet my husband right now because he's meeting up with this man and I don't think it's gonna end well.
The officers are dispatched there because Mr. Lee's wife says, hey, he's gonna go there and he has a gun and he's gonna confront this guy.
When Tony arrived at the gas station, he left his pistol in the glove compartment and started walking toward Travis. But before he could even talk to him, the police arrived and stopped him in his tracks. Since there wasn't an investigation launched yet, the police were unaware of the whole situation, but allowed Tony to talk with Travis for a minute. He then went on to retell his whole story, word for word, in front of the officers, adding a few apologetic comments here and there. Then, he offered his hand to Tony for a handshake.
I stuck my hand out and said, appreciate it. We shook hands. When I shook his hand, it was as if an earthquake was going on under his feet. And it was only in my hand that I could feel it. His arm wasn't shaking, his body wasn't shaking, there was no quiver. I felt that shake, and I looked at him, and I knew that I was shaking the hand of the last person that seen Kenya alive. There's no doubt in my mind. I knew it at that instant.
Even if the investigation hadn't been properly launched yet, the police decided to comply with Tony's request to at least check Travis's van. They didn't find any evidence of a crime, nor anything to take note of, except the strong smell. The smell of bleach.
To the point where when you spray something like on a ceiling, a roof, and you spray it so much it drips down, that's how much bleach he sprayed on this van.
I've watched enough, true crime stories and whatnot, but bleach means something.
Adding the bleach to the distressing handshake from earlier, Tony was now convinced that his daughter didn't survive that night. After leaving Travis and the police, he tried to go home, but he couldn't face his family, all of them more hopeful than the next, while he knew the actual fate of his daughter.
When I needed to let it go, I'd go to my Walmart, and I would park way out front, and I'd lose it. Hey, gotta go to the store, be back. Go pick up a pack of gum, just show that I had went to the store, but that's where I went, because I could not do it in my wife's arms or in my children's presence, because I was the rock in all this thing, and I had to maintain that.
With 24 hours to go before the investigation kickoff, Tony decided not to waste any more time and, again, took matters into his own hands. He went looking for her, regardless of how grim what he could find may be.
I went dumpster
Just a
diving.
moment. I am going at first. Game cap. Excuse me a moment. No, it's working. Okay.
I was looking at trash cans for her body. Up and down the alleys, all over her.
He had to keep this a secret, since he couldn't afford to hurt his family even more.
I couldn't tell her. I could not share what I was feeling because that early in would have removed the only thing that right now everybody had. That one thing that everybody had was hope.
The following day.
Let me check something if I could hear it. I can't tell. Let me see if I can test this. Still hear that? Okay.
Day, the investigation was finally assigned to a detective, and the news of Kenya's disappearance was made public.
Posters can be seen all over downtown Denver for missing teen Kenya Monye, last seen at the club 24K. She reportedly went to the restroom, left her purse and cell phone behind, and never came back.
Enter Nash Garule, Denver's police veteran detective, cruising in his own custom lowrider cop car, looking more like a movie character than an actual police officer. Garule didn't lose any more time, sending out the full force of his department.
Everybody got involved in this, and we just sent detectives out looking for video, do canvases, interviewing people. It was kind of a shotgun effect.
And they did find footage of her from a security camera in a nearby apartment complex, but the only information of value they gathered from these tapes was the apparent state of heavy intoxication Kenya seemed to be in. Very strange behavior for a girl who went out dancing often, but barely drank at all.
I absolutely believe 100% that she was sent the date rape drug, because everything that she did in that club that night was against anything that she's ever done before.
The next day, Garule received an unexpected call from a lady claiming to be Travis's boss. Back at the bakery they worked at, she was looking through her own CCTV footage and noticed something suspicious about him.
She sees him walk into the office after everybody leaves with long cleaning gloves, and he unplugs the recorder, and she just thought that was odd.
The day before he unplugged the security system, he stored one of his coolers inside the bakery freezer, something he had never done before.
He actually unloads the cooler, puts it on a little cart, and it's taped shut with black duct tape, and puts it into the freezer in the bakery. And there's employees walking around.
And his strange behavior didn't stop there. She also noticed how he kept roving around the freezer.
And what caught her as strange is that every time somebody would walk into that cooler, he would walk in after him.
When he went to look inside the unit, the cooler was gone, but he didn't let that disappointment stop him. Instead, he sent a whole team to search the surrounding area.
We find nothing inside the bakery, but we find out back a barrel where things have been freshly burned.
At this point, Gurule interviewed Travis but didn't have any evidence against him. Even the barrel they found behind the bakery had to be cleared, since it had no DNA or fingerprints on it. Since he was a person of interest in the case, the detective got a search warrant and gathered a DNA sample from him, but couldn't link it to anything in their database.
He said, "What are you thinking?" I said, "I think you're a creep. I think you're a jerk. I think you're a monster." He said, "Am I a psychopath or a sociopath?" Maybe he was testing me like I was testing him to see if I would give him an honest answer, and I would.
Later that day, after Gurule had to let him go, Travis appeared on TV. Since the details surrounding the investigation were leaked to the media, moral panic engulfed the city of Denver. With their main suspect under the spotlight, the last thing they would expect him to do was to try and go clear his name on live television.
Monhay disappeared March 31st. Police discovered she had been at a gas station with Forbes 2 miles away later that night. Officers questioned Forbes but didn't call him a suspect until this month. Prosecutors accused him of killing Monhay after persuading her to get into his car.
Tony and Kim gathered their relatives and watched as Travis went on to talk for almost 10 minutes, claiming his innocence to the news reporter.
Since you're a person of interest, let me ask you this. Did you do something with her?
No.
Did you kidnap her?
No.
Did you sexually assault her?
I did not.
She asked him directly, "Did you kill Kenya?"
Did you murder her?
I did not. No.
He lied. It was in his demeanor. It was in his body language. It was all there. He says, "No."
And to add insult to injury, Travis chose to finish the interview by blaming Kenya for whatever happened to her. Tony and his family couldn't believe what they were hearing.
You know, everybody has their own choices, you know, and she chose to walk off with this guy. And I can't blame myself for that. God, I'm sorry. This has been really emotional for me.
And we were all watching, and we lost it. And I wanted to go talk to him about that interview.
But Tony never got the chance to face Travis ever again. After Nash called him back to the station to pass a lie detector test, he tried to flee to Mexico by passing through Austin, Texas. But Gurule took a flight and cut him short in his tracks with another search warrant. He extradited him back to Colorado, but still had no evidence to hold him there. Freed once again, Travis decided to move back to his hometown of Fort Collins, north of Denver.
He was pretty much keeping a low profile. Our detectives go up and say, "Hey, we're watching him. He's a person of interest on our case." They're like, okay, I'll let everybody know. So we pull our surveillance.
1 month later, on the 4th of July, 30-year-old wine company executive Lydia Tillman is enjoying the fireworks show organized by the city. Originally from Fort Collins, she decided to give up a unique opportunity to advance her career in Spain to come back to her hometown to help her critically ill father.
My dad was recently diagnosed with cancer. So one of the reasons I moved back was to take care of him. Ended up quite the opposite.
What was about to happen to Lydia ended up affecting her ability to speak, but it is important to let her tell her own story in her own words.
This is July 5th, 2011. I was walking home from the fireworks in Fort Collins, and a stranger followed me home. He pushed me into my home.
What ensued was one of the worst attacks we have ever had to cover.
What followed was a brutal attack, rape. He tried to kill me. The only reason why he didn't is because of my strength and will.
After it was over, Lydia was knocked out on the floor. Convinced she was dead, her attacker then drenched her body with bleach, set her apartment on fire, and left the building.
Somehow I came to enough to jump out of the second-story window onto concrete. Splat. It really hurt, but I was saving myself, my life.
Despite the late hours, a neighbor noticed the fire and did his best to take action.
We kicked the door in and we're screaming for somebody. The upstairs is, we're just calling for somebody to see if there's somebody in the apartment.
Soon enough, all emergency services were on site. Jacqueline Shackley, the detective assigned to the case, found Lydia behind the building, miraculously still alive.
We found her in the backyard looking awful. She had been beaten severely and she didn't have any clothes on. And she stood up and ran straight to the ambulance and got in the back.
After this, I had a massive stroke. I was totally incapacitated. I couldn't move, speak, think, eat, breathe.
Lydia's sister, Esther Tillman, was the first to arrive at the hospital.
She was unrecognizable. When I first saw her, I couldn't believe it was her. Her jaw was crushed in her eye sockets, and her wrist was broken, shattered, and then she had broken ribs.
On top of that, she had to be put into a medically induced coma because of the stroke, so Shackley was unable to question her. Instead, she followed her instinct and called her colleagues back in Denver.
Friday afternoon, I get home from work and I get a call from a detective, Jacqueline Shackley, from Fort Collins Police, and she tells me a young woman was blitz attacked. The house smelled of bleach and was set on fire.
He did a really good job of cleaning up. He did quite the job with the bleach.
With the crime scene destroyed and Lydia out of commission, Shackley was short on leads, but she remembered that the Denver police warned her about a potential murderer on the loose in Fort Collins.
This possibly could be related. He's wanted for murder and he's in Fort Collins. I don't know, it could be a long shot, but they may want to know about it. So I laid out what had happened, some of the evidence that we had found, and he was silent on the other end of the phone. And then finally he said, "Oh my God."
And I just told her, I said, this is him.
Shackley then sent a forensic team to examine Lydia at the hospital. She didn't have high hopes though, since Lydia has been drenched in bleach after the crime. But in the end, the forensic scientists did find something: unknown DNA.
And the majority of that DNA was under Lydia's fingernails, so no doubt she put up a fight.
She was trying to defend herself.
Yeah.
At this point, Travis was still out there because the police couldn't directly link the DNA to him. They had to wait an entire week before getting their hands on the test results.
It's a long process. It's not like a TV show where they do it in 40 minutes and you have a hit. So I knew it was going to take a while. I just kept praying that it would happen earlier.
Afraid that he may either strike again or try to run away, Detective Shackley sent a handful of officers to survey him.
He's following a girl. He starts talking her up and they're walking together. And his police contact him. He gives a false name.
They're like, "This guy's too much of a danger. We got to figure out a way to get him off the street." So they ended up arresting him for false reporting, for giving a false name.
With Travis out of the street, Shackley and Garule finally had a minute to breathe, but the clock was still ticking. If they couldn't get their hands on the DNA test results, and fast, they would be forced to let him go. Again.
He was given a bond and was about to bond out like 10:30 on Monday night.
As his release was being processed, the detective finally received the so anticipated call.
It was the biggest adrenaline dump ever, and of course I called Detective Gure in tears. We did it. He's charged. He's in jail. He's not getting out.
After this, Shackley also informed Tony and his family.
It was always Travis. It validated what I felt after that handshake that night.
But Travis was the least of his concerns. He wanted to find Kenya.
I said, make a deal. Yeah, I don't care what it is. I don't care. You can take it down to manslaughter. I didn't care. Just make a deal. We just want Kenya.
So Shankly visited Travis in jail, but unsurprisingly, the man wasn't cooperating at all.
Obviously, I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to get an interview with him and see if he would tell me something. And he immediately said, "I'm not talking to you. Get out of here."
So Garule came back to Fort Collins to face Travis once and for all.
He didn't want to talk to any of the detectives, but he always talked to me.
Above all else, Garule wanted to give closure to Kenya's family, so he tried to talk Travis into a deal from the get-go and asked him what he wanted out of it.
He says, I'll tell you what I did, where her body is, as long as you don't label me a sex offender and you don't give me the death penalty. And I said, you'll tell me everything? He said, yeah. I said, okay.
As you can guess, this was completely unexpected. Garule himself couldn't believe it at first.
I left jail, went out to my car, and thought to myself, did I just hear this right, or am I dreaming? I even played the recording back to myself.
The following day, Travis sealed the deal with the district attorney and agreed to deliver Kenya's body to Garule.
We drive out to the site next to a little grove of trees. He says, she's over there. So we walk over there, and he's standing up on top of the hill, and there's like a little ravine. And he says, you're standing right on top of her.
While the police forensics dug out the body, the detectives returned to Denver to interview Travis one last time before his trial. There, he confessed to Kenya's murder, starting from the beginning after he picked her up that night.
He says that she passed out. He has sex with her while she's asleep. She wakes up, she confronts him, she starts hitting him.
As the fight went on, Travis strangled her, and before he knew it, she was gone, dead, in the back of his van.
So he puts her in the cooler, and then he goes back to the shop where we have him on camera. He unplugs the video. He takes her, all her clothes off, burns everything, pours bleach on her and cleans her with bleach, puts her back in the van, and then takes her up to Kingsburg where he buries her.
He then also confessed to the assault and rape of Lydia, but before the end of the interview, Travis stood up and approached Garule.
He says, you just wouldn't give up. And I looked at him and I said, you're right.
As this was happening, the district attorney called Tony to announce to him that they'd found Kenya's body.
It was at that moment that I knew that, okay, they found Kenya, and I needed to get home and let Maria and the kids know before this thing hit the news. So I went out to my truck, and I kind of just sat there. I had to control myself before I could go and take away their hope. And I had them, and that. And that was the toughest thing I've ever done.
His family was devastated, but their struggle wasn't over yet. They still needed to attend Travis's sentencing. On the other side of the state, someone else was preparing for this event. Lydia, only 2 days after being discharged from the hospital, wrote down a victim impact statement to be read during the court hearing.
It took me about an hour to write it. And a lot of courage to get up there with my dad, who had to read it because I was non-speaking.
What follows is a word-for-word rendition of that statement.
You caused me no harm. My spirit, my soul, my mind remain untouched. May you find peace in this life.
And to the surprise of everybody in that courtroom, Lydia's father finished reading his daughter's impact statement with these words: Travis Forbes, I forgive you for what you did to me.
There wasn't a dry eye in that courtroom, including the judge. It's freeing for her, and I understand that. And I did the same. Because we're not gonna live in that hatred.
Garuli and Tony couldn't believe their ears. Only 3 months after the attack, she truly accomplished the impossible.
She's amazing. To do what she did and to endure what she went through, I couldn't imagine. She's a superhero in my eyes.
What she did during her court proceedings on the day that he was sentenced for what he did to her, the amount of her strength and her will to live.
After the sentencing, Kenya's family finally got the chance to properly meet Lydia, a powerful experience, especially for Kim, Kenya's little sister.
I have nothing but respect for her. She's just such a sweet woman and so strong and positive. When I gave her a hug, I broke down. I don't know, it was weird. I just felt like a connection with Kenya when I was hugging her. It was like almost like I was hugging my sister.
Tony and his family had to go through something infinitely difficult, but he wouldn't let the loss of his daughter stop him from trying to make a difference.
I created a foundation, and then through this foundation, I help families of the missing. Her death has changed a lot of girls' lives. I've gotten phone calls and Facebook messages from all these girls who've changed their lifestyles about what they do, how they do. We are absolutely positive that she has saved lives out there. This is why we do what we do.
And as for Lydia, life isn't always easy, but she's making the most out of it. On top of her own activism, she reconverted herself as a yoga teacher. Even if her attacker left his mark on her, she refuses to let him control her. Instead, she chose to become the antithesis of what he was.
I believe Travis Forbes was acting out of fear and hatred. I choose love and peace over fear. And I won.
I took a couple pictures and just want to verify with you. Yeah. Is that her? Yeah. Okay.
This man is in jail for trying to murder.
I took a couple pictures and just want to verify with you. Yeah. Is that her? Yeah. Okay.
This man is in jail for trying to murder his wife. And right now, he's hiring a hitman to finish what he started. What he doesn't know is that the hitman is actually an undercover cop.
So what was telling me was
undercover cop.
Make it happen. Yeah. Well, let me throw a number out to you just so it makes sure we're on the same page. Yeah. 'Cause I'm thinking about 5K. Yeah. Does that work? Yeah. Is there a time period? I mean, is there a... No. No? And you're saying, I mean, all the way, right? Not...
Yeah, have fun.
Tiffany Mead, 22-year-old mother of two, came face to face with death when her husband cut her throat in front of their child. But she survived. Unfortunately, her nightmare was just beginning, as Chris Ertman would stop at nothing to see her dead.
If I'm not safe while Chris is in jail, I'm never gonna be safe again.
It's July 23rd, 2013.
This was in
At around
2013?
11:30 p.m., the 911
What?
operator from the Davis County Sheriff's
Ugh.
Office receives this cryptic phone call.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
I'm in front of Davis High School.
Okay, what's going on there?
I tried to commit suicide. My neck's bleeding. I need help quick.
Is anybody with you, Tiffany?
My husband and my son.
Okay, can I talk to him?
Right away, the operator can tell something's off. Why would her husband let her call 911 herself?
Do you have a dry clean cloth that you can apply pressure to her neck?
I glove my shirt.
Well, we need something. Are you applying pressure?
Yes, she has her hand on her throat.
The husband doesn't seem very worried. The operator begins to wonder if this is really a suicide attempt.
Do you know why she did this?
I don't know.
You let me know when an officer shows up.
Minutes later, police arrive on the scene. The officers grab the med kit and walk up to the car, but nothing prepares them for what they're about to discover. Tiffany is frantic, shaking, losing more and more blood from her wound. Her condition is critical.
It was unbelievable. There's no way that somebody's going to be able to survive this.
And while one of the officers takes care of Tiffany until the EMTs arrive, the other officer analyzes the scene.
All right, walk over this way with me. There was blood on the outside of the door. And I'm thinking, how did that blood get there? I knew that it was called in as an attempted suicide. I'm thinking, what am I looking at here?
The baby was crying, and one of the firemen was going to get the baby out of the back of the car, and she thought that we were going to hand the baby to her soon-to-be ex-husband. She just blurted out to me, "Don't let him take my baby. He's the one who did this. I didn't do this."
While they rush her to the hospital, her husband Chris is taken into custody and brought in for questioning.
Chris, why are you here, man? Well, she tried to commit suicide, and I helped her out, and exactly helped her out. I tried to save her. I assisted in saving her. Okay. I don't know how it happened. And just all of a sudden, she cut her throat. She has a history of being suicidal.
People don't commit suicide that way. Especially for a mother to do it in front of her child. Didn't make sense to me.
I mean, I love her. I mean, I wouldn't hurt her. If I wanted to hurt her, I wouldn't try to save her life, to be honest. Because I love her, I mean.
Already, the officer can tell his answers don't add up. But even if Chris is lying, the only way they will really know what happened is if Tiffany can talk. For now, she's still on the operating table, while doctors do everything they can to save her life. It's July 24th, the following morning. Lieutenant Jen Daly is put on Tiffany's case, just as they hear that Tiffany made it through surgery and is now ready to talk.
When I walked in Tiffany's room at the hospital, I saw this frail young woman. She undid her bandage and showed me the wound. It was shocking to me that she survived it. So what I would like to do is start from the time you two start calling or texting about this meeting last night.
Okay.
Clear to the point that you were placed in the ambulance.
Okay.
While Tiffany describes the events, Lieutenant Daly discovers that what she suspected is true.
He told me that if I wanted to get my child support check, that I would have to meet him.
He told me not to bring anyone. He kept reminding me to come along.
Tiffany replies that she will have to bring 2-year-old Noah with her. At the last minute, Chris picks this out-of-the-way park to meet.
I got out of the car and I walked around the back of my car. He just started walking towards me. He had this look. He was so determined coming at me. I didn't know what he was gonna do. I was terrified.
She's backing away, but Chris keeps walking, following her around the car. Suddenly, he grabs her in a bear hug, rendering Tiffany helpless.
I reminded him that Noah was there and he could hear and see everything that was going on. And he had his hand over my mouth. And with his right hand, he reached in his right pocket and he pulled out a knife. And he looked me in the eyes. And he slit my throat.
At least she still can talk.
He says, "Shh, don't scream."
Tiffany tries to lift her hand up to her neck, but Chris holds her hand down. Minutes pass as Chris is looking at Tiffany losing blood. She warns him that she's getting dizzy. Chris opens the car door and sits her down.
I had to stay calm because I had to get my baby to safety. He said the only way he would let me get help is if we got back together and I dropped the divorce. And so I told him that I would get back together with him and that I loved him. And then he sealed it with a kiss and kissed me.
Oh, that's
The next thing Chris tells her is they have to ditch the knife. He gets in the passenger seat, shuts the door, and Tiffany starts to drive with one hand on her neck. All she can think about is getting her baby to safety. After a few minutes, Tiffany stops the car in front of a school.
I was gonna call 911, and he said that we had to come up with a story. So he told me to tell them that I was trying to commit suicide because he knows I'm on antidepressants, and he thought it would be believable.
Okay, what's going on there?
I tried to commit suicide. My neck's bleeding. I need help quick.
When the officers get there, Tiffany waits for the right moment. She's praying for an opportunity to tell them the truth, but Chris is 2 feet away, and her baby boy Noah is within his reach. Then, just as an officer goes to pick up Noah, she breaks down, yelling not to give her baby to her husband. She tells them he did this. He tried to kill her. Without hesitation, the officers put Chris into custody.
She has a suicidal past. Last time I heard she's on antidepressants or something like that. I wouldn't kill her. I love her. I was trying to save our marriage. What you need?
It's July 24th. Lieutenant Daly is finishing her interrogation at the hospital. The officer can tell that Tiffany is in bad shape, but she's coherent and thorough, unlike Chris, who can't seem to remember much and tries to avoid the conversation. It becomes clear that they are dealing with a dangerous individual.
Is there anything else that you think I need to know?
Just that he's a very violent person. And if he's done this once, he'll do it again.
She's lying.
At this point, I'm placing you on arrest for attempted homicide.
To be honest, I don't care. I'm not giving my blood slip.
Chris, you're under arrest. Okay?
Before Chris goes to trial, Lieutenant Daly has to prove that Chris did it. Without that proof, Chris will be released within a year, with nothing to stop him from trying to kill Tiffany again. The only possible evidence lies in the knife he ditched himself, as it would have his prints.
We ended up searching close to a mile area, but ultimately we couldn't find the knife. Tiffany's life was in danger. I had to do something.
While Tiffany is recovering at home, she lives in fear that Chris might be getting out soon, but she's not alone. Lieutenant Jen Daly takes the initiative to listen to jail phone calls of Chris, hoping in one of them, he'll confess.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring.
What else is new? Anything good? Nothing new, nothing good.
You better talk to Dad about that because he worries.
I know what to say and not to say.
His dad was very good at reminding him. Don't talk about that night. Remember that all calls are recorded.
Me and Mom don't trust nobody. I know.
But after 6 months of listening to hours of conversations between Chris and his parents, Daly hasn't heard any useful information. She's beginning to lose hope. As the day of the trial approaches, time is running out.
I never heard anything that I was looking for. I was failing Tiffany.
My children gave me the strength that I needed. There's nothing more important in my life than those 2 little boys. And I was afraid, after what Chris had just done to me, what he would be willing to do to my kids.
My gut kept telling me, you've got to keep listening. It's there, it's there.
Hello? Chris, what's going on? My gentleman's name, Raymond. Raymond? Yeah, and just Facebook him and tell him that I'm in here.
Wow, it's been almost 6 months, and this is the first time I ever heard you say anything about a friend, so to speak. And so I wrote the name on a little sticky pad, and I walked down the hall to Sergeant Thompson's office, and I said, find him for me.
Raymond, whose last name remains anonymous, has served time in the county jail, but is no longer behind bars. After looking into his file, Lieutenant Daly discovers that Raymond has spent some time in the same block as Chris Ertman. Daly knows this is a big break.
We contacted Raymond's probation officer and made arrangements to go meet.
We want to ask you some questions about when you were in our jail. Did you get to know a guy named Christopher Ertman?
Oh, yeah.
Did he ever talk about the situation he was in with his ex-wife and all that stuff?
Yeah. Tell me about that. What happened in jail stayed in jail, man.
There's a time to do what's right. This is one of those moments in your life.
There wasn't a lot of details. Like, I guess he admitted guilt. But he's the one that cut her throat, or tried to cut her throat.
This is the confession Daly and Sergeant Thompson have been waiting for, but there's more. Out of intuition, Sergeant Bob Thompson asks the following question.
Did he ever ask you to do anything for Tiffany?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
He just asked me if I had the connections to arrange for bad things to happen.
What are a bad thing.
To arrange her death, specifically.
Oof.
He's trying to hire a hitman. This is
Trying to
bad.
hire a
This is
hitman.
terribly bad.
He wanted to have me killed. He wanted to have someone else do what he couldn't.
Whenever the question was asked, I tactfully avoided it. And I guess in a way kind of like left the question unanswered. There's a coldness in his eyes, man. So you never know, man. Sometimes it's the quiet people.
For her safety's sake, Lieutenant Daly goes to visit Tiffany and tells her everything. That Chris Ertman is inside a jail, orchestrating her murder.
I remember everyone was asleep, just sitting on the floor, crying, thinking, if I'm not safe while Chris is in jail, I'm never gonna be safe again.
Tiffany worries that at any moment, a hitman hired by Chris will come up to her in the streets, or even at her house. It seems that Chris will stop at nothing until she's dead.
We had her house put on extra patrol. I remember telling her, if you're scared and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll come up to your house myself. You don't have to hold this burden alone.
Lieutenant Daly and Bob Thompson decide to counterattack and ask Raymond to meet with Chris, hoping to get Chris on tape, ordering the hit on his ex-wife.
What's up, bro? Oh, I know. What are you doing, man? Is all right? No, working on my case.
He stood nothing to gain whatsoever. Deserves a lot of respect that he would make that decision when he certainly didn't have to.
You remember that work that you needed done, though? Yeah. Dude, I've got that guy, bro. I can't do that this time, no. Should I try to, like, negotiate a little bit and see what I can do, or what? Wait on that.
Chris refusing to take the bait shocks the officers. There's a chance he knows he's being played. If that's the case, Tiffany is in grave danger. The date of the trial, June 2014, is closing in. They must find proof before then.
Tiffany's life was in danger. There were days I could actually feel panic for her. We were done at that point, or so we thought.
Then, another inmate comes forward from within the jail. He claims he's been approached by Chris. Though they don't necessarily trust this informer, he does know things only Chris could have told him.
Did he give you any clues to why he cut her throat?
She left it. Rejection. I told her he offered to have me do something. Kill her. I'm giving him every opportunity to, back out.
So besides...
Get more aggressive with me while I ain't done more.
This inmate is a career criminal, and he has deep connections. If anybody could hire somebody, it was him.
This is their last chance to nail Chris before it's too late, but the risk is extremely high, as the inmate is far from reliable. Sadly, they don't have any other option. They arrange to send an undercover cop to pose as the hitman and meet with the inmate and Chris.
Yeah, just pack the bull for a minute. He'll come by and watch it the second. Okay.
The man in the jumpsuit is the informer, and the undercover cop is waiting for him to invite Chris over.
Yeah, just let me know. You'll see. Yeah, you'll see. Where's Hershman? Now we're come here for a second. Okay, I think he's coming up behind you.
Notice how Chris doesn't sit down to talk. He only passes on a paper. It's the address where Tiffany lives.
Tiffany's actual home address, and that was chilling. He's on board with this.
Okay, see that? Yeah, okay. That's just where he thinks she's at. That's the parent's address right there. Like, I'll go check it out. I'll come back and I'll talk to him then.
Chris is being told that the hitman will go on site to take pictures to make sure he has the right target. For now, the undercover cop is denied access to Chris directly. He will have to play along and come back at another time. Then, the sheriff's office gets the most disturbing news. The informer refuses to cooperate any further unless he gets a reduced sentence.
Frankly, we're not going to let him go. He had a case that involved a victim. That victim needed justice too, and we simply weren't going to cave into his demands.
They know the inmate will go tell the whole thing to Chris and ruin the operation. They have to act quickly. Right away, they request an immediate removal of the inmate from the jail, not knowing if it's already too late. Lieutenant Jen Daly insists that they continue on with the plan and send in the undercover cop to meet with Chris directly.
This was our final play. Today was the day it was going to work or it was going to fail.
What's up, man?
Not much. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Just chilling.
I took a couple pictures and just want to verify with you.
I had just this anxious energy all over me, and I paced around my desk. Just this worry, just this incredible worry for really a stranger. I didn't know her until this case, but she was going to die.
Yeah. You see that? Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. Is that her? Yeah. Okay. So what was telling me was, make it happen.
Yeah, just, have fun.
And you're saying, all the way, right? Not.
Yeah, have fun.
Okay. So, and when do you want me to have this done by?
Whenever you can.
Is there a time period? Is there a...
No.
No?
Sooner the better.
Sooner the better?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me throw a number out to you just so I make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about 5K.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah.
So, but just so we're clear, I'm talking about, we're not, there's no way to come back from it once I do it. You're good with that?
Yeah.
I just remember at that moment while we were watching, inside my being, the stress went away that fast. I literally jumped out of my chair, and I remember just like, yes, we got him!
Lieutenant Daly makes the call to Tiffany, the one she's been waiting for months.
You don't have to be scared anymore. You don't have to worry anymore. He's gonna be in there a hell of a lot longer than he was ever gonna be off that original charge.
Along with the attempted murder charge, the prosecutor now added a solicitation to commit aggravated murder charge.
I was so relieved. It was probably the safest I had been since all of it started. I told her, thank you for saving my life.
Because of the overwhelming proof against him, Chris pled no contest to the charges.
Mr. Ertman, sir, is there anything that you would like to tell the court today?
Whatever happened, happened, and I'll take blame for it. Yeah, I did it. I was not in my right mind. I'm not dangerous.
As Chris has confessed, there is no need for Tiffany to testify. She is, however, granted permission to issue a statement to the court.
Your Honor, I did not know where to begin in telling you how this crime has impacted me. Some people are afraid of the boogeyman. He is just a figment of their imagination. My boogeyman lives and breathes. I was starting to take my power back from him and show him that I can move on from the horrendous thing that he did to me. He will try again to finish what he has attempted 3 times already. It is this concern that causes me to plead again to impose the maximum sentence possible.
Chris Ertman receives a sentence of 5 years to life, meaning he is eligible for parole after 5 years. But during that time, Tiffany is getting ready. Every day she's getting stronger and refuses to live as a victim. And with the help of Lieutenant Daly, she's preparing for the parole hearing.
I have to do everything in my power to keep this monster locked away.
A Davis County man in prison for slashing his now ex-wife's throat and hiring a hitman to try and kill her had a parole hearing today.
Tiffany Meade testifies, making it clear what she believes his intentions would be if he were ever to get out of prison. Davis County Sheriff's Captain Jen Daly was there to support Meade.
I couldn't have done any better for you, sweetheart.
And after all she went through, Tiffany continues to win over the monster that tried to take her life.
Chris was denied parole at his hearing.
For Jen to show up to these parole hearings and to write to the parole board to help me fight, that means the world to me.
As long as I am alive, I will continue to stand in a gap between Christopher Ertman and Tiffany Meade.
Today, Tiffany is well on her way to recovery. She is remarried, and her 2 little boys are happy and safe. She is hard at work, becoming a powerful voice against domestic violence. She is forever grateful for all the people who helped her with her own battle, and most especially for Lieutenant Jen Daly.
I do think that Jen Daly is my guardian angel. That woman has moved mountains.
This job, it takes its toll on us. But it's this situation that makes it all worthwhile.
just to let you know who I am.
Will you show us how you had your hands?
I had him up like this
Can you tell us why you had your hands up close to your neck?
because I saw what he did to Katie and I was scared he was going to do it to me.
What the?
This is 10-year-old Crystal Searles, one of the only living survivors of serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells. In the footage you see here, the killer himself explains in detail what happened inside the Harris family house.
I walked over here. Came over here. There's a little girl sleeping here. And then I looked in here, 2 girls sleeping in here. I woke this girl up. The little girl on top was like petrified.
But when Sells left the house that night, there was one thing he never thought would happen.
What is your emergency?
I have a little girl just rang my doorbell. It was like Dead Man Tell No Tale, and I thought I killed her.
Crystal Searles. She was just 10 years old when she came face to face with death. But she survived, outsmarting her killer. It was her courage that got Tommy Lynn Sells arrested and brought to trial, finally putting an end to his 20-year-long rampage.
I felt like he couldn't conquer me. He was gonna be in that trial room because of me.
The year is 1999. The coming of the
1999,
new millennium is exciting
holy.
for everyone, especially for Crystal Searles. She's moving to the quiet town of Del Rio, Texas, with her mother Pam and her 2 younger sisters, Mark and Amber. For Crystal, this means she will get to live right next door to her best friend, Kate. It's December 30th. While the rest of the family is away, finalizing the move, Crystal is spending New Year's Eve at her best friend's house for a sleepover.
We talked about Britney Spears and NSYNC. We kind of stayed up a little later and we got in a little fight about where we were all gonna sleep.
But what started as a night of fun and laughter later turns into a living nightmare. At around 3:30 a.m., a man is awoken abruptly by an intense knocking at his door. He opens to the sight of 10-year-old Crystal covered in blood, begging him for help. Right away, the man calls 911.
I have a little girl just rang my doorbell.
But Crystal can't speak. She's holding a hand to her neck. With shaking hands, she writes the following messages, stating that the Harris family needs help, asking them to hurry. More than 700 miles away, at 6 a.m., Crystal's mother is woken up by a disturbing phone call.
It was Val Verde emergency room asking me for my permission to lifeline Crystal. She had been attacked. And I said, absolutely, lifeline, or where? And they said San Antonio. I didn't know anything other than Crystal had had her throat cut.
As Crystal's mother, Pam, rushes to her daughter's side, she has no idea in what state she's going to find her. At the hospital, she learns that Crystal's windpipes were severed, that her vocal cords were cut.
When I got in her room, I saw this little girl with all of these tubes. She looked like this baby in this humongous bed. And I looked her in her eyes and I said, "Are you okay, Angel? Mommy's here."
Unable to speak, Crystal uses a pen and paper to communicate. The first thing she asks is if her best friend Kate is okay.
She kept asking me, and I couldn't tell her. I couldn't tell her anything.
Crystal's mother can't bear to break the news to Crystal that her best friend Kate is dead, and that Crystal is the only living witness that knows what happened.
When I walked into the crime scene, on the floor was a deceased young girl. The crime scene was extremely bloody.
Shocked by the gruesome nature of the crime, Texas Ranger John Allen still has no idea what he's about to face. He's told that there's a surviving 10-year-old and that she's ready to talk.
We told Crystal who we were, and at that point in time I assured Crystal that we are going to arrest the person or persons who did this to her. And at that point in time, I was hoping I could back that up.
From her hospital bed, Crystal does her best to write a description of Katie's killer. A police artist makes a sketch from this description. Right away, the sketch, as well as Crystal's details, ring a bell to a friend of the family who saw a man named Tommy working as a used car salesman fitting that description perfectly. Police get their hands on the individual's picture and present a photo lineup to Crystal.
And I explained to Crystal, I told Crystal, we have a photo lineup. And if you see the man that was in that residence that did this to y'all, please put your finger on it. You could see her eyes moving from one individual photograph to the next and focused in on one photograph. And Crystal took her right index finger and put it on the photograph of Tommy Lynn Sells.
Texas Ranger John Allen makes Tommy Lynn Sells his primary suspect, but nothing can prepare him for who Tommy Lynn Sells really is. It's January 2nd. Police move in on Tommy Lynn Sells' trailer. While the door is unlocked, Texas Ranger John Allen walks in and is met halfway by the suspect. He makes his arrest without any resistance. In fact, Sells even tells John Allen,
"I'm glad I finally got caught." And then we told him he was under arrest for murder.
Confessions are immediately obtained from him, as well as his agreement to do a walkthrough of the crime scene.
You doing this walkthrough of your own free will?
Oh, yeah.
I thought this to be very odd. Here this guy is under arrest for murder and attempted murder, and he's willing to cooperate with us.
I walked over here.
Because he wants to be famous. The famous serial killer.
Woke this girl up, and she jumped up and told this girl to go get her mom. I stabbed her here, and then she like jumped back, and then I.
The way Sells describes matter-of-factly what he did to Kate and Crystal brings shivers down everybody's spine. But the odd behavior of Sells doesn't end there. Back at the police station, he continues to give unprompted details of other crimes he's committed over the years.
I sat in that interrogation room for hours, listening to Tommy Lynn Sells talking about the people he killed, the men he killed, the women he killed, the children he killed.
This is 2 females, and it happened in 91, close to Cabin Creek.
What the heck?
We have confirmed that he has committed 22 total murders.
Holy
That's when I
serial killer.
realized we were dealing with a serial killer, a cold-blooded serial killer.
So how did a serial killer, who for the last 20 years managed to escape police, get put behind bars because of a 10-year-old girl? As Crystal slowly recovers from her neck injury, she regains the ability to talk and can finally share her side of the story. It's December 31st, 3 a.m. Crystal is fast asleep after a night of laughter with Kate.
We went to bed kind of late, but I remember I woke up to like a scream.
She notices that the light is on. Laying silent at the top of a bunk bed, she looks around, confused.
I could see at the end of the bed, this scary guy. He had scruffy hair, long, dark, curly hair, and a big, scary, long, bushy beard that just took over his whole face, and then his eyes were just dark and mean.
The man doesn't notice that Crystal is awake, but she can see the man is holding Kate and that he has a knife.
He had a hand on her mouth and the knife on her neck, and she's looking at me.
Kate then screams out to Crystal to go get her mom. At that moment, the man drives his knife across Kate's neck, dropping her to the floor. He then moves in and stabs her again and again.
I heard Katie at the bottom of the bed on the floor. She was like gasping for air and choking. She couldn't breathe.
Crystal is horrified, but she's quiet, careful not to make a sound. She wants to help her friend, but if she moves, the man will kill her. After a moment, the man walks out of the room.
About to shut off the light, and he looked one last time, and he noticed that I was there.
Tommy Lynn Sells has already made a victim. He doesn't hesitate when he sees that frightened girl on the top bunk. He closes the door and walks back to her side.
I was trying to scoot to the right side of the bed because he was on the left. He just reached over and cut my throat like this.
Without hesitation, Crystal drops to the floor and plays dead. She's praying that the man won't come back and check if she's alive, like he did with Kate. She has to stay absolutely still.
I just remember laying there and the light turning off, and I heard the door shut. So I got on my hands and knees, and I was crawling across the floor in the bedroom, and I came across Katie. She was kind of making a gasping noise, or maybe she was choking. But then I was trying to comfort her. I laid next to her, rubbing her back, and that's when I realized I couldn't talk, because all I wanted to say was everything's gonna be okay, everything's gonna be okay, but I couldn't.
Then, Kate goes quiet. With her friend dying in her arms, Crystal realizes she could be next.
I had this feeling, get out of here, get up, come on, go. I was laying there thinking, has he been to the other rooms? Does he know that the whole family's here? Is everybody hurt? Are they all dead?
Crystal decides to head outside to find help at the closest house. Before she opens the door, she hears a car drive off. There's no way to be sure it's the man who killed Kate, but she has to take the risk.
It was dark outside. I was in my pajamas, no shoes, nothing. I saw a light in the distance. I was like, that's my goal. That's where I need to be. I just got on the road and walked really slow to that light. Really, all I could think about was, just get to this house, just get to this house, just get to this house. And I just banged on their door, and I hear a gentleman, he's like, who's there, who's there? And I can't talk, so I'm just banging as hard as I can on the door.
I have a little girl just rang my doorbell.
Crystal is begging the man to tell the operator that the Harris family needs help, but all she can do is write while holding a hand to her throat. She writes for them to hurry, that her neck needs help. And to the man she writes, will I live? January 2nd, Crystal is at the hospital, relieved that Tommy Lynn Sells is behind bars. But her nightmare isn't over yet. In less than 9 months, she will have to face him in court because her testimony is crucial to the case to make sure Tommy Lynn Sells never hurts anyone else ever again. And she's terrified of what might happen. Will she be able to go through with her testimony? If she fails, he might be released. And who knows what Sells will do when he sees her in the courtroom. Like in the case of Mary Stauffer, who was kidnapped by her stalker, he attacked her with a knife in court and left a mark on her face. In the weeks before the trial, the television show America's Most Wanted covers Kate and Crystal's story, and they arrange for Crystal to meet with another teen who went through something very similar.
And he strangled me. He slit both my wrists. You can barely see them, thank God, they're going away. And then he slit my throat.
Christy Reed had survived a brutal attack in 1999 when she got home from school. The brave young 14-year-old then stood in court to face the man who also killed her 16-year-old sister.
I asked for him not to be in the courtroom, but they couldn't do it unless he said something bad or, looked at me weird. Yeah, am I scared because he's gonna be sitting right there?
During the encounter, Crystal notices the little gold ring that Christy is wearing. It was this ring that gave Christy strength when she testified in court, as a reminder of her sister.
Do you have any tips or anything like? Your friend's name was Katie? Yeah. Concentrate on her, because you're helping her and yourself. It's scary, but once you get it out, you feel a lot better.
It's September 12th, 9 months after the attack. The trial begins for Tommy Lynn Sells.
Let me have the defendant rise and face the jury, and I'll ask.
The day I had to testify, I said, Mom, don't cry. Please don't cry. If I see you in the crowd bawling, you're gonna distract me. You're gonna make me upset.
11-year-old Crystal Searles was going to be the key witness, the star witness for the prosecution. She had never seen Tommy Lynn Sells since the night that he came to that house and slashed her throat, and she didn't know how she was going to react.
The jury is presented with extremely emotional testimony, while Tommy Lynn Sells remains indifferent.
What I was told was an intruder had entered the premises and my daughter was gone.
They discovered that it was my own daughter who was in the house. I just cried and cried.
Soon, it will be Crystal's turn to tell the jury what she went through, with Sells just a few feet away from her. Moments before she has to go to the courtroom, a surprise is delivered directly to Crystal to help her through her last struggle.
And I am to tell you that this is to help guide you, okay?
Come on. Mom! They didn't. Oh.
Inside, she finds the cross ring that Christy was wearing, the same ring she wore in court.
As you face this journey from the moment you begin, know that God will guide you, and you'll have the strength to win.
And then when they called me down, I was like, I'm ready, I'm ready. They said, do you want to walk by him? You could either walk by him or just walk through this door and get on the stand. And I said, I want to walk by him. I'm not scared of him.
Were you ever awakened during the night
Yes.
What was it that awakened you?
Katie's voice saying help. His hand was over her mouth.
Whose hand was over her mouth?
His hand.
The man with the blue jacket and the glasses?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Tommy Lynn Sells.
He was standing behind her with his hand over her mouth, the knife right here. He was... He was...
As Crystal struggles to finish her accounts of that night, the judge gives her a short recess to let her recover. If she's not able to go through with it, she knows what might happen to Sells.
I put my thoughts towards Katie. I just had such a mindset that this is what I wanted to do, and this is what I had to do. This is for Katie. She deserves this.
What happened next?
He grabbed the knife and slit her throat. He started walking towards me.
Did you say anything to him?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him I'd be quiet. I promise I won't say nothing. I'm not making the noises. It's Katie. He said, move your hands.
And why did he say move your hands? Will you show us how you had your hands?
I had them up like this.
Can you tell us why you had your hands up close to your neck?
Because I saw what he did to Katie and I was scared he was going to do it to me.
As she struggles to go through with her testimony, she finds comfort in the gift Christy gave her.
He reached over the ledge and took my throat, just laid there, and pretended I was dead.
Tell us why you did that.
Because if he knew I was alive, he would have came back and killed me for sure.
Well, Crystal, you can stand down then, and this completes your examination. Thank you, and you are excused.
As soon as I stepped off the stand, I felt so good. I felt like he couldn't conquer me. He had his chance, and now look at him. He was in that trial room because of me, and I liked feeling that power.
After only a few hours of deliberation, the jury quickly comes back with a unanimous verdict.
You, Tommy Lynn Sells, have been found guilty of the offense of capital murder.
They decided to give Tommy Lynn Sells the death penalty.
The serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells, who escaped police for 20 years, is finally brought down. And it's because of one little girl's courage that he will never hurt anyone ever again.
There's not a doubt in my mind that Crystal has lost a lot, if not most of her childhood. She really has been a survivor.
Crystal came face to face with a serial killer and survived. Her road to recovery wasn't an easy one, and she may never fill that gap of losing her best friend. But as the years pass, Crystal is able to find solace in her family and newfound friends. She's closer than ever with her two sisters.
It's such a beautiful thing to see her with her sisters even today.
Oh,
she
briefcase.
still is like a mother to
After
them.
how long?
She graduated, and
Jesus.
every day continues to make her friend Kate proud.
Crystal, Floyd, Searles.
Of course I think about Katie. I think about, if she was here, what would she be doing? Maybe what would we be doing? I don't ever think about Tommy Lynn Sells. I don't ever give him the time of day. It makes me really thankful. That's what he did. He didn't ever bring me down at all. And these are happy tears. I'm just glad to be here.
Crystal Searles is living proof that even after tragedy, there is a life worth living.
I think just that Katie, she helped me through everything. Her soul came up and stayed with me.
took a couple pictures and just want to verify with you.
Yeah.
Is that her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Strangely, she fought like hell. Couldn't go along with anything. Did you use any kind of tourniquet on her? Same thing. I pulled her out and left like a bat out of hell.
This is the voice of the infamous tourniquet killer. Operating from Houston, he claims to have attacked over 60 girls using his signature weapon, a makeshift ligature, better known as a tourniquet. As his list of victims kept piling up, the panic in the community reached new heights. Many people took extra precautions to protect their children, but Anthony Shore, a single father raising his 2 daughters, completely surrendered to the paranoia.
My brother left his girls at home, locked in the house, and they're just dismissing it.
Anthony had a very good reputation in the community, and many praised him for showing such resolve amidst the chaos.
Now to a father who many say did what he had to do to protect his young daughter.
But as the years went by, Anthony revealed himself to be much more dangerous than he seemed.
The longer that we lived with him, the more we were afraid.
As each of the attacks of the tourniquet killer grew closer and closer to their home, Anthony removed the girls from school, nailed shut his doors and windows, and trapped his daughters Tiffany and Amber inside his house.
He would barricade us in the house so that we couldn't leave. We were 100% locked in.
On top of that, Anthony himself grew unstable, often disappearing in the middle of the night.
Back then, I just accepted it as he had a long day at work, but in hindsight, it's just not realistic.
But Tiffany refused to stay silent. Instead, she confronted her father and went on to play a pivotal role in bringing the tourniquet killer to justice.
Tiffany broke this entire case because she had the courage to stand up.
In the city of Houston, Tiffany and her older sister, Amber, live a cozy life with their parents, Anthony and Gina.
Yo, butthead.
A well-known musician, playing
You're the
multiple
butthead,
local jazz
Reagan.
bands. Between
Morning.
his day job as a landline repairman and his musical career, he still manages
Aw.
to spend a lot of time with his 2 young daughters.
We would go to like the Renaissance Fair or do art or just always something fun.
But behind that perfect facade, the family has their problems. Gina and Anthony fight often, and their marriage is crumbling. Eventually, she meets someone else and files for divorce. She wants both Anthony and her daughters out of her life, so she gives him full custody. But Tiffany liked her father and didn't mind moving in with him.
He was funny, he was smart, he was talented. He was all of those things.
But unbeknownst to Tiffany, something sinister loomed in the neighborhood. In the past few years, 2 young girls had been murdered close to her home.
It may not be as safe as it used to be, so there was some concern among the community about the possible dangers to their children.
Thursday, September 26, 1986, 14-year-old Lori Tremblay, a teenage girl from central Houston, vanishes.
She was just walking to school in 1986 and she ended up missing.
The following day, the police discover her body.
Lori Tremblay was found in the parking lot of a restaurant behind a dumpster and had been strangled to death.
The sole piece of evidence they have is her cause of death. Knuckle joint impressions and ligature marks around her neck suggest she was strangled with a rope or cord. With nothing else to go for, the case quickly goes cold.
The investigation sort of runs its course, and they've chased down pretty much all the leads that they think they have.
Thursday, April 16th, 1992, around 10 a.m., a delivery man pulls into the parking lot of a West Houston Dairy Queen. When he jumps out of his truck, he stumbles upon a dead body by the drive-thru.
Detectives from the Houston Police Department.
Oh, that's scary for that location.
To the scene at the Dairy
Imagine
Queen.
working
The
there
police
and then
thoroughly
this.
examined the body, revealing visible evidence of sexual assault. Additionally, an object is found embedded into the victim's neck, a makeshift tourniquet.
This wasn't some sort of like impulse grabbing somebody by the throat and strangling them. Somebody put some thought and effort into this.
They spend the remainder of the day investigating the crime scene and gathering DNA samples. Fingernail clippings are taken from Maria's body and stored for later use. While they're at it, an unexpected individual arrives at the location.
Her father actually goes down to the scene where police are still, documenting evidence, and he identifies her.
Maria del Carmen Estrada was a young Hispanic woman who worked as a nanny in and around Spring Branch. After the news reported that the killer used a homemade weapon in the attack, a wave of paranoia hit the neighborhood.
To strangle the victim with a tourniquet allowed him to ensure that she was tortured, to ensure that the death was as slow or as fast as he wanted it to be.
Her death and a surge in overall crime in the area put the community on edge.
We were crime-ridden. There were home invasions. People were getting mugged and robbed.
Going to
People
work
were
break
afraid
in
to
or?
leave their house.
The Shores are no exception to this. However, Anthony, who's now a single father, goes a bit too far in how he tries to protect his daughters.
Was basically just convinced that nothing bad would happen to us if we were locked inside the house. He nailed down the windows in our room and, don't go outside because someone might kidnap you.
As the situation worsens outside the house, so does Anthony's relationship with his daughters. He becomes increasingly controlling and manipulative, obsessing over order and perfection. His daughters begin to fear him, always on edge, and never knowing when he will lash out next.
Our hair had to look a particular way, and our appearance had to be spotless and perfect all of the time. We had to talk and act a particular way. Everything was just like a show, but if it doesn't go the way he planned it, then all hell breaks loose, and everybody suffers in the house for it.
A few months after the girls moved in with their father, the neighborhood is, once again, struck by two heavily mediatized crimes.
Well, now we turn to breaking news in North Harris County in connection to a violent home invasion there.
First, a masked man attacked Selma Jenks, a 14-year-old student, after she was dropped off from school.
So she comes home from school and he's inside the house. He's disguised himself. He attacks her. He binds her with duct tape, then rapes her while she's screaming and crying.
Selma describes her attacker as a white male with blue eyes, but the police are misled by the fact that she survived the attack.
This was totally and completely off MO. There was no reason for police to connect this incident with any of the other previous homicides.
On Sunday, August 7th, 1994, a 9-year-old named Diana Riebler goes missing. Her parents sent her to buy sugar at the neighborhood's mom-and-pop grocery store, a few minutes away from their home. 30 minutes later, her worried mother went to look for her.
She was frantic, runs back to the house. She tells her husband, call 911. Diana's gone.
Within hours of her disappearance, the police conduct a neighborhood search and deploy multiple helicopters in and around Houston. As the sun sets, the search for the missing 9-year-old is handed over to the night shift.
We were briefed to be on the lookout for a little girl. A little after midnight, I decided to go check this abandoned warehouse. As I
looks
pulled up,
nice.
I had my spotlight toward the loading docks and some dumpsters from a distance. I see what I think is a small body.
Shiny.
Homicide detectives arrive shortly after that, and then they go about inspecting the body.
The forensic unit immediately notices something awry about Diana's body. Another makeshift tourniquet is entangled with her neck. Even if the police try to keep this information to themselves, it isn't long before the news picks up on the story.
Everybody in Houston was aware of what happened to this poor little girl, and everybody was just shocked, stunned, and yeah, they were angry.
At the time, the police are still unaware that all the cases are linked, but they easily piece together that Diana's and Maria's murders have probably been committed by the same individual.
But neither investigation had turned up any evidence that would carry forward in investigating either one of the cases. We worked on them for months and never got the feeling that we were getting anywhere.
As the situation in the neighborhood deteriorates, Anthony's paranoia reaches new extremes. The girls aren't allowed to go out at all anymore. During the week, they're sometimes permitted to go to school, but are mostly locked up in the house. On weekends, they play a game together that they call Pretend Rock Band. Anthony dresses the girls in costumes and encourages them to dance around the house to loud music. At only 10 years old, the girls do not realize that their father has ulterior motives.
He was very involved in our dress-up moments. He liked to put us in outfits that were very suggestive, and my dad definitely was always somewhere watching.
Another one of Anthony's family traditions is the evening hot chocolate. At first, only Amber, the oldest of the two, is allowed to drink it, but eventually, he offers some to Tiffany too.
My sister told us all the time, don't drink the hot chocolate, it tastes funny. And it did taste funny, I remember that, but I just didn't think anything of it. I thought it was some cheap, nasty off-brand of hot chocolate. The next thing you know, it's morning. We were being drugged.
As the year goes on, Anthony starts giving Tiffany hot chocolate more frequently, often several times a week. As a result, she gradually becomes accustomed to the effects of the drug. The first time she wakes up in the middle of the night, she is horrified by what is happening to her.
I was in and out of consciousness. I remember waking up to that happening, that I was totally naked and that he was doing stuff. And I pretended to be asleep because I was afraid.
Although she and her sister usually share everything and rely on each other, Tiffany is too scared and embarrassed to confide in her about the near daily abuse. In a way, Tiffany believes she is safeguarding Amber by not telling her about it.
I thought that if I took the brunt of it, she would be okay. She was my rock at the time. That's all we had in life. We had each other.
Friday, July 14th, 1995. Barbara Robertson, the editor of a local news station, receives an anonymous call right before noon.
I said, KPRC, how can I help you? His first words were, I have a tip for you. There's a serial killer on the loose.
Unbeknownst to Barbara, a 16-year-old named Dana was declared missing by her parents 9 days prior. The police categorized her as a runaway from the get-go and didn't take her parents' complaint seriously because she wasn't living with them at the time. The caller reveals the location of a dead body. Without knowing whom he's referring to, Barbara keeps asking him questions.
In a 37-minute conversation, the caller goes into complete detail on how the body was laid. I said, you are the killer, and he hung up.
She immediately calls the North Harris sheriff and drives to the department to provide him with a statement.
I walked him through what was relayed to me in the phone call. I said, he was looking for that spotlight. He gave me details that I know excited him to share with me.
The police follow the caller's direction toward a dead-end road past the I-45 north of Houston.
Oh my god, is there
they
finally going to
immediately
be some
locate the
results
emplacement
after
described
how
to
many
Barbara, But
hours?
after 10 days outside, the body
It's
is
in the
completely
same spot.
unrecognizable. 2 pieces of evidence are discovered by the forensics team. The first item found is a
Oh, no, it's
homemade
not.
tourniquet
The
embedded
other one
in
was
the
there.
victim's neck. The second piece of evidence is a set of rings found on the victim's finger. Based on the autopsy report, it is determined that the body had been dumped over a week ago, and the victim is estimated to be around 16 years old. After cross-referencing the timeline and age with missing person reports, the only individual who matches both criteria is Dana Sanchez. With this case added to the pile, the MO of the killer finally becomes clear to the detectives.
I
As a
want a
last
hard
resort,
case.
they assemble a task force combining the Houston Police Department and the Harris County Sheriff's Department to reopen all of the cases.
In the case of Maria de Estrada, she was strangled to death with a tourniquet. Diana Rebellar's case, you had a tourniquet. Dana Sanchez was also strangled.
They get everybody on board to try and figure out what's going on because they realize they probably got a serial killer on the loose.
2 years after the last victim was found, the situation changes dramatically in the Shores house. Anthony's girlfriend moves in, and he wants the girls out of the house for the summer, so he asks his sister, Gina Shore, to take them to their mother's place in California. Gina seizes the opportunity because she knows something is wrong within their household.
He was a bit more touchy-feely with his girls than what I thought he should be doing.
Twice already, she has reported him to CPS. First in 1993, when she visited his new home for the first time.
Child Protective Services was just very quick to dismiss it. They made me feel as if I was overreacting.
2 years later, in 1995, she came over for Christmas. When she arrived, she was distressed to see that the situation somehow worsened since her last visit.
My brother left his girls at home, locked in the house. All the windows were nailed shut, no babysitter. They had no power, no running water.
On top of Gina's second complaint, the CPS already had been contacted by Tiffany's teachers the year prior. And then again, Anthony fooled them, like he seemed to be fooling everybody.
He's very charismatic, he was very charming, and very persuasive. And CPS turning a blind eye.
Back in California, Gina tries to encourage them to open up about Anthony and their situation in Houston, but they remain evasive and guarded. One day, towards the end of the summer, she casually asks Tiffany a question that shakes her to her core.
I'd had a really crappy day at work. I said, yeah, haven't you ever had something happen you just felt was unjustified, where it just made you just want to punch somebody in the throat? Tiffany turned sheet white, started bawling her eyes out, and started telling me all the things that my brother had been doing to her. He had been molesting her.
Gina gathers Tiffany, her sister Amber, and their grandmother Deanna to brief them on the situation. This is when Amber finally reveals her side of the story.
Amber went ballistic. He promised he would never do that as long as she was compliant and let him do whatever he wanted to her. How dare him ever touch her baby sister?
Gina and Deanna then proceed to contact the authorities and press charges against Anthony. But once again, the system fails them.
He lived across the street from an elementary school. Sex offenders aren't supposed to be able to do that. All he had to do was just register that he had molested his daughters.
Now on the sex offender list, Anthony gets away without any jail time. All he needs to do is provide the state with a sample of his DNA.
So when my sister, my grandmother, and I found out that he was let back out, we felt like there was no sense of justice in the system. We were all really angry and also concerned, again, that he was going to come out and retaliate.
5 years later, a new cutting-edge DNA lab opens in Dallas, and the Harris Sheriff's Department decides to reopen the tourniquet killer cases once again, with a focus on Maria del Carmen Estrada, the only victim who was found with unknown DNA on her nails.
During an assault, especially with a female, it's common to struggle and scratch, resulting in skin or blood being underneath the fingernails.
But after reopening her case twice already, they are running low on samples. This may very well be their last chance.
They had DNA, but you use it up each time you test it. We want to use, the rest of our finite sample on sending it to Dallas.
It was decided that the fingernail samples would be submitted to see if there was DNA enough to match a suspect.
Thursday, October 16, 2003, a breakthrough, 11 years in the making, finally comes through.
Amazingly, there's a match, and it's a man in Houston.
They had perfect DNA profile from her fingernails, which matches the DNA profile from the swabs of Anthony Shore.
Anthony is immediately arrested and questioned by investigators. He confesses to everything.
Dana Sanchez. Diana Revelar case. Revelar, however you say it. Revelar? Revelar. She told me her name was Carmen. Talk about another case that y'all don't know about. Lori Ann Tremblay.
He even fills the gap concerning Lori Tremblay, his first victim, whom the police never associated with the tourniquet killer because of its divergence from his usual MO.
He calmly confessed to the killings of Maria, Lori, Dana, and Diana, and he also confessed to the of the 14-year-old.
As this is happening, the Texas news circuit is covering the arrest. This is when Tiffany, now 18 years old, receives a phone call from Amber, who had recently moved back to Houston.
I answered the phone and I was like, hey, and she was like, hey, Dad's a serial killer. Like, I don't even think she sugarcoated it in any way, shape, or form.
With the trial on its way, Tiffany flies back to Houston to testify against her father. The policemen are astounded to finally meet the girl who was instrumental in solving the case.
Tiffany broke this entire case wide open because she had the courage to stand up and tell law enforcement.
The prosecution aims for the death penalty, so they gather the only survivors they have: Tiffany, Amber, and Selma.
Anthony Allen Shore, for the first time, walked into the courtroom that's likely to be the scene of his capital murder trial.
I think that they were bringing us in so that they could witness that he had a history of other types of violent crime and no remorse for those crimes, that he wasn't going to get any better, and that the best solution was the death penalty.
On January 18, 2018, Anthony Shore is executed by lethal injection.
I was just relieved and kind of surprised that it was finally over with. I think it was 13 years from the time he received the death penalty to he was finally executed. So I was glad that it was finally over.
What Tiffany had to go through didn't suddenly dissipate after the execution. On the contrary, it was just another step on her continuous journey to recovery. But through therapy and support from her family, she's proud to finally be able to not see herself as a victim, but more so as a survivor.
I do feel a lot more confident about my life and about myself as an individual. It's a daily work in progress.
After the ordeal, Tiffany moves to Arizona to raise her own daughter as a single mother and provides her with all the love and support she needs to thrive and succeed.
I want to lead by example for my daughter. I want her to emulate the right things from me.
Tiffany has worked as a sheriff's deputy and later joined the Air National Guard. On top of also studying forensic science, she wants to make a difference and hopes to fix the system from the inside.
I know that one person can't change the world, but I think that if more people are aware of what goes on and more people that care are slowly worked into the system, maybe it can get better. And the only way to do that is to try.
Damn. That's scary.
Remember these faces. This is who today is about. Anthony Allen Shore's reign of terror is officially over.
Sheriff Barber's office.
Yeah. Tell me again. I didn't feel it or anything. Me to hand a mother their dead child and say have a nice night. So can we do
What?
So hey, can we
On October 18th, 2018, Heather Gardner made a late-night trip to a laundromat, hoping to catch up on her chores for the week. With her was her sister Jessie, as well as Heather's two sons, her toddler Jathan and her 2-month-old baby Benson. As the two women got to work with the laundry, Jessie made a shocking discovery. Benson was ice cold to the touch, and his lips had gone blue. Terrified, Heather began CPR while her sister made a harrowing phone call to 911.
Harrison County 911. Please, I'm at the laundromat in the corner of 3rd and Union. Please. At the corner of the laundromat on the corner. It's just stop. 923. 923. 3rd Ave or something, Merrill Ave or something. I'm not sure. Okay, 3rd Ave and Merrill Ave are very different places. Which one are you at? Heather, it's a laundromat. I don't know the name of it, but I have another child in my arms. My sister's baby is dead. We just picked him up on the babysitter. CPR. There's CPR on that baby. We don't know how. Is he? You have him on his back? Yeah, he's on his back. Okay, I need you to tip his head back. He's freezing cold. Tip his head back, Heather. Tip his head back. Like that. I need you to blow into his mouth. No, close.
What the heck?
Into his nose. Laundromat. We're at the laundromat. I don't know what to do. I can't call you. I'm here to run. Yes, we're here. Yes, but the baby is still not breathing. You gotta have his head to that. Okay, what about doing this? Can you do chest compression? Yes, I need you to start. I need you to listen to me. Yep. Did you blow into his mouth 2 times? Okay, I gotta walk up to here. Yes, I am. Blow into his mouth 2 times. Plug his nose. He's freezing cold already. Okay, ma'am, I need you to take your hand and put it in the middle of his chest. Okay. Okay, and you're gonna push on his chest. Okay. And count with me. Ready? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
As Heather continues to follow the 911 operator's instructions, officers arrive on scene and are quick to take over.
Please don't know. Are the police in there? Yes. Okay. Please don't. I just opened the baby and I took my clothes and I took them off. It was cold. It's not moving.
When the ambulance finally arrives, Benson is rushed inside for life-saving measures. Unfortunately, there's nothing they can do for him, and he's officially declared deceased. The immediate question was whether this was a case of something like SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, or if something far more unimaginable had occurred. Desperate for answers, Heather and Jessie tearfully explain to the officers what's going on.
What exactly happened?
We just picked him up from the babysitter. I took him out of there and he was cold.
Despite the horror and trauma that Heather's going through, the officer is able to get the babysitter's name from her.
Marissa T-Sort?
Yep.
As officers handle getting Marissa Teetsort's address and information, Detective Jennifer Holtz arrives on scene and sits down to interview Heather and Jessie. The following mostly never-before-seen footage has been thoroughly analyzed by a former licensed professional counselor, a licensed professional counselor, and a licensed clinical psychologist. Before the interview can start, Jesse gives Detective Holt some unfortunate news.
Sorry, I sent her a text too on Heather's phone, and when this was all happening, I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have. But I said, you killed my sister's baby.
What did she say?
She didn't say anything back. Sorry.
Can you tell that she read it?
I was just very.
It's like a Facebook message or a text?
Text. It doesn't say she did. Sorry.
No, sorry.
I just was really angry, and I was just like, I was on Heather's phone, saw her name, and I just couldn't say sorry.
While this may not seem significant at first, it would turn out to be very important. Although the police can't head to Marissa's apartment to talk just yet, they do send an officer over to her building.
Yeah.
The interview then gets underway, and at first, everything Heather and Jesse describe sounds normal. Heather was a longtime friend of Marissa's, and Marissa had been babysitting her kids whenever Heather had to work. However, as Heather and Jesse describe their interactions with Marissa while picking up the kids that night, it becomes clear that something was very, very wrong.
You guys both went inside.
No, she didn't even let us inside. She let us at the door. And then Marissa handed me the other baby. Yep, and just the diaper bag. And then Heather was in the doorway for 2 seconds and said something about the hickey. And then door shut, we were gone.
And so it was just real quick. Like,
yeah. She was at the door already. Her face, that girl's face was beat. I'm not kidding you. What I thought in my head was, Jesus Christ, what the hell is she on? And usually she's like, okay, what time tomorrow? Or, I'll see you tomorrow. It was nothing. I'm like, nothing.
this is super unusual.
Usually I go in the house and I help her at least pack the kids in their car. The kid, baby in his car seat. And what was Adam doing? Just sitting on the couch? Sitting on the couch with his baby. Was he like acting weird, shaking, eating? I didn't even barely look at him. It was dark in there. All that was on was the TV. She just seemed so weird to me. Yeah, but she is never really there. But it was very. I know Marissa. And it was just weird. Something was really off.
There's no denying that Marissa was acting suspiciously, and it was quickly becoming evident to Detective Holtz that if she wanted to find out the truth about Benson's death, she was going to have to find Marissa. Unfortunately, this would prove harder than anyone was expecting. Detective Holtz made her way to the apartment Marissa shared with Adam, her longtime boyfriend and the father of her children. With Jesse having texted Marissa about Benson's death, Detective Holtz wasn't sure what to expect when she got to the apartment. Just to be safe, she brought several officers along for backup, as well as Captain Graham.
Just relax. Marissa, we're not going away. Open the door.
It soon became evident that no one was going to answer the door, leading officers to take drastic measures.
Police department, arrest warrant.
What's up, police? Anybody in here? Kids room. Show me your hands, anybody?
Just as they'd feared, Marissa was nowhere to be seen. But this didn't mean all hope was lost. Detective Holtz was able to get in touch with Marissa's service provider and have her phone tracked down to a local hotel known as the Plaza. Within an hour, Holtz and Graham were standing in front of Marissa's hotel door.
Morning, Adam.
Morning.
Is Marissa here?
What are you guys doing here? Please, Adam, just cooperate with us, okay? We'll explain everything in a second.
Well, you already charged her. What the
Adam, stay here.
No. You guys are harassing the hell out of us. If she already got charged, we'll be at court. Why you gotta come here?
Well, because we need to talk to her about something new.
Something new?
Yep. Marissa, I need you to wake up. Why are you guys here?
Because we wanted to get away. We got it.
From what?
Everything. Isn't it against the law to come stay at a hotel room for the night?
Can you get up so I can talk to you?
Now that the police finally have Marissa and Adam located, it's time to separate them for interviews and see if they have any information about what may have happened to Benson.
This is a very important conversation we're about to have, okay? Tell me about taking care of him today.
Oh, I was just watching him, and UT was fine.
Notice Marissa's upward inflection at the end of her sentence when she says he was fine.
UT was fine.
This is not typical of a statement, but rather a question, which indicates that Marissa isn't feeling sure about what she's saying.
That was about it.
Did you feed him, or?
I fed him once, and then he slept, and... Well, we went outside when they first got there a little bit, so... It was
You
nice
and
out.
the kids?
Yep.
Okay. Was he dressed in what?
He was dressed in his snowsuit and a blanket.
Okay. And then you were home alone, and then what time did Adam get home?
He got home at like almost, I don't know, maybe 6:30 or something like that.
Where was he at?
He was hunting.
Okay.
Hello,
And then
Maddie
what
Matt.
did you guys do
What
after
is
that, after Adam
up?
got home?
We went to eat a little bit after he got home.
Where'd you go?
McDonald's.
Which one?
The one over by the courthouse.
Okay. Go inside through the drive-thru?
We went inside.
Okay. How long did you stay there?
I don't know, about maybe 15 minutes tops.
Okay. So did
Just
you
woke
eat
up.
inside, and then go
I was supposed to wake up earlier, and then I
You were
woke
able
up
to
2
finish your meal in
hours
15 minutes?
after.
That's pretty good. Okay.
He ate when he got there, and that was about it.
One bottle, like a full one, half one?
He ate like 4 ounces.
Okay.
But yeah, he like eats every, it depends.
Did Heather send that with you pre-made, or did you make that up? The bottle.
She sent it pre-made, and then yeah, and then I made another one. So
Okay. And then what happened?
What
Did
are
you
your
come straight
plans
home after
today, eh?
McDonald's? The only place you went outside of the house was McDonald's. Okay. Then came straight home and
Yeah, it.
anything significant happened?
I mean,
we came home after McDonald's.
I was at UFO. I only found one hard case there, and that was it. Like, I literally stayed up until 3 a.m. and I only found one hard case, and I was like, why is everyone having so much more luck than I was? Didn't make sense. Apparently, yes, I heard people got good payouts there, but like me, nope.
We put a movie in,
Like,
then
nope.
like I don't know how long it was after, but she called and she's like, I'm putting my clothes in the dryer and then I'll be there, and then like 15 minutes she came there, so.
Okay. And did you have him ready, or did she get him ready?
Yeah, I had him ready. I left him in his car seat.
Okay. How long had he been in his car seat?
After McDonald's, it was only like half hour, 45 minutes maybe.
Okay.
It was right after McDonald's. I just left him in his car seat and then.
Dude,
they
yeah, I
took him
didn't
back
pull
out.
much
No,
cases.
usually
I only
she's
pulled
like
one,
there
and I was there
at
for
9:30.
like
Throughout this initial
since the
statement,
blackout.
Marissa is
All
repeatedly
the way to
saying
3. I
and
was there
then
for 6
And then he
hours.
slept and
Didn't. I only
and
pulled
then,
one.
like,
And I got
This
another
usually indicates
briefcase.
something being left out in someone's story.
Another briefcase in
In
the
an
same
interview, detectives
spot.
will dive more deeply into portions of the
Dude, how about a
story
hard
where
case? Give me a
suspect is
hard
repeatedly
case.
using phrases like "and then" or "and this happened."
You awake the whole time?
No, he was sleeping
It's only briefcases I'm finding
the whole
here.
time.
The whole time you babysat him?
Well, no, I mean like after he got there, he was up for like a couple hours.
Yeah.
And then
But I've been
sat
here
down, and then,
since
I put him in the pack and play.
I've been here
and then I had
since
this
2
little camera
a.m.
with
blackout. I found one hard
video
case,
monitor, and then,
and so
I just
far
have that now, so like.
just
And he was in your
briefcases.
back bedroom,
But
or
like within a
Yeah,
span of what,
in your bedroom?
6 hours, 7
In a
hours
pack
now,
and
I
play.
think. What?
And then,
Yeah, something like that.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just like half asleep.
Marissa's laugh and smile here is odd given the circumstances. This is clearly a serious situation. When a suspect acts unconcerned, this can be a red flag
Oh, my
for deception.
battery's dead.
They may be trying to play it cool so that they don't look
Right.
guilty, when actually their behavior just makes them look more suspicious.
My battery's dead.
So the reason we're here, Brittany, I'm sure you must be asking yourself this, right?
Not Brittany.
I'm sorry, Marissa. You have a sister, Brittany, right? The reason we're here is
Although the audio here is redacted,
well, I'm
we
gonna
can infer that she informs Marissa that Benson is deceased.
Why is he
charge my
dead?
phone first.
we were hoping that you could shed some light on that.
I don't know what.
What is with that cry?
And I need you to tell me what happened.
What is with that cry?
This is the most important conversation you will ever have in
Yeah,
your
we
life.
tried labs. There wasn't much.
You didn't tell me last time, and you're not telling me now, and I need you to tell
Honestly,
me.
I don't know. I've
Heather
just
deserves
found
to know what happened.
within an hour, I would say 3
Detective Holt
briefcases
states
here,
this isn't the first time that
and
Marissa is
the
being questioned about
and the
potential
Loctite
child
case near the plane wing,
fact,
but I
actually the
haven't
third
found
time.
anything
2 months prior to Benson's
at the
death,
plane wing
Detective
after.
Holtz was called to the home
I'm
Marissa
not
shared with her
sure.
boyfriend Adam after a child sustained severe head and face injuries while in Marissa's care. While Marissa and Adam claim the child just had an accident, Detective Holtz is determined to figure out the whole story.
Mommy, nothing to hide.
And Adam, when you say that the child fell off the couch, did you witness that, or?
No, but I mean, Marissa's one of these people that, I mean, she resorted to drugs
Yo,
because her
Johnny.
got taken away to the point where she
What is
was a rack of bones, and the only way we got her to go to the clinic and get clean, and she's been clean for 4 years now, is that we told her we were going to sign
the
her
much? Just, you know,
and she doesn't want to get
diving,
forcefully.
trying to finish off my 50 hard cases, which I'm having no luck finishing. I still need to get 6.
This coffee table gets put in the living room, and then the kids get put toys on.
Okay.
The toys all come out on the floor. As you see, they're here.
Okay. I see this is like a matching set. Are they the same?
No, they're not a set.
Okay.
They just happen to be the same color.
Okay, got it.
This one I got for free up in Merrill, and that one we've had for a long time.
Do you know which coach in
It
particular?
would have been this one. On that side of the couch, sleeping. And it was over here sleeping, and she just went to the bathroom. And she was literally just pulling her pants up, and she heard her cry. But, I mean, bitches like they are, they can't come talk to me about something before they go and get you guys involved. I mean, she obviously fell and hit a toy or something, and Mercer's not gonna go and beat a kid. I mean,
So Johnny, what have you been up to, eh?
very protective of kids. I mean,
Are you still with LSC?
ridiculous. So getting a little upset about it.
Or Benny's?
Calm down.
Everything's calm down because, like I said, I got f***ed over by social services too many times. I try to work with them, and I'll look. He's our 5th child. I got pictures of my kids, and that's all I can do. That's all I get to see of them is pictures.
Reagan, you must be dreaming. What
He's
the
referencing the
fuck?
fact that 4 of his and Marissa's children were all taken by social services. Had
that's
social
funny.
services known about their 5th and youngest
Mhm.
child, he also would have likely been taken. Detective Holtz and the women from Child Services wait around in the apartment for a while until finally, Marissa arrives home.
Oh, hi. Marissa? Yeah.
Been on the house to the bathrooms. Hello.
I see.
So I'm Jennifer. I'm detective with the West Police Department, and I've been assigned to investigate, follow up on who I understand you were providing care for. And these fine young ladies are from social services. So because there's a child involved and you were providing care for that child at the time social services gets involved. So I just need to hear from you.
I don't know if this is a hotspot. I've been here for like 6 hours, and the first hour I did find a Loctite case near the plane wing, and I didn't find anything after that. And then what? 6 hours later, I'm finding 3 briefcases in this little patchy spot. So I'm not sure if it's a hotspot, honestly.
Okay. So you were doing dishes and you heard screaming.
And nobody has said anything about hotspots, so who knows?
And she must have rolled off, and then I stopped doing the dishes, and she was on the floor.
But because I've been finding cases here, I'm literally gonna be staying here. I don't want to move.
She had bruises, so she must have hit a toy.
If I find a case somewhere, I'm not moving. I'm not moving spots. Oh man. Because there was a time I moved each and every spot and just wasted how many hours trying to look for the spot, only to go back to UFO, which was the second spot I went to, and only to find a case there after 5 hours.
That Marissa fails to incorporate any of her own emotions during her account of what happened. Most people who
Once I'm done with finding 50 hard cases, I'm done for a while in diving. I'll be done for just a while.
Individuals will often opt to
I'm
keep
gonna
their
be doing
emotions
something
very
else.
neutral, even if it's completely inappropriate to stay neutral given the circumstances.
Has anything like this come up with you before? No. As far as a child being injured? No. Are you sure about that? Were you talked to about a year ago for a child that was injured that sustained a skull fracture?
Oh yeah, that was not me.
You were providing care for?
Well, yeah, I was, but I don't have any child, no nothing.
Okay.
Where is kids? So like, I love kids. I don't beat them, nothing.
Okay.
I always babysit people's kids, like.
Right. I know we're saying you beat anybody, but people lose their temper sometimes.
No, I've never.
Things like that happen.
I never had postpartum, nothing.
Okay.
Noticeably, Marissa also doesn't flat out deny these prior allegations.
I love kids. I don't beat them, nothing.
In theory, it should be a flat out denial, but she just can't seem to get the words right.
Yeah,
Something
that's
that will
what
surely
that's
stand
what
out
I
to
do.
detectives.
That's what I do.
Talking about how much
But
she loves
this
kids is still
morning,
not a straight denial of her allegations.
This morning there was no indication because, you know, it's 2 a.m. blackout. There were some cars in the oil fields anyways, so that's why I decided to come here.
Social services informs the couple
Hello,
that their baby son won't
Smex.
be able
What
to
is
stay with
up?
them. Adam doesn't take the news very well.
We place with relatives. If you don't have a relative, then we have to look at foster care. So I need you to give me some relatives. We place with friends at this point.
But yeah, as soon as I'm done with the 50 hard cases, I'm just going to be processing because I have so much shit to process. I need to deal with it. Too much stuff to process.
They said with family. No. Until investigation is over. I wasn't here. Your dad. My dad cannot watch it. You guys can go. Or I can leave and he can watch them. You guys need to leave. Go. Can I just live with her until the investigation? You need to leave. We can't leave. We can't leave now. Wait. Yeah, he wasn't here. He can take him. No, he can't leave with the child. Stop with the child. Stop. You're stopping and you're scaring the baby. You're scaring my baby. Get the f out of my house. I will go. Can that work?
Reagan, you're so funny. You are funny.
They need to leave. No, because they'll take you. I asked you guys right now. It's not. I asked you guys. I'm not talking. I told you guys when he came to my house.
I already reached 50 leather cases.
That's why we're trying to figure out a family member. I do not have any family members. We have no family. I was not here. Why does my kid have to leave? When I'm his parent, she was the only one here. She can leave unless well, that's what's going to happen. She's going to go stay with Shayna, okay? Right there. The baby's sitting here. So there's the situation. You guys can go. Well, we're not leaving until it's sorted out. I just told you what's going to happen. No, it's not fine. I told them when they came in the house. I let them in nicely, and I told them on day one.
It's like someone's leaving. Probably didn't have any luck. I mean, I will have work tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to sleep early today. But I'm hoping I finished with these hard cases already. Maybe. I don't know. All I know is I'll probably finish within this week. Probably.
And I'm sticking to it. So you guys need to leave. And that you have to take him. I can't be here. Let's talk about this, Adam. I'll just call. Go. No, that's not how it works. We need to sit down and figure out. No. I pay bills here. Do you guys come pay my rent? No. So you can leave. Now I'm gonna ask you 15 times. Adam, stop. So
Marissa and Adam are having very different reactions to their son being removed from their home. Although Adam's feelings are valid and many people in this situation would feel angry, his outburst is clearly upsetting the baby, and he doesn't seem to recognize that. Marissa, on the other hand, is notably calm about their entire situation. This is rather unusual, as most parents would be quite upset about having their child taken, especially if they didn't do anything wrong. This may be an act on her part. She may think that she needs to appear relaxed, because if she is explosive like Adam, it will just look like she acted that way with the child she babysat.
And there's nothing anymore. You guys can go bring the dog in here, do whatever the you want to do. But my kid's staying here.
With these memories fresh in her mind, Detective Holtz is unrelenting in her interview with Marissa.
Heather deserves to know what happened.
I know.
What type of crying is that?
No, you're the truth.
No, you're not.
I am. I don't know what happened. I promise.
I understand that things get frustrating, especially with you being pregnant and having a child of your own.
They were frustrating. I promise you that.
Marissa is likely trying to bolster her statements by stating, "I promise you that." When someone is being deceptive, they will try really hard to sell you on their story, whereas someone who's being honest doesn't need to go. Marissa may not have been comfortable enough with her answer about how the kids weren't frustrating, likely because it was a lie and she did find them to be frustrating. So she needed to prop her claim up with a promise to make it sound more convincing. This theory is backed up by Adam's statements to Officer Cole back in the hotel room.
So you get home, what time? 7? 6:37, somewhere in that area? And what's going on in the apartment when you get home?
The kids are all sleeping.
The topic then shifts to Jathan, who Marissa also babysat.
He doesn't play with much. Pretty quiet kid. I shouldn't say quiet. If you look at him wrong, he starts crying. Lately, he's been getting used to us.
Then take me through the rest of the next few hours until you guys decide to come over here.
We went to McDonald's, came home, and...
Who went to McDonald's? All of you?
All of us. The 3 kids in the backseat.
Which McDonald's?
One by the courthouse.
Okay.
Then came home.
Who picked him up out of the back and play and put him into the car? Or...
I picked him up and put him in there.
Okay.
Absolutely normal to me.
And what is normal?
Whiny. As soon as you pick him up, he whines and stuff.
So he was making noise and...
Yeah, making noise and...
Open his eyes at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean... Crying and everything else.
Adam describing Heather's kids in such negative terms is concerning. Referring to a 2-month-old baby as whiny is especially unusual, because it's normal for a baby that young to cry frequently. It's also possible that being overly critical of the children is a misguided attempt to protect Marissa. Back in the hallway, Marissa attempts to explain why she and Adam fled to the hotel.
I got a little money from a car accident, and I wanted to go swimming and stuff, but by the time she picked the kids up, then I wanted to go in the hot tub, but I don't think I can when I was pregnant. So.
What's the real reason you're here?
No, that is the real reason. I'm
Somebody
serious.
who lives in this town checks into a hotel at 9:50 p.m. after a baby died in their apartment.
I don't know. I didn't know he died.
And that's also a lie because she texted you and told you that he died.
My phone's off.
No, it's not.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I'll show you my phone. I'm serious.
How do you think we found you?
It's obvious that Marissa's story isn't adding up, but the question is, what exactly could she be hiding? Marissa is likely keenly aware that with her previous child investigation, she looks incredibly suspicious right now. Even if Benson's death was just a heartbreaking accident, her history with kids makes it hard to trust her. Could she and Adam have fled to the hotel because of this?
I'm serious. Now cut the crap, Marissa. This is the 3rd time we've had a discussion with you about a child, an infant in your care, and now one is dead. One is dead.
I
Then who did?
No one. He was fine.
Did Adam do something to him?
No one did anything to him. He was fine.
Babies don't just die.
Marissa keeps sniffing and scrunching up her face as if she's crying. However, it doesn't appear that there are any tears falling. She's likely trying to give off the appearance that she's upset, but she's not a good actress, and it comes off very disingenuous.
He was fine.
Babies don't just die.
I would not kill a baby.
I'm sure you didn't mean to, Marissa.
Sometimes it's not what you do, Marissa. It's sometimes what you don't do. And maybe there was something you just didn't do tonight. Yeah. Left him alone for too long. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't kill him.
Was it an accident?
Yes, you.
Did you leave him alone?
I left him in the pack and play after we got off. After we got back in from outside.
Was he okay?
He didn't make any noise. I have that video monitor thing. I didn't kill him. I promise you. I didn't. I would never kill a baby.
Hey.
So what happened when you came back from outside? Check that.
I just used the video baby monitor. And
You went back inside and checked it.
Huh?
You went back inside. And he was in the back of what? What you saw.
I use the baby monitor, and when he like makes a noise, it will. You can hear it. And I didn't hear anything, so. But I didn't kill him.
At what point did you realize that he was dead?
I don't know.
Did he die in the back?
Marissa shrugging in response to Captain Graham's questions are huge red flags that she was involved. Someone who is innocent would readily be able to provide clear answers for the questions.
I didn't kill him.
Like I said, there is things that you commit, things that you do, and sometimes with all the things that we don't do, bad things happen. And we know that bad things happen.
When did you know Marissa?
I didn't kill him.
I know. We know. Accidents happen.
I thought that baby monitor thing would be fine. So I didn't check on him.
How long? It's okay. We can talk through this.
Let me just some tissue.
God. Oh my God.
Sometimes things happen, but we need to know the truth and all, okay?
I just did check on him. I have a baby monitor, but I didn't kill him.
The detectives know that most suspects are more comfortable admitting to an accident rather than intentional harm, and Marissa is no exception. She's latched onto the scenario, likely because she thinks she won't get in as much trouble. While there's every chance that this may be the real truth, there are still some parts of Marissa's story that aren't making sense, and as Holtz and Graham are about to discover, Marissa knows a lot more than she's letting on.
So, how long was it that you didn't check on? Let's start over.
It was like after when like, before Adam got there to check on him.
Did you know that?
But I didn't kill him.
I know.
How did you know? How did you?
Just because it was been that. Well, he does sleep that long, but I don't know. He like felt cold, and I was scared. My boyfriend wasn't there and everything, so.
I'm sure it's scary. How did you find him? How was he laying?
So now she admits that he was dead.
How did
Oh,
you find him?
lame.
I was like, just on his belly. Where was his face?
In the, on like this.
Face down? Did you trying to. So, if this is his face, and this is his back, and you put him like this, and you didn't find his head turned anyway, it was just straight down.
I think it was.
Is there anything coming out of his mouth? Or
No.
And he felt cold then, and that was before Adam got home.
Mm-hmm.
Who picked him up out of the back and play and put him into the car? Or...
I picked him up and put him in there.
Okay.
Absolutely normal to me.
The fact that Marissa can't seem to clearly remember how Benson's head was positioned when she found him is a red flag, as this is something that she should be able to remember. If she walked in and the baby's face was straight down into the bed, this is something that would trigger alarm bells and would likely stand out in her memory.
But that baby monitor was like almost $100, and like when they make any noise, they're like, you can hear it.
It's so hard this level.
Camera thing.
So you're saying that didn't work?
No, it worked.
It worked.
Yeah.
Left him alone for too long. You went to McDonald's.
No, it's out of them.
What did you put clothes on him? Did you put a snowsuit on?
I put a snowsuit and he had on.
And Adam didn't notice that he was dead?
He probably thought he was sleeping.
Did you check his pulse? Did you see if he was breathing? Or did you feel his skin was cold?
Yeah, he just wasn't making any noise.
What did you think was going to happen? How did him pick him up?
I don't know. Like,
did you think she wasn't going to notice, or?
Oh, yeah.
If she was or wasn't.
She was gonna notice.
Did you try to do anything to her life? Try to do CPR?
No, I don't even know how to do it.
Help me understand discovered there that why didn't you fall? Police.
I was scared and my boyfriend wasn't there. And I didn't want my baby taken.
By this point, Marissa has mentioned several times how she was scared, but she doesn't express any concern for Benson or how his mother is feeling now. Marissa appears to be very egocentric and is only thinking about the baby's death in terms of how it affects her.
We do have an arrest warrant for you based on your other child. So we were going to be taking you into custody.
Can I smoke a cigarette?
Sure.
Thank you.
We're gonna...
How am I gonna get out?
Although it seems like detectives are getting the truth out of Marissa, there is one major problem. Her story isn't matching up with Adam's. According to Marissa, Benson was dead before Adam ever got home, and Adam was none the wiser. However, Adam is claiming that not only did he pick Benson up and get him loaded into the car, but supposedly Benson was crying and whining during this. One of them is lying, and it's up to the police to figure out which one of them it is.
Okay, Adam, here's what I need the explanation for. We know why you guys came over here.
On my children, on my life.
We know Marissa's received messages on her phone letting her know.
The audio is redacted here, but the officer informs Adam that Benson is deceased.
Come on now.
I swear to God, I did not know this.
Yes.
No, I swear I didn't.
So?
I swear I didn't know. Marissa's phone is in here somewhere. I didn't know. I swear. Heather has my phone number. She never, not once.
So it's your phone?
This is my phone, yes.
Where's Marissa's phone?
I don't know. I can call it and find it.
That's alright.
And then you guys come over here. You leave shortly after Heather leaves.
Like, another reason we came here is Marissa's sister's supposed to be getting her kids tonight, for the night. So we figured we'd come get it and she can just take the room tomorrow. Or today.
So there's going to be an autopsy tomorrow that's going to tell us a lot more than what we know right now about the cause of death. And if things don't add up, right now, I'm seeing a lot of red flags about why you guys came over here.
No,
Why nobody?
There appears to be two options here. He's either telling the truth about part of what happened, meaning he did get Benson out of the pack and play, but he knew the child was dead. Or he's lying about being the one to get Benson out of the pack and play because he thinks this will protect Marissa from getting in trouble.
Accidents happen. There needs to be some sort of explanation that has to come from one of you two. Or both of you.
I don't know.
I mean, we see babies that
Excuse me.
kind of a bedding issue that they suffocate accidentally. I've seen children that were given too much medication because they were too fussy, too whiny, and so the caregiver was trying to get them to sleep or, you know.
Officer Kolb is offering up more acceptable reasons for why Benson may have died. He's being careful not to portray Marissa as being a cold-blooded killer because he knows that could make Adam shut down from the conversation. However, if he can sow a seed of doubt in Adam's mind about how it could have been an unfortunate accident, Adam may be more willing to provide information that could be helpful to the investigation.
Can I ask her a quick?
Yeah.
So why is he telling us? They're leaving to go to McDonald's and Benson was alone.
He's probably scared. No, he didn't know. He don't know. What would he have to be scared of from Marissa? That I'm gonna get in trouble or go to jail? Yeah, he doesn't know. Why would he be covering up for you if he doesn't know that you did anything wrong? Remember we talked about being honest? I know. I asked about him. Don't freak out when she said they're gonna listen. So, I got a few down, so I'm saying, we're gonna see Benson tomorrow. But
You know what's going on, right? What's just going on?
Wow.
The bedroom. What did you tell me?
She got on when Heather got there.
No. When you guys were going to McDonald's.
I got him out there. And
he was making noise, you said several times. We asked and clarified that with you, right?
Yeah.
Is that the truth?
Yeah, he was busting stuff when we left.
We just don't want this situation complicated by lies. Obviously, we're all just trying to figure out what happened.
No.
And Marissa's made some admissions to some things, but there's just some little things that aren't matching up with what you're telling us and what she's telling us.
I just don't know. I don't remember. I get him out of the bedroom, or did you, or when we went to McDonald's? I don't know.
No, I did.
She did. I mean, I just don't remember.
Adam's claim of "I don't remember" is a selective memory statement, which can sometimes be legitimate or could be a sign of possible deception. It's possible that Adam used deductive reasoning to figure out that Marissa was under suspicion for something related to Benson. He likely didn't know what Marissa was being accused of, but it was clearly related to her care of other children, so he decided in the moment to lie in the hopes that he could protect her from further trouble. However, he might be less willing to protect her from trouble after he learns what she's been hiding from him.
Love you.
So Adam, what she has admitted to out there while we were talking in here is that while you were out hunting,
she already knew?
Likely suffocated, and that
Tell me.
Of course, she's probably freaking about that. And even when you came home and went to McDonald's, she's saying she knowingly put and into the car, leading you to believe he's alive and well, and he was dead all that time. And do you understand? We're not here to argue with you, fight with you, or nothing. We want what's best for the kids.
Okay?
And I think you do too.
I do.
And I even think Marissa does. But she has a poor way of doing it, I guess.
Maybe you can ask anybody that we live around. Everybody gets in a mood where they don't want to be bothered or whatever. But when that happens, she'll tell me and take care of her, and she can go to the shower, what she's got to do. So, every time this happens, happened, we don't know. And that's why I told her. I didn't want her watching any kids.
As Adam waits at the hotel to deal with CPS, Marissa agrees to go back to her apartment with Detective Holtz in order to demonstrate how she found Benson. If Detective Holtz can clearly see how Benson was positioned, she may be able to determine if his death was the result of an accident, SIDS, or something far more sinister.
We have these dolls because it makes it a little more realistic as far as like facial shape and things like that. What I want you to do is just like walk through exactly how you put him down.
Ready?
Okay.
Yeah, so then I just put him in here, and then I turn the camera on, and so I put him in here, and then put the blue blanket on.
So when we were at the hotel, you were talking about like his face was to the side a little bit.
Yep.
Can you show me exactly how his head was? I know his body probably isn't
It's not gonna.
right. This isn't completely anatomically correct, but if you could just show like how his face was. I realized that his body was flat, and it wouldn't turn off like that. But was it to that side specifically? So to his
I
right.
think so, yeah.
Although Marissa's been laughing and smiling throughout this demonstration, she's likely still feeling some anxiety. If we look at her hands, we can see that they're almost closed into fists, which indicates that she's feeling tense. Most caregivers would be traumatized by having a baby die in their care. Having to reenact their last actions with the infant would likely be difficult and emotional. In stark contrast to this, Marissa appears to be completely unaffected. However, this image of her clenched hands may provide a glimpse into her inner stress.
Did he have a nook?
No.
Okay.
Just the receiving blanket and then his blanket.
So the receiving blanket was already folded up and laid down before you came in here. When would you have done that?
I think I did it. I laid him on the couch.
And when you found him, exact same position, or was he different?
I think he was in the same position.
Okay. I need you to really try hard to remember because this is important.
No.
Could he have been in a different position? But was he still in the middle? Had he creeped over?
He was in the middle. I think he was in the same position.
Based on her frequent responses of "I think so,"
I think.
it seems like Marissa is making things up as she goes.
Okay, so walk me through how you determine that he's not alive.
Because I picked him up and he was really cold.
How did you pick him up?
I just went like this.
Okay, and what did he look like?
He was just cold.
Marissa is completely unemotional. Once again, she fails to mention any of her thoughts and feelings when she discovered Benson was dead, which could be a sign that Marissa is being deceitful and hiding something from the detective. The question is, what exactly is she hiding?
And then what did you do?
Laid him down, put his snowsuit on.
Where did you lay him down?
Oh, I think I laid him on the floor. So I put his car seat in there, and I grabbed his snowsuit, laid it on the floor, put him in the snowsuit, and then put him in his car seat with his blanket.
Okay. And then where did you put the car seat?
I think I left it in there.
With the door open or shut?
With the door open. I left him in there, put the door open, and then Adam got here, and then we left.
Leave him in the car seat, in his snowsuit, there. And you laid him on the floor, but you don't know CPR, no attempts to call anyone or research anything online.
Just CPR, really.
Do you see if there's anything maybe stuck in his mouth, or... And you said no knock.
No knock.
Okay.
As Detective Holtz is listing off logical responses to finding Benson dead, Marissa simply nods with indifference, perhaps implying that there was another reason that she didn't try to investigate Benson's unresponsiveness.
Do you always leave the baby monitor on, or how do you guys?
Just when I have him back there. We just got it on Tuesday, so.
Okay, so how did you? So you had it back there. You had the baby monitor on, or no? Okay, and then what did you?
Was it facing there? Where were you sitting?
Yeah, I was facing right there, and I was right here.
Okay, so then when did you turn it off?
After they left, we left.
Okay, how did you turn it off?
What do you do? Like, I just turn it on and turn it off.
So you guys know that your baby monitor is on what?
Is it?
Yeah.
I might have unplugged it too, because you have to charge these. But I did have it on and everything.
Why would you unplug the camera?
What? Because I stopped using it. When I stopped using it, I just turned to unplug it. I did have it on and everything.
Are you sure?
When you're done using it, you just turn it off.
I promised on everything. I had it on.
Marissa making promises are likely attempts to bolster her lies. Having gathered all of the relevant information at the apartment, Marissa is officially arrested and spends the rest of the night in jail. Although it seemed Marissa was telling detectives everything she knew about Benson's death, his autopsy came back with shocking results, prompting Captain Graham and Detective Holtz to bring Marissa in for one more interview.
Results?
There you go. Hi. Hey.
Well, as we discussed the other night, I attended the autopsy, so I just wanted to follow up with you and give you some information regarding that. So, but I have to review rights again and things of the but
This room setup is not ideal for an interrogation, as there's a huge table between Marissa and the detectives. It would be better if there was no table at all, so that the detectives could observe Marissa's entire nonverbal communication, instead of having half of her body being hidden from view.
I can say, without a doubt, that what you're telling me is not true. He's got very severe injuries to his head.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I'd like to give you an opportunity
Yeah,
to explain yourself.
I promise you I did not do nothing to him. Promise.
That's why I asked you if you fell.
No, he did not fall.
Did he roll and someone just a little bit close?
Not that I've seen. I did not do anything to him.
Marissa uses a qualification phrase when she says, "Not that I seen," which gives her an escape in the future, allowing her to blame her faulty memory or say that she didn't see what had actually happened.
Based upon what the doctor saw, and so is that the child did not die as a result of not being free. And I'm hoping that, based upon your relationship with Heather, and based upon the genuine love that I know that you have for children, it's important that Heather knows what.
Yeah, I didn't do anything to him.
Because something happened in that apartment, and we're the only adult.
I know.
Based upon what you're telling me, it couldn't have been Adam. Couldn't have been.
Yeah.
Or could it?
No.
But Adam came back at some point, and you've seen, and we've seen Adam, when upset, really at the snap of a finger. And are you sure that you didn't do something to him?
I'm sure.
Thing is, Marissa, is that
Oh, Beardo. I've gotten 3 briefcase and 1 hard case. But in a very long span of hours in between, not like a good, output within an hour. But it's alright. And I'm never gonna pass this homescape level. Pissing me off.
As Marissa gets emotional for the first time,
I'm not sure, honestly. So I found 3 briefcases within the 30 minutes in this area. And then the Loctite case was like up near the plane, but I haven't found anything there after.
Marissa seemed to be avoiding the word kill, instead saying that she didn't do anything. Sometimes these non-specific statements are used by deceptive individuals because it allows them to dance around having to be more specific. An innocent person is more likely to be straightforward and use necessary language because they want to ensure it's clear what they're denying. A deceptive person may prefer to avoid using such explicit language because it means they will have to look the detectives in the eye and lie.
Something happened, and it may have been
Yeah, I am.
It may have been a fall.
It's because once I get a hard case or a briefcase, I don't leave the spot. Because I don't want to spend hours looking for a hotspot that might not even be a hotspot at all. when I have already looked for a case here, you know?
And you were taking care of him. And it's important for Heather. It's important for you. And it's gonna look better for you, quite frankly, if you and this is your one opportunity. I could never do anything like that with any kid. That's why I don't want to think that it was intentional. If it was an accident.
Honestly, you have maybe more than I can imagine. A lot going on. You know, you have this other case that was out there, which is a felony offense, and it's pretty serious. And you have other children that have been taken away, and you're on the road to recovering from some drug addiction, and sometimes the weights of life can become too much to bear, and you see yourself acting without even thinking, just reacting in ways that are outside of your character. And I wonder if something like that happened on Thursday, where, extra fussy because he's got some sores and just not receiving food well, and something like that.
No, I would never. I could never. I love kids way too much. I could never. No. I hear you say that, and I want to believe you, like I said, but there has to be an explanation, and it's not what you told us.
Suspects may be more willing to confess if they feel like the detective truly understands them and their situation. Graham and Holtz are both doing a really good job of relating to Marissa and being empathetic. In the Reed technique, it's important for investigators to appear non-judgmental, as that creates a dynamic in which the suspect may be more likely to open up.
I don't know what happened. Like I said, he fall. Not when I was around. He didn't fall. You were the only one there, right? I know. Yes. Hurt badly. I want to believe that it was an accident and you're not a monster. You're not a monster. Explain. Well, then it must have been an accident. Like I said, I just fed him, burnt him, changed him, put him in the thing. What did his head? He didn't hit his head. He hit his head. I don't know how he would have hit his head. Who could have hit him in the head? I don't know. Could he have fallen? I'm asking you. No, I was around. I mean, he didn't just fall without anybody around and nobody noticing and then put himself back in his happy place. You have this one opportunity to explain why.
By increasing her proximity to Marissa, Detective Holtz is increasing the pressure for her to confess.
I don't know, maybe on the couch near the blanket.
Sort of like the hard part of the couch, like the arm.
The arm? Or like the arm part. I don't know.
So as you were sitting him down, was it hard as...
Maybe.
Knock his head a little bit?
I'm never gonna pass this level. Holy. Oh god.
Show me how I'm sorry. I don't know, I just put him on the couch. Well, a child will be in a hiding position. Yeah. Okay. I need you to, if you're gonna tell me the truth, I need it to be 100%. Right. I'm gonna let you talk. Tell me that. Oh, maybe the couch arm or maybe the playpen, I don't know. What would you do now? Just like that. No, I can never do that. Interesting statement. Did you fall? No, I could never. Gently placing it on the couch.
Neither Holtz nor Graham have suggested that Benson could have been thrown, so it's highly suspicious that Marissa suddenly introduces this new idea.
Throw?
When new language is introduced by the suspect, such as what Marissa has just done here, Detectives will likely see it as a big red flag that the suspect has been hiding something. Marissa is still refusing to tell Detective Holtz the truth, so Holtz decides to play into Marissa's emotions and ask her how she would feel if it was her own child who died.
Think of how terrible that would be. I know, and not knowing what this last second was like. Please help me bring that to Heather. You're not. Please. As a mother, she deserves to know what happened. And this is your last chance to tell me the truth. Otherwise, I am lost to walk out here and tell Heather. But apparently Melissa is a monster. No. She can't even explain what she did. Even if it was an accident, please. You have to help me tell Heather.
After this desperate emotional appeal from Detective Holtz, Marissa sits in complete silence for nearly 2 minutes before finally opening up a bit. During this long pause, Marissa is likely trying to decide what she's going to say. Should she stick with her story about how she doesn't know? Should she confess the truth? Or should she admit to something in between? She may be weighing the pros and cons of each option in her head. Most people care what others think of them, at least to some extent. So hearing the detective say that you will be thought of as a monster may help motivate Marissa to tell the truth.
I don't know, maybe I put him down too hard.
Oh my god, one more. No! You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna use the points. Fuck it. I don't want this anymore. Jesus Christ. Ugh. It's always the pink levels.
Give me the playpen. What's your playpen? Your guys is the one you guys have. There's only I could think of.
How many times? Once? Twice? Okay.
Once? The only thing I could think of, I could never. I could never. So I don't know, I promise. I'm
saying I could never, but you know what? You did. You did.
I did not.
That child had multiple injuries to his head. Not one time, and it's not from a playpen.
I don't know where he could have got it from. I did not do it. On everything. No, you do the truth.
No, you're not.
Did you just call it an it?
Yes, I am.
Absolutely not. Unless it was harder. But it is not harder. And could it have happened more than one time?
Yeah, no.
Because it's more than one time.
Just one.
But was it harder than that?
I don't know. I didn't think so.
And when you did that, did you stop breathing?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
That's pretty significant. I don't remember the child died, but
When a suspect claims to have a memory failure, such as claiming not to remember such a major detail, this can be a sign of deception. Marissa saying that she can't recall if Benson died right after she put him down roughly is a major red flag, as most people would remember such a significant event.
How were you holding on to him?
What do you mean?
Were you holding on to his midsection and putting him down? How did you?
I put him in there, in the midsection.
On his back or on his butt?
I held him and put him in there.
Did you let him go? Like, was it like this, and then you just let him go and so he kind of fell as well, or did you have hold of him and he went like this, or was it
Yeah, I think so.
It was like this.
Yeah.
And then he. Then you take him. This is the packet plate. And you just throw him in the packet. Was it like a foot or two drop?
I don't know, my foot or whatever.
Well, if you're standing, this is the vacuum plate, top of the vacuum plate, and you're standing right here. Was it from up here?
What the fuck?
Yeah, like my, yeah.
The packet plate that you showed us is one of those that has like an insert where it's up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure it was that pack and play or was it the one in the spare room?
No, it's that one. And it has the mat on the sink.
So you were above the pack and play and dropped them. With force? Like, could it have been a throw?
I don't think so.
You're frustrated.
Right.
I get it. Throw. You tell me. Okay? I need you to prove that you're being honest with me. What I want you to do is tell me exactly what you did. And if it matches up with the injuries that I saw, then I know that we've got a caring person here who is sorry for what she did.
I am. I'm frustrated. Sorry.
In that frustration, go and sit in your bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
The pack and play is right there next to the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And were you standing right next to the pack and play? Were you standing by the door and just threw him in there?
Standing next to the pack and play.
Like, were your thighs touching the pack and play like this, or was the pack and play like that far away? And you just,
Oh, no, not like that.
so,
Yeah.
can you show me?
Man. Man, just feel bad.
Just throw him in.
Mm-hmm.
Was it with all your force, all your strength? You just threw him in there?
I don't know. I think so.
You think so? So you, with all your force, you say that as hard as you could.
Not really as hard, but
Hard enough.
Marissa is still vague in her description, but Graham getting up is important here because it makes Marissa have to demonstrate what she did. Graham clearly dramatized the throw from a very far distance, which forced Marissa to have to clarify that she didn't throw Benson from such a far off distance, but she did, in fact, throw him.
Did he cry? Is that what you're saying? Or did he stop crying?
he just cried for a couple minutes,
And then what else happened?
and that was it.
Saw multiple injuries.
Yeah, I promise you, I do not know where he got the injuries. Promise.
Did you grab him by hand, by a foot?
Oh.
That's why I asked Marissa, how were you holding him when you threw him into the pack and play? Because he has some other injuries.
Right.
I said he has some broken bones.
He did.
I don't think he must have moved that hard.
Did he tumble a little bit when you threw him in the pack and play? Like, did he roll? Because I could see if you're walking down the hallway, you come in the room, you're a little upset and frustrated, you throw him like that. I could see that he might tumble a little bit in the pack and play and maybe get lodged up against something. I wasn't there, Marissa, so help me understand in my mind what happened.
I know.
What happened?
I was just frustrated and threw him in the pack and play.
And what did you see happen when he landed in the pack and play? And what happened to his body?
Mm-hmm.
Did he just stay in one position, or did he roll, or?
I think he hit the side, but that's about it.
What part of him hit the side?
His head.
And was it the corner where it's hard, or was it?
Yeah, it was the corner.
Which corner?
I don't know. One of the corners.
So was he kind of just curled up in the corner?
I don't think so. I think maybe his head was down.
So you throw him in. He tumbles into the corner of the pack and play. Is he face down at that point, or is he face up, or is he to the side?
His face down.
Good. So you throw him down on his back, tumbles a little bit into the corner of the pack and play, and his face is down.
Mm-hmm.
Then do you pick him up again and throw him down, or what do you do?
No.
What do you do?
I just picked him up and put him in the middle.
Even while she confesses to throwing him into the pack and play and then rearranging his body, Marissa doesn't appear to have any remorse for what she did to Benson.
You throw him in there. He tumbles into the corner. You had said that he cried for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Now you're saying, now, well, did you stand there for a couple minutes? And just...
Well, maybe not a couple minutes. Maybe a minute or less. Did you stay in the room with them or go out? Before you put on back on his stomach? I stayed in the room. And just looked at him while he was crying. Yeah.
Maybe you were in shock. Like, what did I just do? This couple minutes thing is confusing me here.
Oh, I was in shock of what just happened to him, what I did to him. I was frustrated.
You were frustrated, and what shocked you was the fact that you threw him into the pack and play very hard. Maybe not with all of your strength, but you were really frustrated. And he tumbles into the corner, maybe hits his head on the corner, and then you stand there and he cries for a little bit.
No, I just cried for a couple seconds. Then I'm in the middle.
And then you take him from the corner, he's no longer crying, and you just set him face down.
Why'd you move him if he wasn't crying? I'm scared. Was he dead at that point? Yeah. Oh no. Well, he wasn't doing anything? Yeah, so was.
Did you try to do something to bring him back to life?
Try blowing in his mouth because that's all I know what to do.
Okay. Because I could see you trying to undo what had just happened, right?
Yeah, I tried.
And that tells me a little bit about who you are, Marissa. That, yeah, I made a mistake here, but I don't want this child to die.
Right. If I would have known if I do speak fire, I would have done it. But it's flew in his mouth. I don't know how to do speak out.
Although Marissa now claims to have tried to revive Benson, she laughed and denied trying to revive him at all.
No, I don't know how to do it. No attempts to...
She laughs. What a heartless bitch.
Really.
Oh,
you see if there's anything maybe stuck in his mouth or...
This discrepancy in her story indicates that she might be pretending to have tried to save Benson's life in order to not look like a monster, since at this point, she's confessed and likely knows that she's in for some major consequences.
Thank you. I'm frustrated. I understand. And rings. I'm trying to make it right. Yeah, you did. Oh, yeah.
Although Marissa is sobbing, this may be in response to the consequences of her actions, which she knows are coming, not for what she did.
I was scared to call 911. Because Adam wasn't there, and I had the other kids. Yeah, so I was scared.
The reason she didn't call 911 is likely selfish. She was afraid of being apprehended. She may have thought that the best option was to cover up the crime, even going so far as to keep the secret from her boyfriend.
You're gonna get high. That's the problem. I'm not making it higher. I have corporate papers right here November 3rd. No. I'm sorry, I was scared and frustrated. But you get frustrated too with them. Yeah, she even said that.
Every parent gets frustrated.
That's what's gonna happen. Again, eventually, down the line, you're gonna face charges to make you again. So long, so much. I don't know. That came to happen. We can talk through this with the different examples.
I mean, you have to know that there's consequences. I understand you're sorry, and that does mean a lot. But we need to make sure it's not happening. Do you have any other questions?
Once again, Marissa shows that she's putting herself first by asking for a lower bond. She also appears to be surprised to find out that she will be charged. It's almost as if she expected that if she just said sorry, they would let her go. Marissa is failing to see the seriousness of the crime and even attempts to deflect responsibility from herself to Heather. While sitting in jail awaiting trial, Marissa began to form relationships with a variety of pen pals, promising that she would love them, be physically intimate with them, and move in with them after prison, in exchange for these pen pals giving her money. In a report written by Detective Holtz, it was noted that Marissa was especially good at manipulating people, and was able to juggle all of these relationships while also manipulating Adam into believing that she wasn't cheating on him, so he would also give her money. Marissa also occupied her time in jail by begging the judge to give her a lighter bail. A letter to the judge written by Marissa reads, "This Marissa Teetsort, and I want a bond reduction because this is crazy that don't get half signature bond and lowered, like really I'm not a monster or whatever. I love kids and I'm a mom to 5 kids, plus I'm pregnant now with my 6th kid." That's right, not only does she not grasp the severity of her crime against Benson, but she tries to claim that she's a loving and successful mother to her children, even though most of those children were removed from her care. According to Detective Holtz, Marissa believed she would be getting a light sentence for Benson's murder, as she and her attorney were planning on claiming that she wasn't guilty due to brain damage caused by her extended substance abuse. Things didn't go the way Marissa had hoped, however, and she was instead sentenced to 37 years for Benson's death, and another 3 years for the injuries caused to the child who had supposedly fallen off her couch just 2 months prior to Benson's death.
Well.
The last thing I told Amber was, stay with your little brother and you'll come right back.
This is 9-year-old Amber Hagerman, living a happy life with her mother Donna and her little brother Ricky. A camera crew is following the family on little Amber's 9th birthday. The moments are captured for a documentary that will never be released. But the most disturbing thing about this footage is it was filmed just weeks before her abduction. These will become the last images of Amber Hagerman, the little girl whose name the world has come to know every time we hear an Amber Alert.
Hey, here she is. Got her. We got her.
9-year-old Amber Hagerman, abducted in broad daylight as she was riding her bike. Her tragic story captured the nation's attention and changed the lives of thousands of children. But even if her case remained unsolved for 25 years, her mother vowed that Amber's death would not be in vain.
Amber desperately needs justice. I'm not gonna give up on her. Never.
It's January 13th, 1996. In the city of Arlington,
Yeah,
Texas,
Berto,
Amber
it's
is over at her
so
grandparents'
interesting
house
to
with
watch these
Donna, her mother, and her
documentaries.
little
Like, I'm
brother, Ricky.
addicted.
At 3:10 p.m., Amber grabs her bike and heads out on
The more
Highland
you
Drive
know.
with her brother in tow. Before she leaves, she's told to go no further than the street block.
The last thing I told Amber was, stay with your little brother and you'll come right back. She was riding her bicycle. She turns around and she said, okay, Mommy, I love you.
3 minutes later, at 3:13 p.m., Ricky sees that his sister is going further than she's supposed to. He then decides to turn around and head home, leaving Amber by herself. When Ricky arrives alone, his mother Donna begins to worry. She and her father go out right away, looking desperately for little Amber. When last Ricky saw her, she was no further than the corner store, 2 blocks away.
I went screaming, hoping that she would hear me, that she would come home.
All right, I'll let you know.
She was gone.
Amber is nowhere to be found, but one man saw exactly what happened and called 911.
I would have died of boredom if I didn't watch these things.
All
I seen that little girl over there playing up and down there, and he run up behind her and grabbed her. He turned around and come right back to here where his truck was, where the door was open, and put her in his truck.
Right away, the police send a unit on site where Amber was abducted, while a search is launched around the neighborhood.
Tonight, we had some information to be on the lookout for a black pickup truck. Officers were following every black pickup truck that moved in the city.
But every second is crucial, as the driver could be getting further and further away from the crime scene. At the same time, Donna contacts friends and family to pass out flyers with Amber's picture on it. As neighbors become aware of the kidnapping, the search party grows in size, and more volunteers join in. So many people just wanting to help start showing up at the house that they begin to fear maybe the man who took Amber could have walked in and no one would know. As the hours pass, Donna is terrified at the possibility that Amber may never be found.
If you haven't found them within 24 hours, they're more than likely dead.
I just stood outside, just constantly waiting and waiting and waiting. The police told me I had to go inside because all the media and everybody's starting to come.
But Donna and her family see the media coverage as an opportunity to get the public involved. If everyone sees Amber's picture, there would be more chances of someone coming forward with information.
We want her back.
Beg you, don't harm my little girl.
The search in the immediate area does go on, although police say the reality is, if this alleged kidnapper was in that pickup truck, he could have driven off and be long gone by now.
January 14th, one day after Amber's abduction, police are following hundreds of leads, but no progress is made.
Can you describe this guy to me? What kind of truck is it?
Donna is losing hope. She feels powerless to help her daughter, but she knows she can't give up. Police have a unit assigned to Amber's case and work tirelessly around the clock to find her. But as the days pass, the media coverage decreases, and less volunteers come in for the search. More than 72 hours after the abduction, people are starting to think that the kidnapper has taken Amber far away, in another state. And the questions on everyone's mind remain: who could have done this, and why Amber? Just 7 weeks before the abduction, Amber is being filmed by a documentary crew following her mother's every step.
You're doing these stamps, and you have.
Why is she being documented though?
In just a few days, it will be Amber's 9th birthday, but for now, she's focused on school.
I had to get A on a row, A, B on a row, and I had to do good things in the class and help.
So you make good grades?
Mm-hmm. And there were stories. How many students? 12.
The smart little girl also does her best to help her mother around the house. The mother and daughter share a special bond, one the camera crew captures on many occasions.
Look, Mom, I made this for you.
Thank you, that's pretty. Dear Mom, this is for you that I made at school. I love you a lot. Love, Amber.
The camera crew is filming Donna for a documentary on welfare reform, but in a twisted turn of fate, these became the last images of Amber.
Wow, that's bizarre. Just getting documented for that and then gets kidnapped? Next thing you know. Dude.
The footage of her 9th birthday is now heartbreaking to watch. Nothing could prepare them for what the future holds in just 7 weeks.
We interrupt this program to bring you the following News 8 special report.
We have late developments into the Channel 8 newsroom, and it is a rather ominous development in the case of 9-year-old Amber Hagerman.
January 17th, 1996, at 11:41 p.m., Arlington's dispatch receives the call everyone's been dreading. Amber's body has been found in a creek, only 4 miles from where she was kidnapped.
Apparently he was walking our dog, and he had looked over the fence and had saw something white, looked again and noticed that it was a body.
I didn't want to believe it. It's not my little girl. I want to see my little girl.
Donna is destroyed. When she rushes to see her daughter's body, Amber is in such bad shape that the police try to prevent Donna from seeing her.
They told me one thing I can't do was pick her up and hold her like a mom would her child. I wanted to hold her, but I got to hold her little hands and told her, Mommy's here now. It's okay.
It's tough.
Police today released new information they hope will provide a psychological profile of the person who killed the Arlington 9-year-old.
As the death of Amber Hagerman is broadcasted to the world, it sparks outrage in the community. With no lead on a suspect and no arrest being made, The monster who killed Amber is still out there, free to act again. Every parent now fears for their own child's safety.
What are we going to do to protect our children?
I'm terrified to let my children outside.
We're frightened. We're really scared.
The loss of Amber has broken Donna's family into pieces, and she does her best to keep a healthy home for little Ricky. The poor boy who lost his sister begins to act out, and though he doesn't quite understand what happened, he blames himself. What if he had just stayed with his sister? Would she still be here? As the police investigation moves forward, they release the killer's profile.
For
a white
someone
or
so
Hispanic
young to
male
blame
in his
themselves.
20s, with dark brown or black hair, under 6 feet in height. The Amber Hagerman Task Force also gathers as much information that could lead to an arrest as they can. While most of the forensics evidence was washed away by the rain the night she was found, here's what we know. The suspect drove out of the Winn-Dixie parking lot in his black short-bed pickup truck and took a left on East Abrams Street at around 3:15 p.m., driving away from the nearby highway. He left no fingerprints on the bike as he grabbed Amber under her arms. The witness, Jimmy Kevill, saw the scene from his backyard on Ruth Street. Police believe other witnesses might have seen this from the laundromat across the street.
We were concerned that there could be people that were there at the laundromat. If there is a witness or witnesses, we would just ask that anybody with information come forward.
4 days later, the body was found by a man named Stuart Cogger, who was walking his dog near the creek. The creek itself is well hidden, and it is likely, police say, that the killer knew the area well.
This could be the guy next door. It is our belief that he has intimate knowledge of where she was taken, either lived or worked in that area, and where she was found, because it was not an easy place to put a child.
But what's more shocking is that the creek where Amber's body is found is only 4 miles away from where she was abducted. If the man who took her came back this close to the scene of the crime, is it possible that he lived close by? Could he have used another car to drive back with her body and avoid detection? How did he go around in an area surrounded with houses in winter where there's no foliage for cover without being noticed?
We have every reason to believe that this individual may have committed this crime before.
Somewhere out there, someone knows this individual, and they have not come forward after 6 months. I can't grasp that.
We believe that the suspect kept Amber Hagerman alive for up to 48 hours after she was abducted.
Donna can only imagine what that monster did to her little girl while she was still alive. She feels powerless, wishing she could have been there to protect her. In the days and weeks that follow her death, Donna agrees to let the documentary crew film the events to tell her daughter's story. But the heartbreaking images show best how broken Donna really is.
A lot of times I want to be with her. But I have my son, and I look at his precious little face, and I couldn't do that to him. Then I think back how much a fighter she was, and I don't want to let her down. I want her to see that Mama can keep going and be strong and take care of her little brother.
Donna is understandably angry as no arrests have been made. But the one thing that could help police solve this case is information from the public. And as the days pass, police get fewer and fewer leads.
I just can't sit at home and do nothing. I have to do something.
Donna wants justice, but with no one to direct her anger towards, she needs to find a way to make sure her daughter didn't die in vain. Using her voice to bring about change, she goes on television, hoping her daughter's story will be enough to convince lawmakers to increase the sentencing for these horrible acts.
What do you want the laws to say?
We want first-time offenders life in prison without parole. Something needs to be changed, and it needs to be now.
There's no way that my daughter's death is going to be in vain.
The Subcommittee on Crime will come to order.
She also testifies in the hopes to help pass a bill to create a nationwide system that will track sex offenders.
When this man took my daughter, he took my dreams, my best friend.
Take your time, please. I know it's not easy.
Sorry. I would never ever want another mother to have to go through what I had gone through, or another child be taken away. So as a mother, I am asking you to change the laws, protect all the children.
But one thought keeps haunting Donna, something that should have been crucial in finding Amber quickly. Why did it take so long for the public to know about the abduction, valuable time that could have saved the little girl? Donna isn't the only one worried about this issue. Amber's story reached the right person at the right time and sparks an idea.
Wait, I
A
think
woman
she was
named
the start
Diana
of the
Simone,
Amber
who has
Alert.
no knowledge in broadcasting, contacts her local radio station.
She
in
was
the
the
hopes
one that
her
started the
idea
Amber
can help
Alert
save
thing.
the next
Oh,
child.
why would someone drop king crabs on the ground?
The idea is adopted and becomes
Most
the first
expensive
ever
crab.
emergency broadcast system, alerting listeners of child abductions. The system is called Amber Alert, in memory of Donna's daughter.
Amber Alerts play a critical role in finding missing children across the country.
You see it pop up on your phone. You hear the noise. A few seconds of panic.
Amber Alerts are broadcast on news programs, billboards, mobile phones, and now on social media.
It would take almost 10 years before every state adopted it.
The year is 2019, 23 years after Amber's abduction. And still, no arrest has been made in relation to Amber's case. But Donna has never given up the search for her daughter's killer. It's May 18th, just 15 miles away from where Amber was abducted. Salem Sabatka and her mother are walking down 6th Avenue in Fort Worth, Texas.
In 2019?
At 6:38 p.m., a resident's door camera captures this video of Sabatka being torn from her mother's arms.
Oh my god.
Right away, the neighbor calls the police and shares this video, which allows them to identify the car brand.
They got enough in the back of the car to really identify the type of vehicle it was.
Police launch a manhunt with
Honestly,
multiple departments sharing the video
doing
and
the same
picture of the
crime
car. 7
in
o'clock
today's
PM,
age
police find
versus
another security camera which
that
captures
time?
a clearer image of the car
We have
driving off.
cameras now.
Soon after, an Amber Alert is issued. Salem Sabatka taken by force. The alert triggers
We
a
got
massive hunt by
cameras
ordinary
now.
folks. One of them,
God.
a pastor named Jeff King, goes around the city looking for the identified car. Later that same night, Jeff finds the car in a hotel parking lot. Police rush to the scene. 2:22 a.m. This body cam captures the moment police make their intervention.
Police department, open the door! Open it! Door! Open it now! Oh, open it! Hands! Let me see your hands! Step out here! Step out! Step out! Shield. Get on the ground! Shield. One bed. One bed, man. Hey, who's she? Got her! We got her! We got her! Yes. Hey, buddy. Oh, yeah. We need an EMT. Get Cole Midstar. Yes. No, don't worry about your clothes.
Oh my gosh.
We got a towel? We got a towel? Can we cover her up? Yeah. With something? Here you go, baby. Can we get her out? Come here.
Holy.
Let's go. Come on, sweetheart.
You're okay? You safe? Gotcha.
You're gonna be okay.
I'm here to report that Salem has been found safe.
Salem Sabatka is one in more than 1,000 children who were rescued safely from an abduction because of the Amber Alert.
This is a time when social media truly was a force for good.
They become more than just the eyes and ears. They become the search parties. They become the rescuers.
Although Amber's case remains unsolved, Donna can't help but feel her daughter's presence whenever a child is found alive.
When I hear the Amber Alert and I hear their child is back reunited to their parents, you know, I look up to heaven and say, oh, you did it again, baby girl.
Almost 99% of all Amber Alert cases get resolved.
The Amber Alert, I'm very, very proud of it because it is saving our children's lives. It's helped bringing our children back to mommy and daddy. It's another legacy from my daughter that she didn't die in vain. She is still taking care of our little children as she did when she was here, and I am very, very proud of my daughter.
Amber's legacy lives on with every child rescued. And even though she's no longer with them, her mother Donna and her brother Ricky continue to make Amber proud with every step they take in life.
Richard Hagerman. Richard would like to be a policeman.
Even after all these years, Donna continues on her quest to bring justice to Amber, and she's not alone. The Arlington Police Department has followed more than 7,000 leads to this day.
They did reveal that for all of this time, they have had some small piece of evidence that they have held very close to the chest.
They do have a small amount of DNA, and they hope with new technology, they get a DNA profile and catch the killer.
Detectives come and go. Some have passed away, some have retired. But someone will always be here to carry Amber's banner. And we absolutely believe that this case will be solved.
Amber desperately needs justice. I'm not gonna give up on her. Never.
If you have any information about the 1996 abduction case of Amber Hagerman, please call the Arlington detectives at 817-575-8823.
I'm never gonna pass this level, my guy. On July 14th, On July 14th, 1995, 13-year-old Thaddeus Phillips moved into the city of Baraboo, Wisconsin. 2 weeks later, he was laying on his neighbor's bed with almost every bone in his body fractured or crushed, as he had become the latest victim of the Bone Breaker. Oh my.
He enjoyed breaking bones. He enjoyed the sound of breaking bones.
We need that. Facing up, direction should be facing.
There were 3 sheets of paper. There were 3 lists. One was called Get to Know. One was called Can Wait. And one was called Leg Thing.
What the fuck? It's fucking... Wow.
He was so calm and collected that I felt
psycho
playing a prank.
I can't believe somebody was kept in this closet. I can't believe the kid busted out of there. Can't believe he's still alive.
13-year-old Thad Phillips, kidnapped, tortured, and left for dead, was the last victim of the infamous Baraboo Bone Breaker.
The bone is being
Baraboo. I've never heard of this case.
Much greater degree.
Killing a young boy
I have
every summer
never
in the
heard
worst
of
way
this.
possible, the killer terrorized the small community for years.
What the fuck?
I don't know how else to explain it.
The Baraboo Bone
For almost
something
50 hours,
killer?
Thad Phillips survived on his own against the Bone Breaker.
In one moment, his whole world changes, and then we unleash the monster.
But when Thad learned that he wasn't his first victim, he knew he had to find a way out, a way back to his family, and in doing so, make sure that he would be his last.
Thad is a pretty straightforward kid, and he didn't want to die. So he was willing to do what it would take.
In the rural town of Baraboo, Wisconsin, after the 4th of July celebration, 14-year-old Christian Steiner went to bed early. Around 10 p.m., his father took a minute to check on him, and he was sleeping in his bed. But the following day, Chris was nowhere to be found. His parents, fearing something might have happened to him, contacted the police. Their initial thought was that he probably snuck out, as it was the 4th of July weekend after all. But after they noticed that the usually locked patio door was left open, a detective was sent to investigate their house. Within minutes, he spotted more signs of foul play, like the screen from Chris's window being cut up. On top of that, there were muddy footprints in and outside the house, of a shoe size bigger than what Chris wore. But without any other leads, the hours turned into days, until the 10th of July, when the police made a grim discovery.
We found a body floating, partially submerged. It was immediately apparent that the body was in very poor condition. There was an advanced state of decomposition. The pathologist told us that he was ruling a death by drowning, and the manner of the death he was leaving as undetermined at that point.
From then on, the small community was in a panic, and a full-fledged investigation was put in place since the initial leads were already pointing toward a potential abduction. But during the week following his disappearance, Chris's parents took it upon themselves to ask around, and one name kept coming back amongst the tattle and suppositions of their friends and neighbors: Joseph Clark, a local teenage bully with a taste for trouble.
It was all hearsay. Nobody could give me something that directly stated that, yeah, they heard from Joe Clark directly that this is what he said or this is what he did.
We were basically at a dead end. We had no further information coming in, and we had exhausted all leads.
Soon enough, the case went completely cold, and nothing major happened in Baraboo until just a little over a year later. Connie and Donald Phillips had just moved into the town with their children. Amongst them, their 13-year-old boy, Thaddeus, had just started school the week before. On July 28th, the family decided to watch a movie after dinner, and Thad fell asleep in front of the TV. Later that night, Thad was picked up by what he assumed to be his father.
And I opened up my eyes a little bit, and I'm being carried through my den in our new house, and it's nothing really new to me because my mom and dad carried me to bed when I'd fall asleep before.
Dozing off, thinking he would be tucked into bed any minute, Thad didn't realize what was happening before it was too late. When he opened his eyes, he was outside, in front of the house of one of his neighbors. Then, his abductor dropped him on the ground and asked him to follow him inside. Scared and confused, Thad obliged. Once he passed the door, he finally caught a glimpse of his abductor, and he was just a teenager, maybe around 17 or 18. Even though he was almost twice his size, Thad thought he was just a fellow kid, probably a friend of his brother, and didn't feel threatened at first. The teen asked him to follow him upstairs, and to this day, Thad still wonders why he accepted.
I don't know how to explain that. I can't explain that. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why. You know, I was looking around, he was being the nicest guy in the world, talking about models and baseball cards and football cards, and that's what I was into at the time. We were sitting on his bed. He was sitting next to me, and just all of a sudden he stood up.
At this point, his kidnapper completely shifted his mood and suddenly became enraged and frantic. He grabbed him in his arms and threw him back on the bed. He then sat down beside him and reached for his leg. Thad started kicking and fighting back as much as he could. But eventually, he grabbed a hold of his right foot and twisted it so hard that the bone snapped. In shock, Thad stopped fighting back, and his abductor took a step back. He put his hands around his face and started mumbling to himself. Realizing that the kidnapper was distracted, he tried to make a run for it.
Kind of looked away, and as soon as he looked away, I got up and ran as fast as I could down the stairs. Can't run very fast with a broken ankle. But I got down the stairs and through his living room, into the kitchen before he finally caught up with me and got behind me and put me in a hole, dragged me back into his living room.
And this is when he learned the extent of his abductor's brutality as he went on to break his right leg femur and hip bone. This sent Thad reeling in pain and he passed out. When he came back to himself, the kidnapper was sitting beside him. Acting calmly and friendly again, he began talking to him, explaining that he always had a fascination with bones. He then lay down on the couch and told him to get some sleep. But Thad didn't lose a minute. After the teenager fell asleep, he started to look around, searching for something he could defend himself with, but the house was mostly empty. The only things he had at hand were piles of trash, moldy leftovers, and dirty clothes. So he tried to get off the couch, but this is when the pain really kicked in, sending his entire body into tremors. And that's how he spent the remainder of the night, paralyzed by pain and fear, with his eyes wide open, waiting.
A little bit of me maybe thought that maybe he was going to let me go that next morning, but that was never his intention. I was pretty much sure there was people like that in the world. I just didn't think they'd live half a mile away from me.
The next morning, when he asked him if he could call his parents, his abductor immediately told him yes. When he handed him the phone, he frantically started to dial his parents' number. He then pulled it next to his ear, waiting breathlessly for the line to pick up. But when he heard the teenager giggle in the corner of the room, his high hope fell crashing down. He cut the phone cord before handing it to Thad. He was resentful, but knew better than to make him angry. So instead, he tried to befriend him, to buy himself some time and fend off the next attack.
That's exactly what I was trying to do, is to talk to him, maybe kind of be friends with him so he wouldn't want to hurt me no more. I was just hoping to hear a knock on the door, maybe my dad at the door, but that never happened. Not his fault. How was he supposed to know?
And his strategy worked for a while, but after they spent around 2 hours in the living room watching TV, the kidnapper turned around and riveted his eyes on Thad. He recognized that stare. It was the same unprovoked, enraged look he had in his eyes the day prior. The teen then picked him up and carried him upstairs, where he repeated yesterday's ordeal, but this time with his left leg. When he heard the bone snap, a rush of adrenaline filled Thad's body. during which he was able to lift his upper body
Ugh.
up to his attacker's level.
I was punching him in the back, and he turned around and put a pillow over my face and told me that if I didn't stop fighting, he's gonna break my back or my neck. I was trying to slow it down. Everything was just happening so fast. I didn't want a broken neck or broken back. I just basically did what he wanted me to do. I just wanted to get out of that house and back to mine.
After the attack, his abductor started to act differently. Up to that point, he would either be friendly or completely out of his mind with anger, but he had a third side to his
Because, like I said,
one that he hadn't shown
I'm
before.
interested
He
in
told
true
that As
crime.
much as he liked to break bones, he loved to try and fix
I'm
them
interested
even
in
more.
true
So
crime
he gathered a bunch
shows
of elastic bandages he had
and
laying around, and then pulled
a lot
out
of
drawer
other
filled to
things
the
I like
brim
to
with
read.
brand new white socks.
I don't like fictionalized
Childlike
crime
almost,
because it's
fascination.
I don't know.
with
It's just
making him
you know
right, so then he could just
makes you think.
again
How
continue
can these
to
people
torture.
do these
He had
things? You
that,
know.
forgive the term, captive audience for as long as he wanted. Fun is in making.
Pero, if you don't want to listen, why are you
Brace
here?
bandages around my legs. He had these leg braces from hospital or something. I don't know. He's putting those on me.
GBGBs. Honestly,
He had
this
socks,
channel,
layers
I
and
just
layers of
discovered this
socks on
channel,
my feet.
and
I had
dude, it's
just
literally
perfect
like a
every
true crime
single sock.
documentary. I usually watch Kendall Ray and Coffee
As the day
House,
went on,
and they
alternating
also
between
describe it
torture
pretty
and healing
good,
sessions,
but
his
they
abductor
censor it a
eventually told
lot
him that he
more.
would be going out for the evening. When he left to get ready, Thad noticed something
This
strange.
one has a few,
Down the
you know,
stairs, maybe in the
has a
kitchen,
few,
his kidnapper was talking to someone, and he kept listening for any
like,
signs
sceneries
pointing towards
as
someone else
well.
being in the house. But he heard nothing, so Thad deduced that there was probably a phone somewhere. His mind was now set. He had to find a way
I
to
know.
access that phone, no matter how. But somehow, his abductor knew something was up and did his worst to dissuade Thad
But I
from
like
even trying
I
to
like
escape.
true crime
Before he
documentaries,
left
especially
Saturday night, he made sure that he
right.
busted me up pretty.
especially with the vintage ones. Like I once asked, like, what's more scarier, serial killers or crime, basically general crime, made in the past or today? Because, you know, internet has greatly affected the way crime is done. Like, there's less, like, notorious serial killers now. And also robberies, because there's, like, cameras everywhere. But then again, internet can also induce crime for attention. But if you listen to true crime back then, where there were no cameras, no internet, nothing, it's very sinister. It's scary, you know, the way, like, serial killers were back then. Like, they would go on a crime spree, you know? And it's just basically the unknown of what happened. So I don't know, like, both are equally just as scary. Except today, because there's so much cameras around, like, in a neighborhood, it's less likely. That's why with the Amber Alert, like, you could see the literal difference of how in the past it was easily gotten away to murder, you know, a child, unsuspected. Like, yes, there were witnesses, but nobody can, you know, really remember, or they didn't pay attention. And then 2019, the literal difference of today's society, having cameras all over the fucking neighborhood, and they spot the car that took the child, and it's just a lot more info going around, and more resources in saving or identifying. Yeah, I've always been interested in true crime stories. Like, it's just the, what do you call it? The fact that these killers, the way they think the way they do, you know, it's bizarre, it's fascinating, and you wonder how and why, you know? Now, don't get me wrong, fiction crime is also pretty good. Like, I love the plot. Depending on the plots, I love them as well. Like Jigsaw Saw, for example. I watched all of that. The mind games on that. what was the other one? Hannibal Lecter, you know, that type. Yeah, like they were pretty, like I used to watch a lot of CSI, a lot of those fiction crimes as well. Reagan! Dude, honestly, like I remember when I was talking to a coworker, because they were also interested in true crime, you know? And, you know, like, it's interesting, because, like, a lot of these criminals are also stupid. I can tell you that, very stupid. Like the story with the Chinese couple that got rid of their daughter and stuffed her in a bin in the wall, and then proceeded to call authorities about their missing daughter, only for it to be backfired on them because then the police went and searched their restaurant and found the body. Like, you know, if they had just not called the authorities and had just told customers, oh, my daughter is with my, you know, with the grandmother in China, and then probably in the middle of the night maybe get rid of the body some place, I don't know, then do you think they would have been caught? Like, not caught, you know? What do you guys think? Like, honestly, the way they literally called the authorities and made it such a big deal, waste of resources on people trying to search for a daughter that they decided to get rid of and stuff in their own restaurant. Like, that's bizarre. Sometimes you don't really get what, you know, these criminals are thinking. Sometimes there's very stupid ways of going about how they're trying to hide their crime. Dude, there's a lot, you know. But no, I'm too much of a, I care too much to, you know, if hello, I barely do any crime in this city. You think I'm gonna be doing crime IRL? Like, even robbing a bank, I'm like, you know, not really into it, you know? You guys are so funny. But honestly, if I ever, you know, basically my coworker, the one that was listening in on the side, was like, what the fuck? These girls are talking about, you know, murder and yada yada, and how they would have done it, how they would have gone about it instead. Like, it made my coworker scared. But yeah, it's just, I've never, like, this channel, I've never heard of these ones. These were like back in the day, like in 1990s, like early 1990s to 2000. That's when I was, what, I was still a kid. I was like a kid, you know. I was probably 12. Yeah, around there. Oh man.
Be good so that I wouldn't try to leave. I thought if I didn't get out of here yet, I was gonna die. But I knew that wasn't gonna happen. I was gonna get out of there.
Once he heard him go outside, he crawled down the bed and dragged his body up to the staircase. Then, he tried to slide in his legs first, the same way a toddler would do, but the pain was so intense that he had to give up, and he knew there was only one way down.
I threw myself down the stairs and I dragged myself in the living room. And this took, I don't know how many hours it took, but I kept passing it and out and out. And I got almost to the kitchen doorway right before it, and then he came in with his girlfriend. And I'm thinking, be smart, you know, don't make him mad. So I'm laying there and I'm listening and I'm being quiet as hell. They're in there talking and kissing, I can hear him and stuff, and she leaves. And he comes walking in the living room and his eyes just bulged out of his head to see me down there like that.
As this was going on, Thad's parents, Connie and Donald Phillips, started to get worried about his disappearance. From the early morning, mere hours after his kidnapping, to late in the evening, they searched the whole town and the surrounding area for their son.
We drove around and looked around. We went out to the river, and I searched the fairgrounds.
Just, there was no Thad. My son was gone.
They did their best to find him on their own, but it was a fair weekend and thought that maybe he was just out with some friends somewhere. There were no signs of foul play in their house. The only weird thing they noticed was that the light in the kitchen was left on, and usually they turned it off before going to bed. But in retrospect, Donald admits that he committed one crucial mistake.
I just never thought to check house to house, because we didn't know any of the neighbors right close, so if I would have, I would have probably found him before he was hurt as bad as he was.
On Sunday morning, 24 hours after their son's disappearance, they finally accepted the dire reality. Their son was gone, so they filed a missing person report with the county police. Officers received the order to keep an eye out, but with no evidence to be found in the Phillips house, there wasn't much they could do, so they had to send them home and told them to stay close to the phone.
I was looking out the windows, waiting for the phone to ring. Just couldn't believe what was going on, what was going on. I didn't know what to think. I just wanted to hear from him. It was just hell.
That same day, Thad woke up late in the morning. The first thing he thought of was what his abductor told him the night before, that what he went through so far was only a warm-up, and that soon enough, he would have to pay for attempting to escape.
He's really trying to do some damage now because of what I did the night before. I almost got away. He's jumping on my legs with his knees, and I was just trying to talk to him and keep him away from me, stop from busting my legs up some more. And I asked him if he'd done this to anybody else, and he said, yeah.
Probably assuming that Thad wouldn't survive another day under his watch, he told him the names of some of his past victims, but then his eyes filled up with rage.
Thad just shut down and blocked in his mind what was going on, and all he was focused on was surviving. What did he have left? He had his mind.
He was waiting for his girlfriend to come, and I knew this. I don't know how I knew. Can't remember how I knew. And I'd say, oh, I can hear something. He'd jump up, he'd go run over to another window and go look out. Oh, she wasn't there.
Unbeknownst to Thad, the internal damage done by the repeated fractures and displacement of his bones caused internal bleeding to build up inside his legs. This condition can rapidly become deadly if left unchecked, so Thad continued to pretend he heard her arrive to create some moments of respite in between the attacks. This stalled his attacker until he actually heard her coming into the driveway. So he grabbed him and locked him up in a closet. Trapped, Thad was out of options. After an hour or so, he noticed how the pain in his legs kept getting worse and worse. He needed to find a way out of the closet, so he started looking around at the piles of trash and junk surrounding him.
I wanted to get out of the closet to get back down the stairs to that phone. I started looking around and digging through stuff, and I found an old wooden electric guitar. I busted a panel off the door and was able to unlock it. And I remember when I busted the panel off the door, first thing that went through my head was, oh, you busted the door. No hesitation about making a break for it.
From this point on, Thad knew what he needed to do. He repeated the same exact step he did the day before. But this time, with absolutely no hesitation, even when he had to face the staircase again, he went all in, knowing this was probably his last chance at survival.
Pulled myself out, threw myself down the stairs again, moved myself a foot, pass out, moved myself a foot, pass out. Finally, I'm into the kitchen.
Luckily for me, he had a big, long, windy cord on the phone that hung way low. I jiggled the cord real hard, and had the receiver come down. Luckily for me, thing was the buttons were on the phone down here instead of up there, so I was able to call 911.
I'm gonna call the kid. He's kidnapped. He's in the house on Highway U. Both his legs are broken and his ankle. Yeah, better not be a joke. I'm sorry to that. He said, no, he said, just get me out of here as soon as you can.
Minutes later, the police arrived at the house.
Okay, the officers are there. Hold on. Stay on with me, though, okay?
I don't know. I don't not really think so. I'm just here because I found a few cases. So
I can't believe the kid busted out of there. Can't believe he's still alive.
In the ambulance, Thad was informed that, due to internal bleeding, he would have died in about 2 hours if his injuries would have been left unchecked. Once at the hospital, he was reunited with his parents. And the first thing Thad told them was that he wasn't the first of his victims.
I couldn't remember.
I'm not sure, honestly. I haven't found a case in quite a while.
So me and my dad were flipping through the phone book, And he's reading off all the S last names, and he said Steiner, and I said, yep, that's it. That's the one.
Later that night, police arrested a suspect in a bar, 18-year-old Joseph Clark, the same person they suspected to be involved in the murder of Chris Steiner about a year earlier. Following this event, his case was reopened and his body was exhumed so the police could produce x-rays of his legs.
This would be Thad and this would be Chris. These two fractures have almost identical mechanisms of injury in the sense that the bone is being bent this way, and that's what we see here, but to a much greater degree.
Due to the reopening of Chris's case, the procedures took over a year to get to trial. During that time, Thad went through multiple surgeries as the doctors were trying to put his broken legs and hips back together. But during the entirety of his treatment, he only had one thing in mind.
I couldn't wait to get up there and testify against him. I wanted to do it. I wasn't scared at all.
At the trial, he revealed everything, starting with Joe's mention of his past victim, Chris Steiner. Then he went on to explain his own ordeal.
And what did your foot look like?
Backwards.
What do you mean backwards?
Facing up. Facing.
Joe's attorney chose to plea for an insanity defense. Under oath, Joe told the jury that he had no recollection of any of the events mentioned and that Thad broke his own bones. Bringing in psychiatric experts to ascertain that his memory loss and disillusion were signs of insanity, his defense team was caught completely off guard when Patricia Barrett pulled out a dirty school notebook from the evidence bag. This book contained proof that Joe had been lying all along.
There were 3 sheets of paper. There were 3 lists. One was called Get to Know. One was called Can Wait, and one was called Leg Thing. There were lists of boys on each of those.
This, on top of Thad's testimony and the recent discoveries made in Chris's case, provided enough evidence to find him guilty of attempted murder and kidnapping. He was originally sentenced to 100 years in prison, but a lot can happen during one sentence, and Barrett needed more if she wanted to be sure he would stay behind bars. So she asked Thad to testify against him a second time in a trial focusing solely on Chris's case. But in a grim twist of events, Joe Clark's front door neighbor, 15-year-old Michael Hibsch, went up to Thad's door and shot him twice in the back with a hunting rifle right before the trial.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Allegedly, Hibsch and Clark were good friends, and he was resentful toward Thad after the results of the trial. Chris's case. But in a grim twist of events, Joe Clark's front door neighbor, 15-year-old Michael Hibsch, went up to Thad's door and shot him twice in the back with a hunting rifle right before the trial. Allegedly, Hibsch and Clark were good friends, and he was resentful toward Thad after the results of the first trial were released to the public. But nonetheless, Thad showed up at the second trial, injured but determined to take him down.
Damn, he survived the hunting
In the end,
rifle?
Joseph Clark was sentenced to 100 years in jail, plus a life sentence without parole, and a $21 million debt towards Thad and his parents to help them pay for his costly medical bills. To Kevin Heimerl, the detective in charge of Chris's case, at only 13, Thad truly accomplished the impossible by not only surviving, but also bringing closure to Chris's family.
Unbelievably strong for that age, and to think that what he lived through over the course of one weekend is something that many people, probably even adults, would have rolled over and given up and allowed themselves to die sometime during their weekend. And to have to tell that story in front of so many people, not only once, but a second time, is remarkable. He's a true hero.
Now in his 40s, Thad got to grow up with his family, and now even has his own. But sadly, due to the complexities of his injuries, he still walks with a slight limp, a constant reminder of the
At least he can still walk.
to look death in the eyes and live to tell the tale. Even if the bone
At least
breaker
he's not
left
in a
his mark on
wheelchair.
him, he continued to move
Holy.
forward. Today, he holds the love he received from his family as the main contributor to his survival.
I was thinking about my family constantly through it.
He carries this love with him and continues spreading it as a father to his own children.
I survived because I wanted to be with my family. I didn't want to leave my family, and I know they wouldn't want to lose me.
Baraboo? Oh. Oh, what?
I have a question. Do I really have to talk about what happened this morning again?
The girl you see here is 10-year-old Robin Doan. 5 hours before this footage was recorded, Robin was sleeping in her bed at home, where she lived with her loving family. Her mother, Michelle Conrad, her stepfather, Brian, and her older brother. The transcript you're about to hear, like every single police statement presented in this video, has never been released to the public before, making this the first and only documentary about the true crime case of Lori Poland, most commonly known as the girl in the hole.
Is there anything about the car that's the same as the one that Lori got into?
The black thing?
What about the black thing?
I don't know. It's ugly and he took her pants off in front of everyone.
I know, but focus on the car, Brenda. Could this be the car that took Lori?
It is the car that took Lori.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Brenda, it's really important that you're sure. Is it the same car that took Lori?
yes, I'm sure.
Kidnapped, abused, and left for dead, 3-year-old Lori Poland was taken in broad daylight with no evidence.
That's
in
an
sight.
old
The
cop
police
car.
had to turn to the neighborhood children and their parents to gather
1983.
any
I wasn't
information
even
that could lead to
born.
the capture of the kidnapper and bring Lori back home.
Just bring her back and not hurt her, please.
Trapped 10 feet underground, the little girl was left to fend for herself, but her resilience defied any and all expectations, proving that, even at such a young age, she was already a true survivor.
I only know how to survive, and I will continue to survive.
In the small town of Sheridan, Colorado, a tight-knit community
Oh,
where everyone knows each
Colorado.
other, 3-year-old Lori Poland was playing in her
Here
parents'
we
front
go.
yard with her 5-year-old brother. It
Oh,
was
it's
a sunny
Colorado.
day, right around noon, and many people were out and about,
Look at that
enjoying the weather.
picturesque
Her father took the day off to
neighborhood.
paint their house, but it was very hot outside, and the children asked him if they could have a popsicle. There were lots of neighbors around,
Wow,
and
that's a
Lori was
nice
with her brother,
neighborhood.
so Richard Poland, her father, left them alone for a minute to go get them some. Inside, he could still see them through the window, until he turned his back and reached for the fridge.
Seconds later, my dad came back outside, like just a moment later. He looked at the curb, he looked at my brother, he looked at the curb again. My pants were on the sidewalk.
Richard, frantic about the situation, started to look around his property and went to his neighbors for help. Some reported a car stopping briefly in front of the house, but leaving just as quickly, and nobody noticed anything suspicious about Lori's whereabouts. Distraught, Richard didn't waste any more time and called the police.
911, what's your emergency?
The search for Lori became an immediate concern for the entire community. The police started a massive manhunt, going door to door in the neighborhood, interviewing anyone who had seen something. Word of the missing girl quickly spread, and the town came together to help in the search efforts. Flyers were posted all over town, and volunteers joined the search parties, scouring the nearby woods. The family was devastated, and Diane Poland, Lori's mother, made an emotional plea to the kidnapper, begging for the safe return of her daughter.
A desperate plea from the mother of Lori Poland.
Just bring her back.
It was the prototypal abduction. Before stranger danger, before Amber Alerts, before social media, there was almost no prevention being done by the government in regard to kidnapping and child abuse in 1983.
So in 1983, it was more of a crime to cause harm to an animal than it was to a child. So
What?
you had a larger sentence if you hurt an animal or killed an animal than if you did a small child.
This is how it all
Really?
happened. From Lori's perspective, the kidnapper parked in front of
Wait.
the house in a hurry and opened his passenger door. The man offered her.
So apparently back then, it was a lot worse to hurt an animal versus a small child. How come in today's society, well, yes, there's still, you know, the thing about animal neglect and yada yada, but it's not viewed as much as it did back then. Now it's, I don't know.
Her some candy, and she, being only 3 years old, was easily lured by the treat.
When he pulls up, he asks if I like candy.
Stranger danger!
And like any sugar-loving 3-year-old, I'm like, dude, yeah.
He forced her to take her pants off, snatched her, and was gone in a moment's notice. The kidnapper was well aware of the danger he had placed himself in by committing such a brazen crime in a well-populated area.
You know, the middle of the summer, it was middle of the day, you know, just a really bold move.
He knew that he had to put as much distance as possible between himself and the town in order to evade the police. This led him to drive recklessly, careening down mountain roads and twisting through the forested countryside.
He took me to the mountains in Colorado, about 20 miles west of Denver, and then he took me up to Chief Hosa exit up I-70.
Finally, he arrived at an old, abandoned outhouse set back deep into the woods. She didn't know it yet, but this was to be Lori's prison for the foreseeable future, but not before the kidnapper had his way with her.
He proceeded to severely abuse me and do a lot of pretty horrific things to me, like...
Out of respect for Lori, who was only a toddler at the time, we won't cover any more of the assault, as it is extremely graphic. When he was done, her kidnapper lifted her up and with a cruel and heartless gesture, dropped her down the outhouse's 10-foot deep toilet, right into the latrine pit. There was no way for her to see, but she could feel something was wrong with her foot after crashing down at the bottom. There, she was trapped in the dark, surrounded by filth and chemical-laced ice-cold water. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed in her mind as she started to cry in fear and pain. She had just been left to die underground.
Lori was taken while she was playing outside her home.
Without reliance on Amber Alerts or the internet, the parents turned to mainstream media to try and locate their daughter. On the first day of her disappearance, both Diane and Richard appeared on TV. They shared their story, expressing their concerns and pleading for anyone with information to come forward. Luckily, many neighbors contacted the police. One eyewitness, Paul Weaver, was particularly observant, recalling crucial details about the car involved in Lori's kidnapping.
I saw an orange Datsun sedan with black letters and strips at the bottom. It was double parked in front of my house, and about 2 minutes later, I came out of my house and the children were coming down the street saying that Lori was in that car. As I left off, I noticed the first part of the license plate number was ADV, followed by 3 numbers.
On the same day, another witness, Michael R. Fisher, also came forward with important information. His children reportedly had a concerning encounter with a suspicious man a week prior.
This came up a week before and said a man had followed them home from school and was trying to give them candy if they agreed to take their pants off. So I drove over to their school and I saw a man with shoulder-length hair and a beard. I got out of the car and said, "Hey you," and he took off running towards Bear Creek. I tried to follow him, but lost him after a while. He was about 5'8", 155 pounds, and his hair was dirty, like dishwater brown.
With a description of the car and details regarding the kidnapper's physical appearance, the police were in a good position to find the culprit. There was still hope the little girl was alive, but on that matter, they had nothing, absolutely zero information regarding her location, nor anything that could lead them there.
What happened on August 22nd, 1983 completely stopped the entire community of Colorado.
Down the hole, Lori somehow knew there was something wrong with the water. In total darkness, she could only rely on her sense of touch and smell to tell apart her surroundings, but these two were enough for her to understand that she should stay as far away as she could from the sludge. There was some sort of mound of wood and rubble over the murky water, so she stuck to it, flattening it with her arms, turning it into a kind of seat. It is at this moment that Lori recalled a memory of her mom for a second.
And I had just turned 3 and I had just gotten potty trained and I had to go to the bathroom and I was so worried that I was going to let my mom down.
Lori's worries may seem trivial now, but what she didn't know was that right above her head, years of untreated methane gas and hydrogen sulfide had accumulated in the upper layer of the pit. If she were to stand up, even for a minute, she would probably pass out, fall down the mound, and drown in the water. And the same was true for the underlying sludge. She would risk severe infection if her wounded legs came into contact with it. But even if the little girl knew better, the mound was very small, and there was no way she could fit her entire body onto it. And so, Lori let her legs hang, with her toes sometimes coming into contact with the surface of the water.
And he left me there. And he left me there to starve to death. He left me there for dead.
The following day, the police still had nothing concerning Lori, but were closing in on the culprit's identity. Investigators coming directly from the FBI joined the local police and started going door to door all around Denver in hopes of finding more information about the mysterious missing letters on the kidnapper's license plate. And, against all odds, they struck gold when they bumped into Juanita Zappa, a grandmother living in an adjacent town.
I saw the TV report, and I recognized the car. I saw it parked in front of my daughter's house on Spotwood Street in Denver. The driver was bothering my granddaughter while she was playing outside in broad daylight. My son-in-law jotted down the license plate number, and I reported it to the Littleton police a month ago. And just in case, I've written down the plate number here. ADV 627.
And right there, they had a match. After running the plate, they associated it with Robert Paul Thurrott, a local golf club groundskeeper with no criminal record. They tried to get to him, but the man wasn't home at the time, and the police had no time to waste, so they went for the closest relative they could get their hands on, his mother.
My son is a good man now, but when he was a teenager, he had some issues. The police once looked into an accusation of him inappropriately touching a young boy, but nothing was proven. I also found women's underwear in his room a few years ago, and he said it was a joke. I think this kind of behavior is common for teens, and it doesn't connect him to the Poland girl in any way.
The police didn't let that statement linger. Instead, they went directly to the facts. Robert and his car had been identified in 3 separate incidents, and in all of them, he offered children candies and asked them to take their pants off, including Lori Poland. These words resonated loudly in the room before Betty Ann continued her statement.
I never saw any signs of this kind of behavior from him, but maybe he has, like, a mental problem? I'm trying to think of something I did wrong in raising him that could have caused this. Something happened when he was very young, but I can barely remember. Maybe I failed him in some way, but I can't recall.
An unknown amount of time later, Lori's young mind was starting to fail her. She couldn't discern night from day, as minutes lasted like hours, while the pain from her now heavily infected legs kept her awake at all times.
The chemicals that were in this toilet made it up into my pelvis. My legs were completely black all the way up to my upper thigh.
But as much as the underground seemed oppressive to her, it was also her salvation. The biting cold of the latrine was nothing compared to the nighttime temperatures in the Colorado mountains. If she had been left in the forest, she wouldn't have lasted more than a night, naked in the cold. But down the pit, she managed to survive 4 days straight without food or water.
I was starving to death. Like, that's torture.
She couldn't see them, but her legs were almost black with infection, and her time was running out. With only a few hours left to live, Lori tried to reminisce about her mother, but her memory was blurry at best. How long had she been down there? Days, weeks, months. And suddenly, one clear memory came back. She remembered her mother's face, congratulating her for something she did only a few days back. But the recollection slipped from her mind almost as fast as it came in. Now all she could hear was the echo of her own cries, amplified by her buzzing fever, and nothing else. Not even the door slamming up top, nor the scream of the disturbed couple who happened to find her down at the bottom of the pit.
I was crying for my mom, and bird watchers happened to be driving by.
Cynthia and Stephen Gollin, a couple of bird watchers, were heading out to the mountain for a hike. On their way, Cynthia said she needed to go to the bathroom, so her husband turned towards the Beaverhook trailhead, remembering the old camper amenities there. As she walked in, Cynthia heard an unexpected sound. It's hard to imagine the horror she must have felt when she heard the desperate cries of a little girl coming down from the latrine. Cynthia looked down the hole, only to see the reflection of the dim light in the tearful eyes of the child.
She was in the bottom of the privy hole.
And so eventually they looked down and they said, "What are you doing here?" And I told them that I lived there. And so for me, it was my new normal. Like I literally thought I lived in the bottom of the toilet.
Stephen
You
Baker, a
lived in-
volunteer
oh,
firefighter,
wow.
was called to the scene.
What
Once
a
he
way
reached
to
the
cope.
bottom, he was able to locate the girl and checked her condition. Despite being trapped in the pit for several days without food or water, Lori was still conscious, but her legs were in very bad shape. Stephen gently lifted her out of the mound and secured her onto his harness. When they reached the top, Lori was immediately sent to the hospital. Diane, Lori's overjoyed mother, followed right behind. Once there, the situation was dire, as her mental state went from bad to worse. She was stuck in a dissociative state, suffered insomnia-induced waking nightmares, and she was absolutely terrorized by everyone, even her own parents.
Capturing the terror and relief only her parents could feel.
This is never gonna happen again.
But their reunion was cut short as doctors were faced with a difficult decision.
Her heart, lungs, and brain were failing. Her fingers, feet, and toes were turning black.
The infection was rapidly spreading, and amputation seemed to be the only option to save Lori's life. But over the course of only a few days, the child's condition improved dramatically, and, miraculously, she was able to keep both of her legs. When she was better, Lori was finally reunited with her parents for good. Tears streamed down Diane's face. It had been 4 long, agonizing days since her daughter had been taken from her, but against all odds, they were finally together. But sadly, their ordeal was far from being over. After the police finally got their hands on Robert Paul Thierrett, they turned to young Lori for information. She was asked to make a detailed statement on events her mind had already began to repress.
Dr. Richard Krugman was Lori's pediatrician at the time at the Kemp Center and shot video of this interview.
As you can probably guess, this was not only traumatic, but also very demanding for such a young child. Then, Lori was tasked with identifying her attacker from a row of people.
She was rock solid in her identification. Her body language said, "Mommy, that's him," and she sort of reeled back. She was a little scared.
Closing in on the trial, Robert's wife provided him with a forged alibi. This led the prosecution to believe that Robert might get away with it if he chose to stick with his non-guilty defense. This forced the judge to take a controversial decision. He offered Robert a diminishing plea deal.
He was then sentenced to 10 years in prison.
Instead of being charged with kidnapping, attempted murder, and sexual abuse, all charges were dropped except sexual abuse. This reduced his sentence from 48 years to only 10 years.
And so he was sentenced to 10 years in prison and was released.
Man,
after 6
I could use a
for good
move.
behavior.
The public was outraged by
I
the
am
reduced
tired
sentence,
of this
since
spot
the impact
already.
of these events on Lori's life had been long-lasting and profound. She
Why not?
experienced a range of psychological and emotional problems, such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. She also struggled with trust issues and self-esteem problems as she grew up. But proper support and care, like counseling and therapy, helped her cope with the trauma and heal from the abuse in the long run. And now that she's an adult, Lori sees it from a completely different perspective.
Do you feel like justice was served?
For me, it's not really about justice, it's more about being impactful. And every day I wake up and I just try and be impactful and try and be good in the world and prevent people from growing up and causing harm.
Justice does not help with PTSD. Justice doesn't stop the nightmares. Justice doesn't actually help the sufferer. And so I think for Lori and her story, her desire to understand the perpetrator, that actually relieves some of the pain. That allows her to develop context that she did not have at 3 years old and could not have had. So understanding becomes crucial for her to be free from the silent suffering that nobody else will ever see or know. Justice is for the witnesses more than it is for the victim.
To this day,
What
the
is
ripple
that?
effects of what happened continue. But Lori Poland, now a mother of 3, has never backed away from a fight, not only for herself, but now for all children who have been abused.
Today, she operates her own therapy practice and works alongside pediatrician Dr. Richard Krugman, who helped her through her own trauma decades ago as the co-founder of the End Child Abuse and Neglect Association, or EndCAN. Lori's work with the association has shown her that abuse is often part of a cycle of violence, with victims on both sides, as most sex offenders have a history of being abused in their own childhood. Robert Paul Thierrett's past demonstrates this, as he was abused as a child starting at age 3. Kathy, the same age Lori was when he kidnapped her.
Imagine, I've sat in a room with 250 sex offenders who shared for the first time in their lives their own lived experience of being
I've been out in oil
and
fields
how
for like
that created this anger inside
7
of them
hours.
to then
Or
amplify
actually more
them
than that.
causing harm. Again,
Been in
not to
oil fields
excuse it,
so
not
long.
to justify it, but to understand.
But I've gotten 3
Instead of
briefcases
seeking
there
punishment
and 1 hard
justice,
case.
Lori's
Like,
mission is to promote healing and understanding, recognizing that
who
every person
knows?
involved
Like,
in
I think
abuse
it's just
needs
different
support
for
and care
everyone
to
with their
heal
luck.
and move forward. Her story is truly a beacon of hope, inspiring others to turn their suffering into strength and to use their experiences to make a positive impact on the world. She wants all victims of abuse and neglect to know that their voices will always be louder than silence.
I've never met a human, no matter how atrocious their crime, that their primary need is not a matter. It's up to us to do the right thing. If we, instead of getting angry, had some semblance of understanding, not excusing, but understanding that those people matter, imagine the changes if we ensured that every human felt like they mattered.
On the night of February 19, 1997, the 911 operator for the small town of Sulphur Springs, Florida, received the most disturbing phone call. The anonymous caller claimed he...
alright. Just a moment. Let me just, I'm gonna watch that after I do some Vice stuff anyways. But yeah, I'm gonna take just a bit of a break. I'll probably get dinner sorted. It's already 6:30 for me. So I have a couple more hours until I gotta go to bed, go to work tomorrow. 6 more hard cases to go. Holy. And my boat is almost full. It's almost 1,000 kgs worth of stuff. 11 for you, Reagan. 11 for you. Me, it's 6:32 p.m. Can't believe I'm playing home skips at home though. Usually I play this game at like when I'm like having my break at work. Oh, we're gonna fix up the old shed now. Is that the new location? Yeah, it is. Dude, can you believe after this, like, so I did the first house. This is the second house. There's still a third house. So if you go to the map, there's still this that I am going to unlock. And this I'm going to unlock. It's so long. I'm already at level 2,875. I've been playing this game for like 3 years. But like on and off only, you know? It's not like a serious thing. I usually only played with it like when I'm like out and about doing something like errands, or when I'm at work on break, then I'll play. But like other than that, now we're at the shed. Then we still have all this crap to fix. All of this crap here. Oh, there's even another fucking shed in the back. What? What is this? There's another house in the back. Wait, are we fixing all of this? No way. I'll just try out the spot. Let's see. But yeah, I'm going to be in my head first. And I'm gonna just do some Vice stuff. So I'll be right back. Okay.
This footage hides the most disturbing secret. It was taken on August 12, 2000 in Vallejo, California. The girl in the window is 8-year-old Mitzi Sanchez. She looks happy in her father's arms, surrounded by friends and family. But on her birthday, Mitzi's life will take a shocking turn for the worse. 12 years earlier, Amber Swartz Garcia is playing jump rope in her front yard in Pinole, California, when she's abducted in broad daylight. After years of searching with no solid leads, the 7-year-old is presumed dead. Her body is never found. December 9, 1999, 11 years after the disappearance of Amber, 7-year-old Ziana Fairchild goes missing after witnesses saw her talking to a man at a Vallejo gas station. 1 year passes, and still Ziana is nowhere to be found.
I miss you guys.
For over 12 years, the state of California is terrorized by a serial killer targeting children. Having made 8 victims already, no one knows where he will strike next. But on August 12, 2000, 8-year-old Mitzi Sanchez will become the last victim of the serial killer. She will be forever known as the one who escaped and brought him to justice.
Vallejo police are again asking for the public's help tonight in locating a missing 8-year-old girl.
To the person who took my daughter, I don't care what they done to her, just bring her back to me. I just want to see my daughter again.
There was someone out there that was hunting children. We needed to find that person.
Missy, if you're watching, I love you. Please come home.
It's December 9th, 1999, in the quiet town of Vallejo, California. Mitzi Sanchez lives a normal life with her parents and her 3 siblings. 7:30 a.m., less than 2 miles away from where Mitzi lives, 7-year-old Ziana Fairchild disappears on her way to school. Police follow every possible lead to try and find the missing girl, to no avail. After months of investigation with the help of the FBI, the case grows cold. Ziana Fairchild is presumed dead. August 10, 2000, 8 months after the disappearance of Ziana, Mitzi Sanchez leaves for school at around 7:30 a.m. It's Mitzi's birthday, and her mother Susanna is preparing a party for her. At around 4 p.m., Mitzi's sister begins to worry that she hasn't come home from school yet and calls her mother. After reaching out to teachers and friends, Susanna understands that her daughter is missing. The entire family starts to worry, calling everyone they can to ask for help in searching for the 8-year-old girl. When police arrive, flyers are already being handed out in the neighborhood, people knocking on every door, but there's no trace of her. August 11th, 24 hours have passed since Mitzi went missing. The sheriff's department receives a phone call from a landfill worker who claims to have seen bloody clothing in one of the truck dumps. Investigators discover the cloth belonged to a Vallejo motel. They fear the worst for Mitzi and Ziana. But as the police scour the landfill, no further evidence is found. Time is running out. August 12th, 2 days since Mitzi was taken. At around 11 a.m., the sheriff's office receives a call from a man named Carl Tafwa, who says an 8-year-old girl jumped in front of his truck and says to have been kidnapped. He also has the license plate number of the car from which the girl has escaped. When police ask for the name of the girl, she says her name is Mitzi Sanchez.
She comes running to the truck saying, "Help me, I've been kidnapped from Vallejo." She was pretty frightened when she jumped in my truck. I mean, she really thought that guy was going to come and try to kill her.
With the license plate number given to police by the truck driver, the search focuses on one man, Curtis Anderson. Apparently, police know Anderson very well.
He is a 3 strikes candidate, having been convicted of theft and kidnapping.
The location where Mitzi was rescued is close to Anderson's former place of employment. According to a colleague, he came in to ask for a heavy-duty garbage bag.
So he didn't say what the garbage bag was for?
No, he didn't say anything about the garbage bag.
But what are you thinking now?
Now I'm thinking of something else.
August 12th, several hours after Mitzi's escape, Curtis Anderson is arrested. As Mitzi is brought home in the arms of her father, she's welcomed by a crowd of cheering friends and family. Although they mean to celebrate her return, Mitzi is visibly too upset.
It was a birthday party the Sanchez family and their Vallejo neighbors feared would never happen.
No one understands the nightmare she just went through. Her story begins on August 10th.
It was the day of my birthday party. I wanted to help my mom get all this stuff together, go get the cake, set up balloons, and so I didn't want to go to school. I asked my mom if I could just, stay home. But she said no, she didn't want me to miss school. She wanted to surprise me, and do her own thing. So I went to school that day.
Mitzi spends her day in class, waiting anxiously for the bell to ring.
Normally our routine was I would meet up with my brother right after school and some friends, and we would walk home together. They couldn't wait. The bell rang, and I took off.
Her house is only 6 blocks away. As her route is on one of the busiest streets in Vallejo, she doesn't think twice about leaving without her siblings, convinced that nothing will happen. When she's only 1 block away from her house, she notices a car parked down the road, with a man sitting inside, looking in her direction. At first, she doesn't make much of it.
Started to approach the car. I just had this weird, gut-wrenching feeling that something wasn't right.
She tries to ignore her feeling and walks straight forward, looking ahead.
I remember making eye contact with him through the rearview mirror.
As she gets closer, the man gets out of the driver's seat and approaches Mitzi.
He stopped me and said, "Hey, I need your help. I was in a bike accident and I broke my hip." He asked me to reach over for some duct tape that was on the floorboard of his car because he said he couldn't bend over, and so I did.
At that moment, she feels the full-grown man press his entire weight against her, trapping her. Though she tries to fight him off and scream, the man is too strong, and Mitzi is shoved inside the car.
He covered my mouth with his hand, and he shut the door behind me. I just tried grabbing the door handle and opening, and it just wouldn't open.
The man quickly drives off with Mitzi, swerving through traffic. No one can see what's going on inside the car. Mitzi stops screaming as it becomes clear no one can hear her.
As we were making that left towards the highway, I could see my home. I was that close to home. And I remember just looking at my home, wanting to be there so bad. I felt so helpless.
After driving around for a few minutes, the man turns into a hardware store parking lot. There, he hands her a bundle of clothes and forces her to change.
My thought was, whose clothes are these? It was just so awkward to me. I did, everything he said. I didn't want to make him mad, or I didn't want, I didn't want him to hurt me, so I just went along.
The man warns her, "I have a gun in the trunk. No one has ever gotten away from me, so don't even try." Then, he drives off again. When night comes, he parks the car in a rest area and carefully covers the windows with blankets and towels. Mitzi keeps thinking of a way she could escape, worried of what he might do to her, waiting for the right moment.
I noticed that there were restrooms nearby, so I asked him if I could get out and use the bathroom, and he said no.
As the man walks back into the car, he puts a chain around Mitzi's ankle and padlocks it to the gear shift. Then, he takes out a bottle of alcohol and forces her to take a shot.
I remember he started to pull out Polaroids of naked women. I remember just closing my eyes and not wanting to open them. He pulled out his Polaroid and started snapping photos. I felt so violated and helpless.
Later that night, Mitzi is awake while the man sleeps beside her. She's exhausted, but she doesn't want to close her eyes, afraid of what might happen, of what the man might do to her. Limited to the interior of the man's junky car, the little girl wonders if her family is looking for her, or if they even know she's gone. Through a small interstice, Mitzi sees a cop car patrolling the area, his lights illuminating the parking lot. She wishes she could scream out or jump out of the vehicle, but she remembers the man's words. If she tries anything, he'll kill her. A few seconds later, the cop drives off.
And I thought, this is it. I'm not going to see my family again.
August 11th, it's day number 2. That morning, the man starts to drive off around town. Mitzi is forced to sit on the floorboard, covered by a blanket. After a few minutes, the car stops at a house, and the man gets out. While he's gone, Mitzi tries to pick the lock of her chain, but soon realizes that it would be impossible for her to open it or wiggle it off. When the man comes back, he drives off again, but when he tells Mitzi where he went, her heart drops.
He had actually walked into our home asking for flyers so he could help pass them out around the city.
As time passes, Mitzi, who is denied food or water, is becoming weaker and weaker. After spending most of the day driving around, making numerous stops, the man drives into an industrial parking lot away from the city.
He unchained my leg and he made me jump over into the driver's seat, and he was standing outside of the car, and that was the moment that he raped me. My entire body went into shock. I felt helpless. I never cried in front of him. Although I was dying and breaking and falling apart inside, I wasn't going to give him that satisfaction.
Night falls. As the previous night, she forbids herself to fall asleep, too fearful of what he could do if she closes her eyes. Instead, she finds her escape in the stars, gazing at them and wishing to be home.
I didn't know what was going on at home. I just knew that I missed them. I wanted to be with them. I prayed for God to let my family know that I loved them.
The next morning, they drive out of the parking lot to his former place of work. It's around 8:10 a.m. At this point, Mitzi remembers his usual routine. He goes out to buy alcohol and cigarettes, leaving her chained up in the car for around 30 minutes. And when he comes back, she knows she'll be forced to do terrible things. This time, however, something is different.
He came back to the car, and he didn't get in this time. He opened the passenger door, leaned over me, and dropped something.
The man warns her not to look and leaves again, but Mitzi doesn't listen. She leans over to the driver's seat and sees on the floor a ring full of keys.
I sat there looking at the keys, and I saw little tiny keys that seemed like it would fit the padlock, and I picked one. It fit into the lock. And then as I twisted it, it opened. I'm in shock, like, oh my gosh. It unlocked.
Mitzi hurries out of the window of the car, but as her feet hit the floor, her knees buckle. She's too weak to run, but she can't give up now. As she walks around the car, the man sees her and screams for her to come back, but she doesn't stop. She staggers her way down the street. Mitzi can see the man start to chase after her. Cars pass by, and she tries to wave them down, begging them for help, but no one stops. Still, she continues to walk as fast as her legs can carry her. If she hesitates for just 1 second, she knows the man will kill her. As she sees a truck driving in her direction, the man is almost there. In one last attempt to escape his grasp, she jumps out in front of the truck in the middle of the road. Finally, the driver stops.
The truck driver had his window open, so I just jumped. I jumped through his window, jumped over his lap, and got into his passenger seat.
As Mitzi explains that she's been kidnapped, the truck driver looks around for the man, but he's nowhere in sight. Then, a car pulls out of the parking lot in a hurry. That's when the driver takes down his license plate and calls the police.
That was the first time that I'd felt safe again.
When Mitzi is taken to the police station, she's told that her family is on their way and that they've been worrying about her every single day, but never gave up hope.
Once I got inside, I saw my mom, and I just ran up to her and I hugged her, and we were just so emotional. It was just every emotion.
Within the next 10 hours, police have Curtis Anderson in custody. As news makes its way to the community, one thought comes up. If Mitzi escaped and the man is caught, what happened to Ziana Fairchild, the girl who went missing the year before? Is she still alive? As everyone breathes a sigh of relief for the safe return of Mitzi Sanchez, there is still no happy ending.
Although everyone was there to show their love and support, I was still not okay.
One person who can't forget about the missing girl named Ziana is Mitzi herself. She struggles with the idea that she made it out alive, but Ziana is still out there. Less than 2 weeks after her ordeal, 8-year-old Mitzi Sanchez rallies with volunteers to search for the missing child. She feels she can't rest until they find her. January 2001, police have found the remains of a child up in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Soon after, detectives confirm that the identity of the child is Ziana Fairchild. According to the investigation, Ziana was murdered the same night she was taken. Mitzi is destroyed. It's April 2001. The trial of Curtis Anderson begins, and Mitzi is called up to the witness stand.
The courtroom was packed, and I remember seeing him sitting over in his wheelchair, and I just had to get up on that stand and do what I had to do to be able to put him away.
In front of a judge and jury, and of Curtis himself, Mitzi describes in detail her entire ordeal. Everyone is shocked by her story.
On the first day of testimony, the 8-year-old kidnap victim climbed onto the witness stand and calmly pointed out the man who she said grabbed her off the street and sexually molested her for 2 days before she escaped.
As prosecutor Donna Stashen asked her one detailed question after another, the little girl clutched her teddy bear and answered in a strong, clear voice.
It made me feel really proud of Mitzi, that she went up there and pointed it out and said, he's the person that did this to me.
Because of her incredible memory and courage, Anderson is sentenced to 251 years in prison. But his taunting is not over. He confesses to the murder of another young girl 12 years prior, Amber Schwartz, who was taken from her front yard at 7 years old. In an attempt to negotiate with police, Anderson also confesses to having kidnapped and killed 13 other girls, but he refuses to give up details without accommodation.
Well, I'm not going to be inmate of the month in the cell block.
Huh?
The majority of the people in there are going to try and kill me the first chance they
Yeah,
get.
I was only going to be right back for a few.
Although her captor is behind bars, Mitzi's victory is
I wasn't
short-lived.
going.
Life becomes harder than it was before the kidnapping.
We just kind of acted like it didn't happen, and life went on.
I only had to do a little bit of something and then I came back.
At school, Mitzi gets bullied for being labeled the kidnapped girl. Kids think she loves the attention she gets on TV.
I just had a really tough time in school, and they would say horrible things. You know, you should have died when you got kidnapped.
Every time a child goes missing, Mitzi volunteers to show support and help in the search. But every time they find the missing child too late, Mitzi is crushed and spirals downwards again.
I drank and I drank and I drank. I had no tools to deal with the pain and devastation that I was feeling.
But everything changes on May 1st, 2009.
Okay.
After a night of drinking with friends, Mitzi is involved in a horrific car accident.
I flew through the windshield, broke my nose, my neck, my arm, and I was in a coma for 2 weeks.
When Mitzi wakes up, doctors tell her the news that will shift her entire world upside down. She is pregnant with a daughter.
What?
That was when my life took a turn for the better.
Carl Tafu was my hero. If it weren't for him driving down that street at that exact moment, I don't think I would be here today. I know you don't feel like a hero, but you're my hero. So good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good for you. You had my back, and you were quick thinking, and everything that you did was just on point, and I'm so grateful for you. You truly are my hero.
Now, Mitzi is a loving mother, raising her daughter alone. She says she owes it to Ziana and Amber and to other victims to make sure she makes a difference with her life. She doesn't define herself by her ordeal anymore.
We can use our trial for triumph and come out stronger. It's not meant to keep us down. I am living proof that you can be successful, you can be happy, you can live your best life.
She sees her story as a tool to help others, a way to give hope. She created the Mitzi Sanchez Foundation to fight for the recovery of missing children.
To teach children about safety is what gives me purpose in life. I get to use my story that was just so much trauma, but I get to use it for triumph.
I heard a scream coming from my sister. I heard a thud. Little.
Okay, could you describe this sound for us?
Okay. It was about this loud. And then I just panicked.
All right, now, did you get up at that time to investigate what had happened?
No, I did not.
This picture hides the most disturbing secret. It
Golden
was taken
State
on November
Killer?
8th, 1977 at Miraloma High School. 700 people are gathered to learn about the most dangerous man in Sacramento, who has already attacked 27 people. But what these people don't know is that the police believe the killer is somewhere in this picture. November 3rd, 1976, 1 year earlier, another town hall gathering takes place at Del Deo High School. A man stands up in the crowd, claiming he would kill the predator if he ever came to his house. A few months later, this man is attacked with his wife inside his home. The entire community of Sacramento lives in fear, not knowing when or where the killer will strike next. However, one young girl becomes obsessed with the case, learning everything she can about the attacks. On October 29, 1976, 13-year-old Margaret Wardlow will become the youngest victim of the East Area rapist, and her knowledge of the case will save her life.
After last night's attack, there's something new to worry about: their children.
A 29-year-old wife was raped while her tied-up husband had to listen.
Citizens began buying everything they could think of to protect themselves.
If I had a gun, I definitely would shoot him, and I would not shoot to injure. I would shoot to take care of him.
I have a gun, but I still don't feel safe being, at home alone.
The year is 1976. In the city of Carmichael, California, just outside of Sacramento, 15-year-old Chris Pedretti lives a happy life with her parents and her older sister. She spends her days free of care in one of the safest neighborhoods in the state.
I was 15. I was a kid, just a normal kid. Cartwheels in the front yard, and really not a care in the world. It was not ever even a thought that our world might be unsafe.
For now, she's still unaware that, since the month of June, there's been a growing number of attacks in her area. Women being assaulted inside their own homes. October 5th, only 3 miles away from Chris's house, a woman named Jane Carson is at home with her 3-year-old son, while her husband is away at work.
It was about 6:30 in the morning. My 3-year-old son hopped in bed with me for a snuggle. I heard the garage door close and I knew my husband had just left for work. I saw a flashlight shining down the hall, and I thought, now that's odd, and I screamed out to my husband, "What have you forgotten?" There was no answer.
The bedroom door opens. A man, wearing a ski mask and holding a butcher knife, walks towards them, blinding them with the flashlight.
So I said, "Take our money, take whatever you want." And the minute I started to say something, he would say in his clenched teeth, "Shut up or I will kill you."
The man proceeds to tie up both Jane and her son by the wrists and ankles with shoelaces. Then he gags and blindfolds them both. After ransacking the house, the man forces himself on Jane and spends the next few hours taunting her and her child. When the police are called to the scene, the man is long gone. Carol Daly is a detective put on Jane's case by the sheriff's department.
Maybe something that the man said, or something that he did to you, or something that you recall hearing.
He was a pro at making sure nobody was going to know who he was.
My hands were tied and I was blindfolded and my child was with me.
It was absolutely an obsession to be able to find out who this rapist was.
Everybody was a suspect.
Why the police can't catch the rapist and worried about their own homes being violated.
They call him the East Area Rapist. He hits homes in the same streets, same neighborhoods, sometimes just a few houses away from a previous victim. No one in Sacramento feels safe, but 15-year-old Chris Pedretti has no idea.
I certainly didn't read the newspaper, and my parents didn't discuss it, so I didn't have any clue that there was danger in our community.
December 18th, 1976, only 2 months after the attack on Jane Carson and her son, Chris is at home, alone.
That night, my parents went to a Christmas party. I went to play the piano. I heard a noise, and I stopped playing. I listened, and it was gone. And all of a sudden, there was a knife at my throat, and he pressed it hard and said, "Make a sound and I will kill you."
I froze. The brain stopped thinking at that point. I mean, I just went straight into survival mode.
Chris is blindfolded and gagged. Her wrists are bound. The man forces her out to the backyard, where he cuts off her clothes and leaves her there. She can hear him inside the house, cussing and ransacking, and all she can do is wait.
At that age, I didn't know what I was waiting for. So then he came back and took me in through the house and into my parents' bedroom, where he raped me.
I didn't know about rape. I certainly didn't know about sex. What he did to me, what he took from me, I can't ever get it back.
Just like he did to all the victims before Chris, the man taunts her, taking his time, never leaving.
So I would just move my arm, and he was right there. He was right, perched right next to me, and told me, "Do that again. Today, it'll be your last day."
After more than an hour, Chris is exhausted, tired of being afraid. She doesn't care what happens to her anymore, but she can't continue to sit there and do nothing. She rubs her blindfold off and manages to get up with her hands tied. Thankfully, the man is gone. When the police arrive, Chris is taken to the sheriff's office for a physical exam and for further questioning. The 15-year-old girl is victim number 10.
We were told the next day from my dad to never talk about it. It was such a strong order. My sister and I talked about it for the first time when I was 58 years old.
The young victim now lives in constant fear. Every man she comes across in the street could very well be the man who assaulted her. She knows there's going to be another attack. It's no longer a matter of if, it's a matter of when. When the news channels cover the next victim's story, Chris watches in horror.
There was a news report.
He told the female victim in effect that if he saw anything in the newspapers or on television or heard on the radio, anything about this latest attack, he would kill 2 people tonight.
I knew I was going to be killed that night. And not I thought, I knew. My sister and I, we just stayed awake all night, waiting.
By late fall, when the East Area Rapist began claiming 2 and 3 victims a month, citizens began buying everything they could think of to protect themselves.
Hardware stores didn't have locks on the shelves anymore. Guns were flying off the shelves.
March 8th, 1977, 3 months after Chris was assaulted, the count is up to 15 victims, but still, the cops have no leads. The man is highly efficient in leaving no trace behind. He has a strong understanding of the police's reaction time, and he knows how to evade detection.
He knew everything that needed to be known about law enforcement.
But his MO is always the same. In a news article, they describe that the East Area Rapist has never hit a house with a man inside. Right after the article is published, the MO changes. March 18th, a couple becomes the target.
The 29-year-old wife was raped while her tied-up husband had to listen.
He raped a 29-year-old housewife near the Ignacio Valley Shopping Center at 5:30 this morning. Her husband was tied up nearby and had to listen.
After tying the couple up, he puts glassware and plates on the man's back, threatening him that if he moves, the man will hear him and kill his wife.
The sheriff decided that we would hold community forums. I had no idea there were going to be several hundred people that would show up.
If we have a gun, could we shoot him? Knowing what I know about this man, if I had a gun, I definitely would shoot him. And I would not shoot to injure, I would shoot to take care of him.
In one of those meetings, a man stood up and said that
if he ever comes to my house, I'll kill him. That he would protect his wife, protect his family.
May 17th, only a few weeks after that town hall meeting, the man is attacked at his house with his wife. It is likely the East Area Rapist was in that town meeting, disguised as a concerned citizen, and he took that outburst as a challenge.
I have a gun, but I still don't feel safe being, at home alone.
You're always looking over your left shoulder. Always. I was afraid. Is he going to come back? Is he still stalking me? Does he live down the street?
November 1977, on La Riviera Drive in Sacramento, 13-year-old Margaret Wardlow lives with her loving mother. She too is worried about the East Area Rapist, but she's not like any average girl. She collects every piece of information she can put her hands on about this individual.
I was a reader of everything I could get my hands on that had to do with this individual. Like, what was making this guy tick? Why was he doing this?
He really got off on power and control through fear. The fear in his victims is how he really got pleasure, from what I could understand from everything I'd read.
My mom always said, she's too old, I was too young, we wouldn't be victims.
Although her mother is probably worried herself, her words reassure Margaret well enough. As the attacks become more and more violent, one thought troubles the investigators more than any other.
We knew he was ready to kill. We were afraid our next phone call was going to be to a homicide scene instead of a rape scene.
November 10th, 1977.
It was a school night. I was awoken about 2:30 in the morning with a flashlight in my face. I saw him in a mask, had my hands tied behind my back.
Alone in her room, Margaret is aware that her mother is also probably tied up. As she hears the man walk into the kitchen and rattle with plates, she understands what's about to happen.
I knew if he came into my room, he was gonna rape my mom. And if he went into my mom's room, he was gonna rape me. And he went into my mom's room.
A calming voice inside of me that says, you're gonna get raped, this is what's gonna happen, but you're gonna survive, you're gonna get through this, it's gonna be okay.
Well aware of what the man intends to do to her, she remembers one specific detail about him. He thrives off of fear. Margaret intends to use that against him.
I didn't want to show him I was scared. He asked in a very harsh whisper, like, do you want to die? Do you want me to kill your mother? I just told him, I don't care.
That was my way of telling him, you mean nothing to me. I'm not afraid of you.
After last night's attack, there's something new to worry about. Their children.
Detective Carol Daly believes Margaret's defiance is what kept her alive.
Margaret was probably the strongest young victim I have ever talked to.
The count is now at 27.
And still, nobody even knows what he looks like. No one knows where or when he'll strike again.
There was no stone left unturned. After working 27 of those cases, there wasn't a night went by that I didn't close my eyes and think about what those victims went through.
It's October 1979. No one knows why, but it seems the rampage has stopped. No one in Sacramento knows if it will last. Some victims know too well his reign of terror is not over yet. The predator has been calling victims for months, even years after their attack, taunting them on the phone.
That's fucking creepy. What the
While
heck?
Sacramento breathes a sigh of relief, a new terror emerges in the Los Angeles area. A serial killer is on the loose, killing couples inside their homes. No one connects the crimes to the East Area Rapist because there's little information shared between counties. They now call him the original Night Stalker, a name coined before the coming of Richard Ramirez in 1984. December 30th, 1979, Dr. Robert Offerman and his girlfriend, Alexandra Manning, are murdered in Goleta. March 13th, 1980, Lyman and Charlene Smith are killed in Ventura. August 19th, Keith and Patrice Harrington in Dana Point. February 5th, 1981, Manuela Wattoon in Irvine. It's July 1981. A realtor walks into a home in Santa Barbara County and makes a grisly
not
discovery.
really. Like,
Sherry Domingo
I've been getting
and
good
Greg
stuff,
Sanchez
but
are found dead.
no cases
Sherry
here
has been
yet.
bound and bludgeoned. Greg has been shot and beaten.
I
For 5
found
years,
3
this
brief
becomes the last
cases
known
within
attack
30
from the original
minutes
Night Stalker, until
after
May 4th,
6
1986,
hours.
when Janelle Cruz is
in
found murdered,
oil
becoming the
fields,
youngest
and I
victim
found
of the
one
serial
Loctite
killer.
case, but that was like
It's
7 hours
1994,
ago.
8 years after
At
the
oil
last
fields.
attack.
I thought he was dead.
Now,
And all
someone
these
says
years,
on Twitter that the diving
just
spot is
found
at
a way to
Humane.
deny it.
Paul Holes, a
See?
cold case investigator,
So I'm trying to
stumbles
suss
upon
it out
police
now
files with the
because
title
I've
East
been in
Area
oil
Rapist
fields for
on them.
hours on
A
end and
serial
haven't
predator
found
Holes has never
anything
even
after.
heard of. As he reads through huge stacks of evidence and papers referring back to 1979 in
So
Sacramento,
we will
Detective
see.
Holes is hooked.
I just
With
started
the coming of
coming
new
here,
DNA
so
technology, he is hopeful that he can solve this case quickly. But his
yeah.
first real discovery happens in 2001. The samples collected in Sacramento match the ones from Los Angeles. Finally, Detective Holes can say with confidence that the original Night Stalker is in fact the same person as the East Area Rapist. But even with this new information, Detective Holes is unable to find a match.
He had never been convicted of a crime that qualified him to be compelled to give his DNA to be put into a database.
During his investigation, Detective Holes gets a call from an unexpected ally, Michelle McNamara, who has been investigating the case just as obsessively as he
I
has.
just need 6 more
than
hard
just an
cases
author,
and I'm
she has
so
made it her
done
goal
with
to bring the
diving for a
predator to
while.
justice. She even coined the new moniker, the Golden State Killer.
The great tragedy of this case to me is that it's not better known, and frankly, it should be solved. I mean, it just should be.
Police consider her a part of the investigation due to her incredible instinct and valuable insights into the mind of the killer.
She thought she was getting real close to finding him.
I'm optimistic. I know that it sounds crazy to be optimistic, but I am.
After spending more than 6 years retracing the steps of a killer, Michelle is exhausted, and the obsession has taken its toll. April 21st, 2016, she passed away from an undiagnosed heart condition. 2 months after her death, a countrywide initiative is launched to hunt down the Golden State Killer. The killer has evaded police and FBI for over 40 years. If this case were to ever be solved, it needs to be now.
All the witnesses, all the original investigators, everybody's going to start passing away. It's now or never.
April 2018, Paul Holes gets a crazy idea. Upload the DNA taken from the Golden State Killer's crime scenes onto an ancestry website.
Within a day, I had the list of potential relatives to the Golden State Killer out of Genwich.
One name comes up, Joseph D'Angelo, a retired cop living in Citrus Heights, just outside of Sacramento, and only 7 miles away from where Chris was attacked. But in order to be sure, Paul Holes needs a sample from the actual suspect. After secretly watching D'Angelo for days, police take a used tissue from a garbage bin and test it for a definitive DNA match. It comes back positive.
There is no question that Joseph D'Angelo is the Golden State Killer.
Police in California believe they've cracked a 44-year-old serial murder case.
Law enforcement now identifying 72-year-old Joseph James D'Angelo as the Golden State Killer.
While looking into D'Angelo's background, it becomes clear why he was never caught. In 1973, he was hired as a cop in Exeter. He would then investigate his own crime scenes and destroy or even fabricate evidence. He thrived off the media attention and
that's
the fear
scary.
he saw spreading in his community. It is likely
Police
D'Angelo was
officer.
at many town hall gatherings, like the one in this picture, to relish in his own work.
The answer has always been in Sacramento.
I was in shock. 42 years later, all those things I had not dealt with, it was time to deal with them. Carol Daly.
Honestly, I don't
was
know.
the first one to be here to support me.
People are saying different
if I could have
things.
done that all by myself. I called my sister, and that is when I said, Mom and Dad aren't here. Robin, we can talk about this now.
The trial of the Golden State Killer is highly publicized. Everyone in the country is watching as the man who terrified the state for over a decade is finally brought to justice.
It's been thousands of hours of sleepless nights between investigators and the victims and the families and the community.
It's August 18th, 2020. As the trial comes to a close, victims are allowed to share a statement. The moments are charged with emotions, as one by one, they each read out their powerful message to D'Angelo himself.
In the early morning of July 17th, 1976, my life was changed forever. I was 15 years old.
He stole my innocence, my security.
D'Angelo, I want you to look at me, and I want you to remember what I have to say.
It was my one and only opportunity to face him.
Your secrets have been exposed.
Your double life is over. You will forever be known as a repulsive coward who hid behind a mask of evil. It brings me great satisfaction to see you in your assigned orange jumpsuit, powerless and handcuffed in all aspects of your already miserable life.
August 21st, because D'Angelo made a deal, he admits to 13 counts of murder and 13 counts of kidnapping with robbery.
Murder in the first degree, how do you plead?
Guilty. To take the death penalty off the table, he also admits to 160 uncharged crimes, including dozens of rapes.
Jane Doe 11, October 13th, 1978. You admit or deny, sir?
I admit. But before closing the trial, the survivors all get one last opportunity to humiliate the man who haunted their nightmares for over 4 decades.
It was when they read the comment when all of us just started laughing at him.
Jane Doe number 20 reported that he had a small penis, a fact that was consistently reported by the majority of the sexual assault victims.
If that did not bring him some humiliation, I don't know what would. That is why we were laughing.
Mr. D'Angelo will spend the rest of his natural life and ultimately meet his death behind the walls of the state penitentiary.
I'm so glad it's over. I mean, it is such a relief to finally, after all this time, know that he's behind bars and that's where he belongs.
Oh, I was just so happy. I haven't been able to wipe this smile off my face.
I was able to face him. I could now begin to leave the dark part behind me and start moving towards the light. The survivors really created a network for each other.
Chris built a support group for other survivors. It became a network for families and friends.
Mostly what I would like people to take away from this is that they can be free and they can speak.
She says each person is kept in a cage created by trauma, but the key to open it is in their pocket.
We're so terrified to pick up the key and walk out that we remain in this self-imprisonment. The key is right there to open up this prison door. All you gotta do is use it.
Sheriff Barber's office.
Yes, this is Valerie Haythorne. One of my employees did not show up for work this afternoon, which is totally uncharacteristic of her. I'm out of her house now. I just went in her home because I'm so worried about her.
I convinced a group of scammers that I was an
older woman with memory problems.
and they wanted to steal every last penny from my bank account.
There is a phone line tapping software on your cell phone. Alzheimer's, like she had a memory loss problem.
It reminded me of my grandma who had dementia, so I spent all day on the phone with these guys, making them believe they were gonna get the money, and at the last possible second, wasting it all.
No, do not put your address. We don't want to purchase that.
Today's video is sponsored by MySudo. This is my phone. It's an iPhone 7 or 8. 5 years ago, I bought a SIM card and a prepaid plan under the name Gaius Baltar, and I haven't made a single call. My mom doesn't know my cell phone number. I have 9 different VoIP numbers hooked up to my phone, complete with texting and virtual credit cards, but I don't know my actual number given to me by the mobile provider. At this point, your phone number and email address are essentially your digital identity. If you're shopping, signing up for some free trial, or even texting someone that you just met on a dating app, no matter what, you're gonna need a phone number. One of the best things you can do to take control of your online privacy is to segment each part of your life into a completely different pseudo. Now, when you first meet someone, maybe you give them a completely different number than the one that's hooked up to your home address and where you work and your dog's groomer and the gym that you go to. Or if you're at a store and they say you'll get 20% off if you sign up for their super secret shoppers club, you give them a shopping number and then completely ignore their phone calls. I may or may not do that. I honestly love MySudo. I've been using them for years and really excited to have them as a sponsor for the video today. And you can get started for $1 a month. You don't have to give them your name and a bunch of personal information. You can download it on the App Store and get started today. Visit mysudo.com/Kaboga for more information.
Thank you for calling Microsoft. How can I help you today?
Hi, I'm calling about my computer.
Okay, not a problem. I'll help you out with that. Can you please let me know the computer which you are using? Is that an Apple computer or the HP, Lenovo, Dell, or what?
Probably was Best Buy, I think. There was another local computer
You don't need to be worried.
store.
I have understood the problem.
And I might
have understood the problem. Now, look, listen. At the bottom in the key in your screen, you can see a Windows. Like you can see something like type here to search.
The scammers will help you download a remote connection tool that allows them to completely control your computer while your screen is hidden. I'll make it transparent so you can watch, but a victim wouldn't know what's going on.
Ma'am, here I can see that someone is hacking your computer, and the person is trying to open the financial institution in your computer right now, which is the Bank of America. Are you holding any Bank of America?
Yes, I do have Bank of America.
You don't need to open your Bank of America in any other computer or any other cell phone, okay? Now, if you will call the bank, they will straight away seize and freeze up your account. That will not gonna work, okay? Please do check that is there any fraudulent charges are coming into your Bank of America or not. The hackers are coming into your IP addresses and they are attacking your financial institution.
What's an IP addresses? I don't know if I had one of those or not.
Like Internet Protection Address. Let me tell you, the IP address means Internet Protection Act.
Do I have one?
Ma'am, everybody have that. People who are having the internet, they everybody have the IP address of different.
Do I need to move?
They will gonna run a security scan.
Wi-Fi?
No,
Because
nothing. No, you don't need to do
move
anything. It will gonna go with the search.
I'm logging into a fake bank account, but the scammer won't know the difference, so you'll get to see how he does everything.
All right.
My husband's father was an apple farmer.
Oh.
We met one year when I was picking apples from his father's property.
Now
I snuck in there when his father came hollering at me.
I'm running a security scan.
Well, my then husband helped. Oh, my computer's updated.
With the screen hidden, he tries to steal money via Zelle and edit your bank's HTML to trick you into thinking there was a transaction on a betting website.
You will be able to see the banking charges over there once the scan will be completed.
Should I call?
Let me tell you.
Okay, let me call my bank. Hold on, I gotta look up their number.
Ma'am,
hold on.
Calling your bank will not help you. Listen.
I gotta look up their number because
that will not gonna help. That will not gonna help you. Listen.
Hold on.
Miss Smith, hear me
Just give
out.
me 1 second.
Hello?
I know there's a number for them somewhere in my wallet.
Your bank. Give me the number.
Sure.
I am telling you, listen to me. There is a phone line tapping software on your cell phone. The hackers can come to know you are having a word with your bank.
I don't know if I know what that means. They can listen to it?
Yes, they can listen your conversations. Just give me the number so that I can arrange a call back on the secured line.
You want me to use my home phone?
Don't say anything. Just listen to me. The bank will call you. If you
All
receive
right,
any
I'm
call
gonna
from the
try
bank,
to call
then only
them.
pick
Hold
up
on
the call.
a second. Let me see if I can put you on hold.
No.
I don't remember how.
You don't need to call them. They'll call you. You don't need to call them, ma'am. Bank will call you. Bank will call you. You don't need to call them. Bank will call you. I will send them the email because your cell phone is not secured. Don't do anything by your side. Don't call bank. They will call you.
Don't call the bank.
Someone make a charge of $14,356 by using the website betfair.com. Can you tell me, do you use this website?
Someone's trying to steal that money from me, sir.
Correct.
That's
Do not worry.
illegal.
First of all, calm down,
That's
okay?
theft.
I want you to first of all
We
calm
could
down.
call.
We
You know
are
what
here.
we could
Okay.
do? We could get it. We could get them written up, and we could file an official report. Maybe even bring it all the way up to the feds.
Let's first of all calm down,
there's
okay?
someone
I want to tell you some
getting
things
in
about
the
this
Bank
case.
of America.
Okay?
I bet the Supreme Court wouldn't sleep on this.
Miss, if you were gonna panic like this, how I will gonna help you out, okay? I'm here to help you out, okay? Don't worry about this charge. I'm here to help you out. First of all, calm down.
I don't know what to do
First
about
of all, Miss, I can see in your file you was being a victim of tiny banker Trojan. Someone installed a tiny banker Trojan in your network.
I don't think I have a tiny bank.
I'm not talking about tiny bank. I'm talking about a virus. According to Customer Protection Act 2020, you can still safeguard your money by routing it. You have to deposit that money in the federal machine under your name so that you can safeguard your money from these hackers.
I don't know if I understand what you're talking about, Eric. I was on Yahoo on my iPad and I typed in
Miss,
help,
first of all,
my
listen
bank
to
was
me.
hacked, and
Miss, first
I
of all,
need
listen to me. If you're
someone who knows how to fix it. I'm chatting with them right now.
Miss, first of all, listen to me.
Apparently they can help. They have a proven track record of cleaning up hacks.
Miss, can you hear
So
me?
they might be able to fix all
Can
this.
you hear me? Do not message anyone, okay? If you're sending any message, those hackers will get to know that you are speaking with someone. Just leave them. Just leave them. Might be those hackers are sending you some messages. Just leave them.
It says, withdraw 14,000 from your bank. This might have been something that the hackers wrote.
We will be making a transaction from your account so that we can make a trap for the hackers so that when they will come into the servers to steal your money, we can simply block them and cancel the transaction.
It's a trap?
Yes, it's a trap for the hackers, okay?
Oh. What are we going to use to bait the trap?
Simply step inside your bank. Let them know you want to withdraw $15,000 in cash. If they ask you why you need this money, just make any excuse like you want to purchase a car or you want to pay your medical bills, like that, okay? Tell them you want to buy a car.
Because we're making a trap for the hackers out of a car.
Yes. Now tell me again
what
you need to do.
What kind of car is it?
Just simply tell them it's a Toyota Camry.
Ooh, those are ugly.
You can let them know
Those
any
are
of your favorite
ugly.
car.
I like the Corollas.
Are you
and I
outside your
printed
bank?
out my instructions.
You don't have to give this printout to bank people, okay?
I went to the bank and withdrew the cash just like they said, and conveniently walked across the street to a used car dealership.
What do you have in terms of something that I had to set a trap for someone with?
We don't have craft cars here, but I could see what we could do.
No, a trap. I want to set a trap.
Want to set a trap with a car?
No.
So I'm working on it, okay? I'm doing everything I can
you
here.
don't have to, miss.
I'm 84 years old. I can't keep up with some of this stuff.
Go and sit inside your car, okay? And then talk to me.
Well, this is the one we're buying for the... I'm doing a little test drive just to make sure it runs well enough. I already talked to them about doing a trade-in, so they said that we could be real creative with the financing. I could use my other car.
Miss Smith, can you hear me?
I could trade in my other
Miss
car.
Smith, can you hear me?
Or even
Miss
do a
Smith,
loan.
can you hear me? Miss Smith, can you hear
He
me?
could help me refinance my house. Said he
Miss
could
Smith,
do
can you hear me?
Something called
Miss Smith, can you
something
hear me?
about a liver.
Miss Smith, can you hear me?
It seemed like it was really
Miss
open
Smith,
to
can you hear
selling
me?
the car.
Oh my god,
Miss
this
Smith,
dude.
can you hear me?
Doesn't
Annoying.
matter to me.
Miss Smith, can you hear me?
Hold on, I gotta read my instructions. I printed
Miss
them
Smith,
out.
if I'm here with you, then why you need to...
Go to bank
Miss Smith?
and withdrew money. When you wrote disclose anything, does it mean everything, or
Drive.
what
What's
does
that?
that part mean?
Nothing.
Getting all the cash loaded into this. Hold on. It's not.
No. You don't have to deposit the money.
Tony's letting me do the financing through Bitcoin, it's called. So
Miss.
he has this. It's just not working right
Miss Smith, can you hear me?
Try to enter in the amount.
No.
Tony, I'm having
Listen to me
trouble
first.
with this part of the machine.
You're in pain? What
I traded in
happened?
my car plus the
Miss, why the hell you traded your car?
$10,100. Well, $11,000, sorry. And I'm buying this Toyota that we can use, just like you told me to. No, hold on a second.
Listen to me. First of all, stop.
It's so easy to do it, too. I really like it.
Miss, are you mental?
Okay.
Miss, are you mad?
Yeah, I'm just putting the cash in.
No, don't put.
I only put
put
five.
cash.
I put 5,000 in, and then I had to verify my identity to keep doing more. So.
Miss, the hell told you to deposit the money?
This is really easy, Tony. I really appreciate all your creative financing options. I really do.
That's any attitude.
Ooh, you ripped your toe.
In his rage, he hung up, but started frantically calling back.
Where are you right? On which machine you are?
I'm at the car dealership. He has one. He's allowing me to buy...
What machine is it?
What do I do after I buy the car?
So, did you create your wallet?
I can ask him. Hold on. Hey, Tony?
Let me have a word with Tony. Give the phone to Tony. Yeah, Tony, this
Hey,
side
how
is
are
Eric.
ya?
How are you doing today?
Is this Ethel's son, or who do I have the pleasure of speaking with? You know, I got her in a real nice vehicle. When she came in initially, I think she was, the target price range was somewhere around the 1,400. She was I tell you what, your mother, she's a real good talker. I almost just gave her the car for free. I'm telling you, she could have a job
Tony,
here.
Tony, can you please help me out? Is there any Bitcoin machine nearby to you?
Yeah, actually, I'm helping her. She said she needed to use the Bitcoin ATM to buy the car, and so I have one.
Just let me know.
Right there at the dealership. And she's actually working on. I think she's got most of the money loaded in.
And have she created her wallet? She have created her wallet, or she created any other one? Tony, listen to me. Tony.
Okay, what?
Tony, just listen to me.
Yeah, no,
Tony, listen to me. Can you please let me know? My mother has created her wallet.
I've done this a handful of times. Okay, I know how the Bitcoin stuff works. So
no.
So she's gonna buy the
something
car.
else. I am
Basically,
asking.
what happens is all that money gets converted into a secure form of currency and sent over to basically my Bitcoin bank account, and then we'll give her the car.
Now listen to me.
No worries.
Now listen to me. Listen to me.
What do you need,
Tony.
sir? Why are you yelling at me? Please lower your
Sir,
voice.
I am telling you. No. I'm not yelling you. I'm so sorry for that, Tony. I mean to say that my mother have some misunderstanding. Okay, she do not have to purchase the car. Okay, I'm sending you my Bitcoin wallet QR code. You can simply send the Bitcoins, like the $40,000 Bitcoins, to my QR code. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not gonna do that.
No, just let me know. My mother has sent the money into your wallet.
She told me that this is the perfect car for her.
Yeah.
And I'm working on it.
We already have two cars. We already have two cars. She is not able to understand.
Give me just 1 second. I have to
Please
make sure
listen
that
to me.
my
Will you
address
please
is
listen
typed
to me?
into the machine, okay? I gotta put my Bitcoin address
Tony,
in. Give me 1
will
second,
you please?
all right?
No. Do not put your address. We don't want to purchase that. Wait. Tony, can you hear me? The car we just purchased, the Toyota Corolla, if we will return it out, what is the amount we can get back into the Bitcoin? That's what I need to ask.
Okay, so you're saying are you talking about your mother's original car? The car that she traded in?
No. The car, just let me know, sir. My mother has purchased a car from your store, right?
Yeah, she just purchased the Toyota Corolla. It's a good one, too. She's a real runner. It's got about 300,000 miles on it. But I swear to God, those things will just run forever.
We don't need the car, okay? We need the Bitcoins. So can you please let me know what is the amount we can get?
I'm sorry, it's too late for that. We already signed it. Your mother already signed the paperwork. She said she had to go to the bathroom though because she was so excited.
She will sign the sale letter as well.
She already
will sign the sale letter as well. We don't need to be worried. We don't need the car.
This puppy's gonna run for years to come.
Can you please let me know what is the amount you can provide us in
This car is gonna last
Bitcoin?
longer than your mother will.
We don't want the car. We are already having 5 cars.
I'm so sorry.
Why don't you listen to me?
You want to sell the car right back to me?
Yeah, yes.
How many miles on it?
No, yeah, she just purchased it.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. What happened with the car? Did something go wrong?
Alzheimer's. Like she have a memory loss problem. That is the reason. She mistakenly purchased this car, okay? Please refund the money into the bitcoins on my wallet.
Sir, I don't know.
The money will be safe.
She had instructions and everything. I could give you store credit, actually, if you want.
We want the bitcoins
I'm gonna be
only.
honest, sir. I just took a look at that car, and it's not in that great a shape. She traded in her car for this car. So, like, do I have to give her back the old car, too? Because someone's actually trying to buy it already. I got someone interested in it.
Okay, if we will not get our old car, how much you can give us?
Oh, if she doesn't take her old car back, we could get closer to that 9,000 price point.
Yes, so we don't want any car, okay? You can simply put the 9,000 in my wallet. This is my humble request to you.
And
please keep this phone with you. I'm waiting. Can you please do it now?
You know, I gotta tell you, your mother would be proud of you. You know, taking care of her like this.
You don't need to have a word with my mom, okay?
I'm sorry, I couldn't find you anywhere.
Okay, this is the speakerphone. We got you on speakerphone, Eric. Your mother's here.
Please put off the speaker. Sir, please put off the speaker. I told you there is a problem.
Hello?
Listen, tell the store people to do what I said, okay?
I got the car, by the way. Do you want me to send you a picture?
No. Just give the phone to that person with whom I was having a word. Why did you come in between?
I thought you wanted to know that I bought the car. I paid with a secure digital currency. Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's really, really nice. Just to give the phone to that person.
I thought that would be perfect.
No, you are not perfect.
Did they fall for the
Give
trap?
the phone to this poor person. I don't need to talk to you. Just let me talk to him.
Look, Eric, I'm gonna take care. I'm trying to close the sale here. We're closing in a couple minutes, all right?
I have to talk to Josh.
We're gonna
Give
take
the
care.
phone to Josh.
We'll
You
take
are
care
all
of your
fucking
mother.
idiots.
Excuse me?
Hurt. Hard.
Excuse me, sir? What did you just say?
Hurt. Let her suck your.
Why would he be? What did he just give up all of a sudden?
Yeah, hello? I just missed a call from this number maybe 5 seconds ago.
I told you to send bitcoins on this address, remember?
I'm sorry, Eric? You kidding me?
No.
Is that how you talk to your mother?
You're willing to spend $8,000 for the car.
She bought the car.
Final
it was
offer.
a legal deal. You understand?
You. Off.
Excuse me?
He's already angry. I hope you had a chance to learn a few things as you watched these scammers squirm. Obviously, they thought they were going to take advantage of someone who had a bunch of memory problems, but in the end, they lost. And that brings me great joy. If you could share this with someone who you think might need to know about these things or might deserve a chance to laugh, I'd really appreciate it. And as always, know that you're valuable and that you matter. I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
I got him.
You got it.
Stay right here, bro. Y'all keep him right here. Yeah, see the body. See there? Yeah.
I think they locking your butt up, what I think. I think you've been lying to me this whole thing. You did get them right. I think you're a liar, what I think.
Definitely did. You've got the freaking box. You've got the dead gun.
Man, I'm telling you, all I know is the guy told me that they were suspects in a murder case. The first thing that popped in my head was that gun. And I don't know what the is going on, but I want to know.
This is Samantha Wolford, a young mother, a wife, and an aspiring YouTuber turned ruthless killer.
Hey guys, I was asked to do a video 15 weird things about me.
I've seen
She
this.
arrived at the sheriff's office for routine questioning
There was
after
so
her
much
husband was kidnapped during an alleged home invasion. It was an unthinkably sadistic plot. The abduction of a young father and a futile race against the clock to find him before it was too late. Rewind approximately 6 years. Samantha, a single mother of 10-month-old twin girls, was just 19 years old when she met 23-year-old Ernie Ibarra Jr., who was known to friends as Dagan. The two began a relationship which soon turned to marriage, and eventually the couple had 3 children together. Although they were doing their best to get by in the small town of Mount Pleasant, located in Titus County, Texas, the relationship was already starting to crumble. It was no secret that the couple had their problems. However, it ended up escalating to a point of no return, and no one had anticipated things would end in such a shockingly tragic way.
Titus County 911, what's your emergency? I have a home invasion. My niece is tied up. I am at the verge of untying my niece at this particular moment. Okay, she's tied up. She is tied up and gagged. And gagged? Is that what you said? Ma'am. Is there anybody else there? Where are the kids? We have 5 small infants asleep. 5 small infants asleep? Yes, ranging from 7 to 1. 7 to 1 years old? Yes, ma'am. Does she know, Samantha, did you know who the suspects are? Can I talk to her? Is she able to speak? Yes, ma'am. Hello? Hi, Samantha. I know you're upset, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions. Do you need EMS? No, they didn't do anything to me. They hit me once. She's advising no, they only hit her once. Okay. And I just asked my aunt if it was bruising or anything, and she said no, they hit me in the face. Okay, they hit you in the face? Yeah, they had me tied up and they dragged me down the stairs to face my husband. And when my husband went in to face me, they hit me in the face. Like, backhand slapped me. And so he looked at me then and they said, I thought that would get your attention. And I want you to stare at this woman. Do you want us to kill her? And he said no. And they said, then tell us the truth. And he said, I don't know anything.
When someone gives way too many details on a 911 call, this can be a warning sign that they may not be telling the truth. The purpose of a 911 call is to get help immediately. As Samantha is not currently in danger anymore, her primary focus should be on getting help finding her husband. Instead of requesting that officers be sent right away to search for him, she's telling an elaborate story about what supposedly happened. There's no sense of urgency in getting her husband found. If someone is lying on a call to emergency services, they may feel the need to offer up all these additional details because they want to support their lie. Samantha's love for acting isn't a secret after all.
I've always wanted to be an actress. I think it is so much fun. I've been extras in movies. I've had small parts in like short films, and I've done plays. I think it is so much fun, and it is so beautiful. It is one of the most amazing forms of art ever, to be able to express yourself that way. It's amazing.
Members of the Titus County Sheriff's Office respond to the crime scene shortly after 2 a.m. Immediately, an investigation into the violent home invasion and kidnapping of Ernie Ibarra Jr. is launched. The following footage is raw body cam footage, recorded by Corporal Chris Durant and Deputy Ed Godoy, just minutes after the twisted crime took place.
Sheriff's Office.
Are you still talking with Sheriff? Tell her you're here.
I did.
She's still fixing to help us. Let me have it and I'll take care of it, and you talk to them.
So walk me through what happened.
I don't honestly know. I was in bed asleep and we heard a noise, and the second I was able to open my eyes, somebody grabbed me and jerked me out of bed and slammed me down on the ground and started tying me up and put a knife to my face. He told me don't move. They were punching me over and over and over and just keep fighting back, and I was just letting him do it. And
What's your husband's name?
Ernest Ibarra.
Ernest Ibarra. Okay.
The officer is conducting a typical investigatory field interview at this point. However, these statements can be admissible in legal proceedings. The body camera footage can be reviewed by investigators and inconsistencies discovered between initial contact and later interrogation.
One of them did say the name Luke, but that's it. That was all. It was only in identifying anything of God. One of them said, "Hey, Luke," and the guy turned, but that's the only identifying anything of God.
Samantha changing her voice to imitate the alleged intruder may be an attempt to dramatize the attack in order to make it appear more believable. Although her voice is emotional, she doesn't actually express much concern about Dagan, and instead seems focused on telling the story about everything that happened to her. It's discovered that Dagan's phone was also taken by the assailants.
They took his phone, but they didn't take mine. I had mine hidden. So I was able to.
So he's got his phone?
No, they have his phone.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. What's his phone number? Huh? Well, I need that number. Get that number.
They cut my shirt off, and then after they made me stand there naked in front of him, threatening to do things to me. The guy said
You were outside or here inside?
I was in the living room. When they took me to the living room, he said, "Get your shirt, get it quick, because I'm not this type of person." So I started rummaging through my closet. He said, "I said get it quick." Pushed the knife against my throat. So I just grabbed whatever shirt and put it on. But he grabbed my shirt and he started cutting it. He cut it down the collar, and then he said,
What's your name?
Samantha.
Samantha? Wolford?
Where's that shirt at? Is it downstairs? What color is it?
It's gray sweater.
Gray sweater? Okay.
That's what it was sleeping in.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got, the front door's been kicked in.
As he dictates details of the crime scene to dispatch, Samantha handles her own urgent business. She sends out a text message that reads as follows.
Hey, this is what we need to do. I need to do an emergency phone ping on, yeah, and I've got the cell phone number.
The phone service company is immediately contacted in hopes that the position of Dagan's phone can be traced and lead law enforcement to his location before it's too late.
Was the spray paint already on the walls?
Yeah, somebody broke in over Christmas time, or over Halloween time, and did that. He's already been out here once over this. They cut his hair off. I don't know why.
Is that
his hair?
That's his hair?
That's his hair.
Okay.
And he said.
And you said also the pants you had on?
He said you're gonna want something of your husband, and choked a piece of his hair off and threw it on the floor.
You said those are his pants that he had on?
Yeah.
Where's the sweater you had on?
I think that's it on the dining room floor.
On the chair? Okay.
I said I got another car pulling up. Let me go see who this is.
Due to the fact that I was dialing with my nose.
Hey, just stay out there for just a second for me, okay? Well, let's get this checked out real quick. Because right now this is the most important thing, you know. Let's get this all figured out.
I don't see how me writing a statement is in the crucial hours of you finding my husband.
It is because, I mean, this may help you trigger something to help us, you know.
Those doggies.
There's someone seen 0.86 miles from a resident in Pittsburgh.
You know anybody in Pittsburgh?
Contact Pittsburgh.
Samantha does, in fact, know someone in Pittsburgh, as it just so happens. As the deputy continues to gather information from Samantha, the corporal speaks with Samantha's mother, Rosie, and Samantha's aunt, Ginger.
How you doing?
Just fine.
You're the one that found her?
She's the one that found her. I'm the one she called.
Okay. So she called you first?
She called me.
Okay.
Bound and gagged, and then she called me. We live in Pittsburgh. Do we have any idea where the prison is?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
I'm assuming it has something to do with people that would be part of Circle. That's the only thing I could possibly put together is that it had something to do with people that
Samantha says that the intruders named someone she knows as the reason for the attack on her husband. For this person's privacy, as they were never proven to be involved in the case, we have redacted their name throughout. Samantha will continue to bring up this person's name throughout the investigation. Samantha sends out yet another urgent text message at 3:19 a.m. reading, at this time, investigator Chris Bragg arrives at the scene and the corporal begins to bring him up to speed. Interestingly, the investigator is immediately skeptical.
So they've got a pretty volatile past, and we've arrested him before.
Yeah.
Assaulting her and the infant. Make sure she didn't do something to him and then staged the scene to make it look like something happened.
The investigator is developing what's called a theory of the case. This is the same theory of the case work that a prosecutor will do in order to paint a picture of the criminal activity, linking physical evidence, statements, and circumstantial evidence to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Down, he had cuts on the top of his head, and they had him kneeling right here, and it cut part of his hair off.
After a brief search of the first floor, the corporal then guides the investigator to the staircase that leads to the bedroom where the attack began.
So they kick the door and come up these stairs. And get him before they're able to know what's going on.
Yeah, that's the only part that's getting me is how do you... They would have to either be familiar with the place to be able to do all that and know where they were asleep. And the babies are asleep.
Both members of the sheriff's office observed that the conditions in the home are not ideal for children to live in after viewing the area where all 5 children lay sleeping, though the body cam doesn't capture a clear view.
I'm not really seeing a whole lot of blood, though, for somebody that was pistol whipped.
The investigator proposes they have Samantha come upstairs to provide more specifics.
I haven't seen or anything. All of that, I don't know what's wrong or what he possibly got himself tied into. This, that they kept saying, caused this, asking for compensation, $20,000.
Remember this. It'll be important later on in the story.
You would just hold tight with her, so I'm gonna go get some evidence bags. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my camera. I'll be right back.
Are you guys trying to accuse me of something?
No.
Her story immediately falls apart here, though Samantha's reaction is typical of someone caught in a lie. However, this is why all subjects under questioning should request counsel and refuse to answer questions. Police motives are not frequently known, though it's common to start with a large pool of suspects and eliminate them, rather than start with an empty pool and try to add likely suspects. This means you're immediately classified as a suspect or material witness until proven otherwise during the investigation phase.
What kind of gun is that?
A Glock.
Standard issued or?
Alright, I'm done with this. I'll go back
Can
to
I see it?
Hmm?
Can I see it? Can you take it out?
No. Then I gotta do paperwork.
Really? I just was gonna see comparatively to the gun I had. I don't know guns, but the gun he had wasn't very big, or his hand wasn't very small, one or the other. It fit pretty closely to his hand size.
This is a very odd request given the circumstances. It's noteworthy that in the midst of Samantha's chit-chat with the officer, she doesn't appear to stress that her husband is missing. It's possible that this is her attempt to be friendly and distract the officers from the situation, since she may believe at this point that police may consider her a suspect.
What them kept saying, took someone from us. The only thing I can figure is they're saying like narked on someone. They said something about now he's behind bars.
Time to go to bed last night.
Around 11.
Just a couple hours before the invasion occurred. Next time she'll have a different answer to the question.
Oh, 2 babies. 1. You got 4. 5. They were in there squirming a minute ago. Investigators are doing their thing.
Samantha doesn't seem overly concerned about her children, but it seems she's already growing impatient with the investigation. Little does she know, this is just the very tip of the iceberg. At 6:10 a.m., just a few short hours after the violent home invasion and abduction of Samantha Wolford's husband, Dagan, she arrives at the Titus County Sheriff's Office in northeastern Texas. It's here that the disturbing story will start to unfold. Samantha places a call to her mother, but displays almost no emotion during the course of the conversation. She appears very self-centered, and her behavior is quite strange for a woman whose husband is missing.
Let's get some regular sausage and french fries.
Samantha gives her mother a food order over the phone. It's surprising she has an appetite at a time like this. She lays on the floor, which is very childlike and is an unexpected behavior for an adult. Samantha consistently acts like more of a high school student rather than an adult mother of 5. Chris, the investigator, enters the room.
Over here, anything?
Still working on it. Get you working.
I feel like there's something he hasn't been telling me, but I don't know what.
What you think things are?
I think there's something to do.
What do you think will be going on?
I hate, and I'm usually right, and I hate that, but there's a problem with getting involved in things that you don't need to get involved with.
Samantha seems to be setting up a potential motive as to why the attack and kidnapping may have occurred. She continually brings up the same person in her speculations about what may have happened.
See if there's any
No. No. And I guess that's right now.
This is a convincing statement which can be a red flag for possible deception. When someone is being truthful, they're more likely to just provide a straightforward denial. However, when someone is lying, they often feel some anxiety about whether they will be believed or not. So they may add on these types of convincing statements to support their lie.
So have you had a plan?
Me? No. Doesn't get involved with that.
It's interesting that Samantha states she's never been a drug user. However, David Smith, a former friend of both Dagan and Samantha, alleges otherwise.
Because there was one that come out there that drove a little silver Jeep Liberty. He was supposed to be some kin to her, supposedly. But I found out later from Jeremy Rule that he was her pill dealer.
Needless to say, Samantha's credibility is becoming increasingly questionable.
You know about what time it was we reached me?
I looked at the clock and it was like 12:01 and I was like, Dad, you've got to get to bed because you have to be up in 5.5 hours.
Samantha says she and Dagan went to bed at midnight, contrary to the 11 o'clock time she gave a responding officer at the scene of the crime, as you may recall. Already, her story is beginning to change.
What's your first memory of what's going on?
Well, I sleep in ambulance, so it makes it a little harder for me to wake up. And I have a prescription with me if you want to see that. But when I can't sleep, it's supposed to shut your brain down so you can go to sleep, but also make it to where you can wake up fairly easy.
Samantha gives 2 more inconsistent statements back to back. When someone gives inconsistent statements, it can be a red flag that someone is lying. After telling one lie, there are likely additional lies that must be told to support the original lie. It can be difficult to keep track of everything they've already said, so liars may get tripped up on details and give conflicting information. It's possible that after she made the first statement about having a hard time waking up, she may have been worried about how that made her look, especially being a parent to 5 young children. She may be trying to backtrack because she wants to be viewed in a good light, so that her story about Dagan is believed.
Of course, I remember at some point, it was a little after 1, I saw the clock. Maybe on my phone. So it's still pretty foggy because it's fairly early to wake up after taking a sleeping pill.
Nothing adds up, considering she'd taken a prescription sleeping pill and was woken up suddenly. She shows little emotion and talks as if she's reading from a script. Individuals who've been traumatized rarely remember details in this way. Of course, this could be explained as Samantha trying to give the investigator as much information as possible in an attempt to find her kidnapped husband. However, the fact that Samantha has repeatedly given confirmation to the investigator that he can double-check her story, such as verifying her Ambien prescription, suggests that Samantha is trying to preemptively dismiss any suspicions the investigator might have about her story.
They said, "Do you want us to have children too?" And he said, "No, please don't harm my kids." And they hit him in the mouth. Our kids are okay. They hit him in the mouth and he said we would touch a child. And it was a tooth or it was just spit or what. Something out of his mouth because they had the lights on down there. And that's when they started cutting my clothes off and making me stand in front of them naked.
This part of the story seems to be fabricated. The sweater she claimed to have been wearing had no obvious cuts.
She didn't recognize the bullets.
I tried listening to everything. They forced him to not call the police. And he said, "Don't call the police." And they punched him in the mouth with the gun. And said, "That's not what I said for you to tell her." He said, "Please tell me what to say again. Please just repeat it." So they repeated it. I couldn't understand what they were saying because they were so close to his face and growling in his ear. He said, "Sam, don't call the police. I don't care what happens. Don't call the police because they'll come back and they'll kill all the kids. Promise me." And he was screaming at me and I was like, I promise.
However, the 5 children nearby remained asleep through all of the chaos. The police, as well as Samantha's aunt, will scrutinize this assertion later.
You said something about some money or...
Yeah, he said, "What do I have to do? Please don't tell me what I have to do." And he said, $20,000. You want to know what you have to do? Can you come up with $20,000 in the next 5 minutes? And he's kind of laughed.
Where did the handgun look
It was just black. I don't know anything about guns.
like? Could you know the difference between like a revolver and an automatic?
Oh, it was definitely like a police pistol.
I got a
It was
3D.
whatever those are.
Semi-automatic. It wasn't a...
It was small, barely.
Where'd you get a 3D vacay? What happened?
She had specific questions for the corporal at the crime scene.
What kind of gun is that? What kind of gun is that?
The Glock.
The investigator now shifts the conversation to a different
What'd you
aspect of the routine
do?
investigation. It could very well be that this is where things start moving in an undesirable direction for Samantha.
You two weren't fussing, you weren't fighting, you didn't get out of hand, you didn't punch him, kick him, stab him, shoot him, nothing like that. You're not gonna find anything any different later once we get there, because the deputies, they're out there right now, basically searching your house from top to bottom for every piece of physical evidence we can find to do.
Anything that'll help them find it.
It could be a red flag that there appears to be a verbal and non-verbal disconnect here. She's shaking her head no while giving her permission for detectives to search her house. Partway through this statement, she switches to nodding her head yes, possibly realizing that she made a mistake.
Well, like I said, that's why I want to make sure, because we're going to be checking your phone records, your family's phone records.
Normally, when the police want to search something, the Fourth Amendment requires them to obtain a search warrant. Otherwise, the search is unconstitutional, and the evidence they obtain will be tossed out of court. However, the police can obtain certain types of records without a search warrant. For example, the police could get a suspect's call records from their phone company. Normally, this record will only show the police what numbers a person called and at what time.
I need to know the truth. I have to absolutely know the truth. But you had no possible involvement in this whatsoever.
No.
Wait, a stolen what?
I wouldn't have gone back if I didn't.
What all are you willing to do to help me find it?
Whatever it takes.
Do you know where he is?
No, I don't. I wish I did. I'm
I
positive.
have absolutely no idea where he's at.
No, I don't.
I'll find him.
So you stole a car, and then cops were chasing you. You decided to go into some kind of interior, and you had two-handers and wanted to be in a shootout with cops?
She may lack confidence in her statement. Palms up while making a declarative statement is seen as a big red flag because it suggests the person is pleading with the other
The
person
thing
to believe
is,
them and maybe
using
unsure
car
of what they're
delivery
saying.
is, well, car delivery itself is essentially the easiest way to cop bait, because the cop is you already know the cop is going to chase a stolen car. So I don't know, like, I don't know then. You must have gotten hit by AFP, like, yikes.
She named. She portrays herself simply as a stay-at-home mom. However,
It's very risky to deal with AFP.
Based on the condition of her house. As the police observed, the environment in the home is obviously not fit for children. In a report later drafted by
I mean, at least it's a 3-day and not a perma. Be thankful for that.
Conditions in the Ibarra household are laid out. The rooms are unclean and unsanitary, with trash, urine, feces, clothes, and dirty diapers scattered on the floor.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm obsessed with, like, making sure an animal is being taken care of the way it deserves to be taken care of. They're like children. They can't take care of themselves.
Chris describes the children as dressed in dirty clothes and appearing not to have been bathed recently. We pick back up as Chris continues to press Samantha.
When I'm watching this guy punch him in the face with a guy over and over.
How did that make you feel?
Horrible. I was hysterically bawling.
So didn't make you feel glad or
No.
It was torturing? Or
No.
You told me that you felt good about you wanted to stab him, kill him.
At some point in time, everybody loses their temper. But have I ever acted out and hurt anybody? No. And you can look at my record on that.
When she says you can look at my record, this is what is known as a convincing statement. When someone is lying, they may make statements such as this that sound compelling in order to convince the other person. However, someone who's telling the truth is less likely to use convincing statements because the facts are on their side.
I'm playing this game.
Mischief, and that was because I tossed my keys to somebody and let them use my car. And they didn't have a license.
So when they cut your shirt off of you, was it violent or they just took their time and just...
No, they jerked it out and started slashing at it with this
And Frank? No?
Ripped it off over my head and threw it to the side.
No, I haven't heard of that person.
So it wasn't completely cut in half.
No, they started cutting like they were going to cut it down.
I think I've been too focused and isolated with my little goal here to
Over my head.
Carlo Gambino. That's kind of a familiar
As far
name.
as tonight, you had nothing to do.
A little bit.
No.
But like I said, I've been way into my goal to really pay attention much of anything. Like, I'm just trying to be done with my own stuff.
His boss, where he works.
Because I'm literally going to be taking a break after I get 50 hard
The
cases.
investigator exits the room and leaves Samantha to her list. A few minutes later, Sheriff Tim Ingram enters the room and tries his hand at getting to the truth with Samantha.
And this is why that it's very important to
And Frank.
be honest, because I'm gonna tell you what, the evidence we found on the scene is just not matching. I don't think you harmed this boy, but I think you did, because there's
Yeah, so what about this person?
in y'all's pickup. Kidnappers ain't gonna use their pickup to do something with him and then put him out there and put him in the truck and haul him back.
In his pickup means what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody, it's apparent to me that somebody used him in the truck.
When someone is feeling especially anxious, their mouth and throat may become drier, which can lead to increased throat clearing, swallowing, or coughing. If any of these behaviors start or increase suddenly, it can be a sign to detectives that they're on the right track and need to question the suspect further. Samantha's cough here could be related to this. She may be panicked about the news that blood was found in his truck, and the cough is an attempt to reduce the discomfort and dryness she feels in her throat.
You know, I'm like,
I told him
I'm
that
not
they
good
wanted
with
to use
names.
his truck
I really am
because
not.
they wanted his ID.
If I don't interact with someone
Because they said they needed to
frequently,
verify 100%
I
person
am
is
not
what they
good with
said.
names.
I don't know if they were one of the people that hit him or not.
I even got coworkers that I don't even know names to because I don't really work with them
Came back
much.
in and said yes, he is who he says he is.
I always have to count on the name tag.
They hit him in the face like 100 times.
Well, no, but you said they went out and did it and got it. He was never supposed to be in that truck.
If they had blood on their hands and got in the truck.
No, it's drip blood. It's not.
It's drip blood?
Yes, he was in that truck. And this is what's going to look so bad is from your story, and this is why you don't have to be a suspect.
I'm wondering if I should still eat dinner. Although I don't think I will.
To do it, but I personally, I think you're scared.
I only ate once today. Holy.
That he found out about?
I still don't really feel that hungry. Like, I feel hungry a little bit, but not really.
And from there, the existence
It's almost
of one or more
bedtime.
conspiracies.
Yeah, I'll just skip dinner.
I didn't have a boyfriend.
I'll eat tomorrow.
I don't know what the deal is, but Sam, you've got your kids in the same room.
It's telling that Samantha says she's being as honest as she can.
Oh yeah, I live in the USA, so it's 8:20 p.m. My bedtime, but well, I call it bedtime, but technically it's basically get off the computer by 9. Because I got work tomorrow. I worked at 5 a.m. in the morning, so I need time to sleep. And then, you know, labor away the grind.
There's just the whole layout of your house, the way you said they took him. It's just not making sense.
The interrogator is doing a good job of appearing neutral.
Oh yeah, if I didn't have a schedule, I'd probably go nuts. But then again, I always tell myself I'm going to do something on my off day when I don't. It doesn't happen. I just want to be online and do as much as I can before I start working again.
You need something to drink?
I'd rather do stuff like during my work days.
Where did he take that?
Well, we've got a search warrant for your phone. That phone's going to be ours for a while. Because the calls, every call you've made probably in the past year, we're going to look at.
Okay.
Every text message, everything. So we've got a search warrant for your phone. Okay?
Yeah, I know that because I know what the blackout times are. Blackout times 2 p.m., 2 a.m., and then in my time zone, of course, it's 9 to 9.
You can look at my record. I'm not somebody that gets into trouble.
Sit right there and told me the same story just like you're telling me. And, they tried to convince me. And in the end, when the evidence come in, they sat there and we knew all along we're lying. We knew all along the story was made up.
Detectives want suspects to think they know more than they actually do, or that they're about to find some crucial piece of evidence, leaving suspects panicking about how much police actually know. Investigators want suspects to feel the time pressure to confess, implying that it's in the suspect's best interest to do so before it's too late.
I will be the first person to come forward because I want it out.
So let me ask you something. How did you call for help if you was tied up?
I used my nose.
So they didn't take your phone then? They left your phone there?
They asked me if I had a phone, and I told them no. And they asked him if I told them no.
How'd you get to it?
I wiggled on my side.
Where was it? Where
I was on this side of the upstairs, and it was shoved up underneath the edge of the bed on this side of the upstairs.
Who did you call?
My mother was the first number on my call list. I just used my face. And
so instead of calling 911 for help, you called your mother?
How do you press 911 with your face?
Well, how did you dial your mother with your face?
I didn't dial my mother. I just pushed the first thing that was on there. It had just happened to be my mom.
Although Samantha may believe this is a reasonable explanation, you'll encounter another witness who will tell the sheriff's office that they observed Samantha with her phone simply laying on her lap in the aftermath of the attack. Next, the sheriff wants to hear about what's been going on in Samantha's personal life.
Well, now see, here's something else I don't understand. Maybe you can help explain it to me. You talk about how much you love Ernie, right? Mm-hmm. But though you're talking to Brian, you're talking to Alan.
I'm not allowed to have friends because I'm married.
Oh, no. No, not that kind of friend when people like you, huh? No, you think that's normal? For married people to...
In the world nowadays, in general, I think more people our age. I wish I could marry somebody like my dad. He's great to my mother. There's nobody else ever that could turn his eyes from her. He's the perfect husband. God knows I didn't marry anyone. He cheated on me more than once, and I think every once in a while to hear that I'm beautiful and to hear that I am an attractive person and that I am not the most horrible person in the world, it's nice.
This could be an attempt to not only justify her actions in talking to other guys, but it could also be a deliberate attempt to portray her husband in a negative light. She's hinting toward verbal abuse by claiming that he would tell her how horrible she is. This seems especially unusual given the fact that her husband is still missing. Most people would avoid speaking ill of a loved one who's missing or recently deceased. She may be setting up a possible defense if it's later proven that she was involved in his disappearance.
Did Ernie ever look at your phone?
Yes, all the time.
Did he see those messages where you've been talking to them guys?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Nothing. He didn't particularly like it, but after what he put me through, he told me as long as I didn't bring anything home or do anything at the house, then he didn't want to hear about it, he didn't want to know about it. I told him, I'm not cheating on you. Yeah, these guys tell me I'm beautiful, and they tell me that I'm, and I go out to my mom's house, and I go to the bar, and I go dancing.
Earlier, Samantha claimed that she didn't go out much and was just a stay-at-home mom. Now that detectives are questioning her about the guy she was talking to, she suddenly changes her story. She may have given the first statement because it supported the narrative she was trying to weave, about how she was a homebody who didn't know anyone who could be involved in her husband's disappearance. However, now that detectives have evidence of her text with other guys, she needs to support this new narrative.
And yeah, I may have a little too much to drink and someone says, hey, can I have your number? And I may give it to them, but that's as far as it goes.
Samantha seems preoccupied with others recognizing
No,
her as
I mean,
beautiful.
today I found a hard case 3 briefcases, but I mean I've been trying for since 2 a.m.
And I pushed it, now my lighting is different and it's making my face look all splotchy and I don't know that I like it. I'm a little vain, I guess.
A narcissist requires excessive admiration. She may have felt like she didn't get the recognition from her husband that she felt entitled to. So she sought out that attention from other men.
Hey, in your statement, you might want to just go ahead and write in there, after you talk about what happened tonight, you might just want to talk about and put in there that you have been friends with. Because who's to say that one of these guys didn't set it up to try to get you where you're single and I can come in and get you and just use that as a ploy.
See, and that's what I'm saying. I may know something without even realizing
But
I know
there's
something.
a lot of people, well, quite a bit of people at Royal
by
Fields.
suggesting that one of the men who was interested in her had something to do with her husband's disappearance. If she can admit to this possibility,
Dude, I was at UFO, and you know what? I was there all the way till 3 a.m. my time. I was there since so I was there since like for the full 6 hours, and I only found one hardened case. Only one hardened case. Like, why do people get lucky and then some just, and people like me don't get lucky, you know?
In October, things blew up.
I was at UFO for 6 hours. Same spot as you. But I only got one hard case.
My friend David Smith had talked to me earlier.
That's messed up.
Later that night, I told him it was probably not the best idea. Why? Ernie gonna be there?
Who's this David Smith?
He called in and reported that he was there. Then, when he realized that I intended on giving him the chance to be the better person he says he's going to be, and to go through the criminal trespass or the anger management courses and go through and do what he says he's going to do, and I'm going to give him that chance out of home on his own without having a judge to force him to do it.
So Ernie's got a lot of anger issues?
Yes,
Is he jealous?
severe. Yes,
Is he very
severe.
jealous of you?
this is different than what she said earlier about how Ernie told her she could do whatever with whomever, as long as it wasn't at their house. Samantha appears to enjoy being in the role of the damsel in distress, and having David Smith and these other men come and save her from her allegedly abusive husband. This is another example of Samantha's need for attention, which is common among individuals with narcissistic personality disorder.
Yes. David Smith hit him up because me and him had been hanging out. I hadn't intended on ever hearing
I don't know.
Ernie. I I had never intended on speaking to him again. He cheated on me and he laid his hands on me. I was done. Well, his sister talked his way back in, and he said he loves you, blah, blah, blah. He wants to be with you. Well, I was on a Skype conversation with him, and David was at the house, and he heard it.
What did he do?
He got freaking furious and started freaking out on me and treating me like crap and threatening me. David, this guy that was a friend and only a friend, wanted to be with me. And when he realized that I had intended on going back to my husband, he freaked out.
I need to find out where David lives. If you say he lives close to you, I need to find out where he lives at. Rita? Hey, there is one other way that we can make absolutely sure and clear you. We can give you a polygraph test.
Would you mind me speaking to my mother before I completely agree to that?
Well, now if you have nothing to hide, why would you want to talk to your mom?
Because it's nothing against you personally, but just cops in general. You hear such negative things and how they are not out to help you, and CPS is the same way, and I just kind of want to get my mom and dad's opinion on if it's in my best interest.
You know what? You know what I think? I think it's not going to be long. I've been locking your butt up, what I think. I think you've been lying to me this whole thing. You didn't get them right. I think you're a liar, what I think. I think you know exactly who did this. I'll deny your freaking story for a minute. That's what I think. So I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's just get on with it.
It seems that the interrogator's anger is an intended tactic here. It evokes the desired reaction from Samantha, but it can also be a setback to the overall interrogation's progress. Any trust created is now gone. This is a change-up used only when there is overwhelming evidence against the suspect. Hearing this, Samantha may be experiencing the freeze response here. Her body is completely still, with her mouth hanging open. When someone senses danger, such as Samantha realizing here that police don't buy her story one bit, they may cease all movement. This is an instinctual response to danger. Movement invites attention, so freezing may make someone momentarily feel like they can lower the spotlight on them.
That's why I say I've tried to really be honest with you.
And that's why
I feel that you have done nothing but sit here this whole time. If I'm gonna tell you right now, DPS is ain't good. If you ain't got nothing to hide, and what bothers me is you even hesitate to take that knowing it would positively clear
I've never went up here before.
But what's going to make you guilty is when we prove that you lied to us in here.
The sheriff indicates that lying will essentially make her guilty. This is somewhat misleading. Though, as stated previously, the police are legally allowed to mislead suspects, so long as they do not coerce them into a confession. Nevertheless, the inconsistencies between Samantha's statements and the evidence could be used to suggest that she is aware of her own guilt and is using lies to cover it up. Therefore, the investigator is trying to establish knowledge of guilt, or more commonly referred to as consciousness of guilt. This is most often established by circumstantial evidence related to the suspect's actions or inactions after a crime.
That is the case that I do know who did it and why they did it.
Okay.
Doesn't that make me like an accomplice?
Nope, you sure don't. No, that makes you a scared mother with children.
Interestingly, Samantha asked the sheriff about being an accomplice. The law usually treats accomplices just as it would principals, meaning that accomplices can face exactly the same legal penalties. Most states hold a person criminally liable if they aid or abet another in the commission of a crime. The classic example of this is a getaway driver for a bank robbery. Importantly, this is a distinct concept from conspiracy. A conspiracy is when two or more people make an agreement to commit a crime, and at least one individual within the group takes some overt act towards committing the crime. In such a case, all conspirators are criminally liable for the conspiracy.
The only other thing I know, and I don't even know, I know,
okay.
But it's suspicion.
Okay.
I mean, I'm in the hospital with my friend Charlotte.
Okay.
And she's got a guy there, and I swear to God, I cannot go up there that I said any of this.
Okay.
Because they have a lot of friends around here, my life will be in a lot of danger.
Okay.
But the only other thing I know is visiting with her and talking to her about problems. Like I just told you, I have a problem talking to my friends about our problems. I don't have many of them. So when I do get with one of my friends, I want to talk about any problems we might have had. And honestly, lately it hasn't been many.
Okay.
We have had problems in the past, and I haven't seen Charlotte in a long time.
Okay, come on with it.
And she's got this guy in the room with her, and he's talking about how a man should treat a woman that way, and how you don't do those things to a person. And he's gonna deal with the situation. I didn't take him seriously.
Okay, you see, Sam, you know who did this. But that does not make
But I
you
don't have any proof that he did. I just have what he said.
Okay, who is this guy?
His name's John.
John who?
His Facebook is Rebel. John Rebel. His John, I don't truly know his last name, but his Facebook says John Rebel.
At this point, it seems Samantha's crying could be attributed to the fact that her story isn't yielding the results she'd hoped for, rather than because Dagan is missing. This behavior is consistent with her narcissistic tendencies. At this time, Samantha first mentions an acquaintance known as John Rebel. Herein begins a turning point in this complex story, as a new persona begins to evolve.
He's got a brother named Greg. He's got a really bad history as far as...
Who's Greg?
I was told he's an informant. I don't know Greg's last name
Where does
either.
John live?
I don't know. I know that he's been staying with Charlotte.
So if he did this, who do you think he'd bring with him?
I don't know any of his friends. But yesterday at the hospital, he had a guy that I do know from town with him. His name is Tay.
Who?
Tay Rhymes.
Samantha is beginning to let all of the cats out of the bag. In just a few short minutes, she's implicated John Rebel, who will soon be identified as John Sanford, and Tay, whom investigators will learn is a man by the name of Octavius Rhymes. The pace of the investigation is beginning to accelerate and will continue to pick up speed as the disturbing details begin to surface.
Did they do something to let you know that it was them inside the house?
Not 1,000% particular, but I'm pretty sure it was him. The height and the weight and the way he was talking all gangster and...
You pull yourself together and get to writing, and we need to arrest these folks and keep them out off the street where they can't hurt you and your children.
There was a third person with them.
Okay, who do you think it was?
He's got people that's staying with him.
John Rebel?
When they were in the hospital before this happened in my house.
Yes?
Tay was with him. There was another guy, I don't know his name, but he pretty much fits the bill of the third guy.
There was 3 people?
Yes, at the house there was 3 people. And at the hospital yesterday, you can look at the cameras, there was 3 people.
So they'll have them on the video camera there at the hospital?
At the hospital, yes.
Okay.
There was Tay and that guy and this third party. The one that I said was basically like the ringleader that was bossing everybody around. The other 2 really didn't talk much other than a word here and there. But it was the big guy, the third party that was at the hospital.
She claims not to have known the third man at the hospital, but she's prepared to shift all of the blame in his direction.
The only thing I know about the heavy-set dude is they called him JoJo, but they told me that wasn't his name. I believe they said it was Jose.
Samantha reveals quite a bit about this third person. Samantha gives a detailed story about where JoJo lives and knows that everybody calls him JoJo, despite saying just moments ago that she just met these individuals. Also, another significant item to note. Do you recall when the corporal at the scene learned of a ping on Dagan's phone from dispatch?
26 miles from a resident in Pittsburgh.
He asked Samantha if she knew anyone in Pittsburgh, and she had no reply. Well, it turns out she did. Tay and JoJo were both residing in Pittsburgh. She heads out for a smoke break as members of the sheriff's office prepare to head to the local hospital, determined to intercept 2 suspects that have been frequenting Charla's room for days. Both John and JoJo were apprehended at the hospital at 9:39 a.m. As you'll see, each interrogation will be damning, to say the least. The clock now reads 10:10 a.m. The other party that was picked up at the hospital by the sheriff's office, a man by the name of John Sanford, a.k.a. John Rebel, is seated in the interrogation room. He's dressed in black pants and a black long-sleeve shirt. The clothes match Samantha's description of the assailant's dress provided to law enforcement. Clearly, John is quite comfortable here. He may be thinking that if he engages with law enforcement, they'll believe him or go easy on him.
You know what this is about, buddy. You know exactly what it is. You know what happened over at Samantha's house last night. That's what we want to talk to you about, okay? I'm gonna randomize you. You know your rights. You don't have to talk to me if you don't want to, and that's fine. I hope you decide to, because I think there's some things you probably need to tell me. Your side of the story. And see if it's gonna match Samantha's. Because Samantha, you know, I'll be honest with you, she's pointing the finger at JoJo. She said you was with him. Now, do you want to talk to me just a little bit about this?
Yeah,
Okay, well, let me tell you what they're saying first. Because I think to be honest, because, our bear's dead. He's dead. But now, according to Samantha, you was just a bystander. Why, JoJo beat the living crap out of her in the room where y'all blood collecting evidence.
Anytime there are multiple suspects involved in a crime, police will want to separate them as soon as possible, so they don't have a chance to get their stories aligned. Police may often plant the seed of doubt that the others are implicating them, leaving each suspect with the decision dilemma of whether to confess or remain silent. The detective is also utilizing a read technique here of placing blame on an outside source rather than on the suspect himself. This will make it easier for John to admit his involvement, because the detective is building the theme that John was just a bystander and not the main perpetrator. Additionally, in this situation, it's likely that there are no real bystanders from a legal standpoint. Under a theory of accomplice liability, if the prosecution can prove that John aided or abetted the murder of Dagan, John would be in the same legal jeopardy as the person who pulled the trigger.
Okay, this all started yesterday, like you said. Yeah, we talked to her about her problem with her husband and all that. Never did I plot to kill the guy. I have a problem with males getting females.
And I do too.
She did say that there's been times it's crossed her mind to do stupid shit, this and that.
Like what?
Like, basically, like, get somebody to f them off. Like, not kill them, but like just beat the out of them, set them up, shit like that, right? And I told her, I said, well, damn. I said, you're talking to somebody that could do that, but I wasn't going to, though.
John now begins his account of the previous night, beginning with a quick stop at Samantha's house.
JoJo had the keys. He was passenger seat.
In front?
Yeah, passenger.
Who was driving?
I drove because...
Okay. Who was with you?
It was me, JoJo, and the dude in the back seat I have never seen a day in my life. Except for, I do know...
What's his name?
All I know, he was related to Tay.
Yeah, because I think I know who he is.
John indicates that someone related to Tay was in the back seat, and that Tay wasn't with the three of them in the car.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I have seen them because I have been running around Pittsburgh, but unless they live on Cypress Street, I don't know who they are.
Okay, I got you. Okay, well, go ahead. Y'all all three together.
So,
you was driving, but you didn't have the keys.
Didn't have the keys, and I really didn't have a choice because I like my life.
John seems to be trying to suggest that it was actually JoJo who was directing the scheme, and now seems to be implying that JoJo threatened him into driving. Notably, duress can be a defense to some crimes. However, it's typically not a defense to the crime of murder. John gives his rendition of what occurred at the Ibarra home.
They go in, I'm the only person that knows the layout of the house. So JoJo asked me, like, where they sleep at? And I just walked up, stopped, and told them, man, look, upstairs. They ain't go up. I have to go up in the middle. It was JoJo, me, and then the last dude. We go up. And that's when all hell breaks loose. Beat the living hell out the dude. Honestly, me personally, I do not believe Samantha really had a hand to play in it. I think that what she was saying, just kind of got took too far.
Okay, so what happened? Who beat the hell out of him?
JoJo, another guy.
John is awkwardly using his hands as he talks, despite being handcuffed. People may increase their use of illustrators to make their lies sound more believable, or give off the impression that their story is true. Jose Jojo Ponce is in the hot seat. Needless to say, things aren't looking good for Jojo, who's now dressed in orange prison attire.
Jonathan is really he's putting this whole thing on you. And said that you're the one that wanted to go in there, and he kept saying that you said something about like maybe you had a bad dope deal that went bad.
I don't even know.
What's going on?
So,
You're still here.
Yeah.
Who her husband was right there in Octavius' house.
Have
Have you found anything good? No, I haven't.
I don't even know.
Have you?
Not in a while.
When's the last time you got someone?
3 hours ago? 4?
John mentions that Jojo
How many you found so far?
Well, total since 2 a.m. blackout. Just a hard case, 3 beauty.
That's fucking shit.
It is.
Oh well, blackout's about to happen, so hopefully it boosts you up.
Oh, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
Asking for compensation $3,000.
And this may simply be a story that the group concocted to tell the police.
JoJo tells me, alright, stay here and watch him.
I finally found a black pearl.
Nice.
When we got outside the house, they had him up against the truck, hands still behind the back, had his face down like this.
What part of the truck?
The hood of the truck.
Okay, that makes sense. That's where. Okay.
The investigator catches himself here, just before he almost lets out a piece of evidence. Retaining key evidence is a way to corroborate testimony, and also to tie physical evidence to one or more suspects.
They went through the truck. And at this point, when I started thinking, damn, what's really going on? Because they put the dude in the back seat. So we go. We leave. As we're going, they tell me, all right, go here, whoa, I'm driving. We go all the way out to the country. Get out to the country. Next thing I know, they walk off. They're all like, go start the vehicle. Go start the vehicle, he throws me the key. I'm like, so I start running back to the vehicle, and in my mind process, this is my neck of the woods now.
So you know where you're at?
Yeah, this is my neck of the woods.
We're fixing to go out there, me and you. We're going back out there. Because everything you're saying so far is matching 100%.
Before I make the vehicle, all I hear is pop.
Who's got the gun?
JoJo does.
Note that John is named Jojo as the trigger man. As you'll see, there won't be a consensus when it comes to this brutal aspect of the crimes.
Hey, listen, man, everybody's done point the finger at you to be the one to pull the trigger.
That's what I'm saying, dude, and I didn't.
Who pulled the trigger then?
Jonathan.
Despite claiming that John pulled the trigger, there are still at least 2 ways in which Jojo could still be criminally liable for the murder. First, under a theory of accomplice liability, if the prosecution can prove that Jojo aided or abetted, or had the requisite intent for John's murder of Dagan. Second, if the prosecution can prove that Jojo had entered into an agreement with Samantha or John to carry out the murder, he could be charged with conspiracy to commit murder. The sheriff seems satisfied that he's gathered all pertinent information from John. He leads John out of the room. The next task is the somber duty of locating and recovering Dagan's body. Sheriff Tim Ingram and investigator Aaron Baxter, along with their helpful suspect, John Sanford, depart the sheriff's office as Chief Deputy John Livingston follows closely behind in Aaron's vehicle. Aaron wears a body camera to document the events that are about to transpire. Be forewarned, things are about to take a drastic turn for the worst as members of the Titus County Sheriff's Office begin to uncover the true horrors that occurred earlier that very morning.
Well, you think old cuz went to bed after all this? You think he's on the bed? I honestly don't know. Who won't know who cuz is other than in case the crib will talk to him? Who's gonna know this guy's gonna get him quick before he tries to do anything?
Well, is that his name? Is that what everybody calls him, Cuz?
The sheriff asked John, who will be able to identify the mysterious third party, known to us only as Cuz, will soon learn his true identity.
Yeah, see the body. Yeah.
Oh, hello, Maddie Matt. For the rain. What happened here? Someone just clipping what's in your boot? Oh, someone's coming up. Oh, what?
Fuck off, man. This can again. Really? Right. Can someone get ready to clip this shit? This fucking asshole again, man.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
You lock your boot.
And they just...
Yeah, Daddy.
What the fuck? Oh, dude, what was that?
Use a recorder, and let's go get that gun.
Sadly, Dagan's body is located at 11:28 a.m. Aaron places a call to the Camp County Sheriff to alert him of the murder within his jurisdiction. Meanwhile, back at the Titus County Sheriff's office, an anxious and fidgety Samantha has returned to the interrogation room. The clock now reads 11:45 a.m. It seems Samantha hasn't been informed that Dagan was located, deceased, approximately 17 minutes earlier. While the members of the sheriff's office are locating the potential murder weapon, Samantha occupies herself by writing on the dry erase board in the interrogation room. Just as Samantha leaves the room as the clock reads 11:58 a.m., Aaron's body camera recording resumes. The sheriff, John the suspect, and the two investigators, Aaron and John, head to the home where the gun is believed to have been stashed. Note that the woman seated on the front step of the home is Lacona Slayton. Her connection to the case will be revealed to you shortly.
Okay, I'll stop. Hey, what? Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Won't take us but a minute. We'll be done. Hey, John. Where's that gun at?
It was out here, but it's apparently not out here.
Who got it?
No, I don't want to open the wallet, Kevin.
No, I swear to God, I don't know.
You know how many unopened wallets I got now?
No, she has no clue about nothing. I'm telling y'all that now.
So
I haven't. She has no clue about nothing.
Why not? Thanks for the follow, Daytona one.
you could be charged with the same thing.
Why not, Kevin, eh?
You could be an accomplice to murder.
You should totally see how many unopened wallets I got collected.
So if you know where the gun's at,
She knows where the gun's at.
you need to go ahead and tell
know where
us.
the gun's at. I just told you that.
Okay, I'm gonna give you one more opportunity.
Dude, you can have
How come this guy sounds like your friend?
Because I think you're a liar. You've got the freaking box. You've got the dead gun.
Where'd the gun go?
I don't know.
So why'd you get the box?
Sounds like him.
Here, man. I didn't do.
That you're, or you must be about as low life as that husband of yours.
Him husband.
Well, you with him. About the same thing.
Whatever.
The sheriff and Lacona are referring to JoJo here.
Oh yeah, you remember enough to come home and get that box, that gun in it, don't you?
No, I remember to come home and check the box.
So the gun's not in the tent?
I don't know. Go check
Tent. I don't know.
Is it okay if I check the tent?
Yes, it is okay.
Okay. And where's it at?
Right behind the house.
Okay.
After a dramatically heated exchange with Lacona, the sheriff and Aaron head to the tent, which currently serves as Lacona's home, to attempt to locate the gun. A search in this case does not require a warrant. When someone with a controlling interest gives permission to search a premises, including a tent, it's an exception to the warrant requirement. Back at the sheriff's office, Samantha is again writing on the dry erase board. As a couple of written questions are directed at the sheriff's office, she continues to put on a show. These behaviors are once again very childlike and immature. Oftentimes, individuals with personality disorders will display immature behaviors. In high-stress situations in particular, they often regress, and these behaviors become much more evident.
There you go, right there, I bet you. See the gun. Gun. Well,
Peter had his gun. Why the hell would I tell
You
you to go
can
look
try,
in the tent?
Kevin.
It wasn't in the tent.
Well, I don't know where the...
All we want is the truth.
Man, I'm telling you, all I know is the guy told me that they were suspects in a murder case. The first thing that popped in my head was that gun. It was not in the box where it was always at, and I don't know what the is going on, but I want to know.
Okay, well, just like the other officer told you, we're investigating a murder. All right? There was a guy killed last night. He was executed. He wasn't supposed to have it, was he?
No.
Convicted felon or...
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, you know, that guy's got a family, and they're going to want to know what happened to their son and father. I mean, the guy's got kids, young kids. And so we just want to, we're just trying to gather the facts up and get justice for this guy's family. Is there anything that you can tell me at this point that would help us with our investigation?
Other than that, if I think he would have did something like that, yeah, because he's pulled it on me before.
He's pulled the gun out on you before?
Yeah.
All right.
I know I've prayed, but damn, I didn't think I was gonna split up with him like this.
This important piece of information, which was uncovered due to the officer's catch-all question, may explain why Lacona didn't reveal the gun's location. It's possible that if she did know where it was, she kept the location secret for a much different reason than avoiding trouble herself or protecting someone else. Instead, she may have been fearful of retaliation from JoJo if she talked. We've yet to hear JoJo's side of the story, but it's going to be hard to dig himself out of the hole that seems to be getting deeper by the minute. The members of the sheriff's office depart with the recovered weapon that was believed to have been used to execute Dagan. Investigator Aaron Baxter sits down with Lacona on February 24th, just 4 days after Dagan was killed. During our last encounter with Lacona, when the handgun was retrieved near the tent that served as her place of residence, she seemed to insinuate that her days with JoJo were numbered. However, she initially referred to JoJo as her fiancé at this meeting. It may be that she had a change of heart and decided against ending the volatile relationship after all. As a result, she may be less forthcoming in her interview than the sheriff's office would have hoped.
You know, the other day when we were over there with the gun, what made you think that that gun was used to just, you just had a good feeling?
I just had that feeling. It was a feeling, because I don't know, it's just a feeling.
And you said that Jose had pointed at you before?
Yeah, in the past, but he would never, when it comes to other people, he's not mean. He's a coward. When it came to me, it was different. Other folks, he was a coward. He always backed down from violence. And I just don't see, I just don't understand. What? Why? JoJo didn't even know her. As far as I knew, Jonathan was the only one that knew her. Then I found out Tay's known her, Jonathan's known her. JoJo didn't know her, so why would he even...
Lacona seems genuinely confused about the conspiracy and why JoJo would participate, seeing as he hadn't met Samantha until the day before the murder. According to future testimony provided by John, the three men smoked methamphetamine while en route to the Ibarra household. Perhaps this claim could explain the violent behavior seemingly uncharacteristic of JoJo.
So why don't you
never found that gun in my tent? I promise you did.
Where do you think I found it?
I know exactly where you found it, which is in the spot that Jonathan hid it.
Jonathan put it there? Seriously?
Yes.
JoJo seems to believe that by knowing where it had been hidden, he can somehow pin the murder on John.
Jonathan blew his pistol out and he hits him with it.
Where'd Jonathan have the pistol at?
In his waistband.
Whose pistol is it?
Jonathan's.
Where'd he get it?
Beats me.
Clearly, JoJo's story is not agreeing with John's version of events. Most significantly, JoJo claims the gun that was allegedly used to murder Dagan belongs to John, though JoJo is unsure where or how John obtained it.
Alright, and the gun that we got out from under the house, that's the gun that, I guess it belonged to Jose.
It was mine. It was a gift to me from him. It was mine.
Okay.
Most importantly, perhaps, Lacona confirms that the handgun that was recovered near the tent belongs to her and JoJo, not John.
What I need to do, I've got Samantha's version.
Samantha is the ringleader. I never met him until yesterday.
So you just up there with Charlotte and them, that's when you met.
That's when right, yes sir, I met Samantha. And I met her 5 kids. We all left. We get to Walmart. We're at Walmart for a little bit. All of a sudden, Octavius Rhymes walks up to me. He said, man, I gotta go. I said, why? He's like, my mom just called me and cussing me out, telling me I better get the damn car home. So I well, let me go find Jonathan real quick. Let me ask Jonathan if he can give us, me and my wife, right home, back to your house. When Jonathan took me home that afternoon, though, Octavius was home. Octavius ended up leaving with Jonathan. They left together. Me and my wife stayed home. All of a sudden, around after 7 or 8 at last night, they showed back up. This time, they showed up with Octavius, Jonathan, Samantha, and her kids. Jonathan pulled me to the side. Say, cuz, I need to talk to you. I don't know what's up. He's like, look, old girl, talking about Samantha. He said, Samantha, wants us to, do something. And he wouldn't tell me full details until we went to the place. All of a sudden, he tells me, he said, look, I just need you to stand guard.
JoJo describes what is called a criminal conspiracy between himself and John to commit the crime of kidnapping. Another important revelation is JoJo's claim that Tay was a willing participant in the conspiracy, despite Samantha's and John's initial reluctance to implicate him. It turns out that old Cuz was actually Tay all along. Let's hear it straight from the source. Meet Octavius Tay Rhymes, whose identity Samantha and John attempted to conceal initially. Tay had requested a meeting with the Titus County Sheriff's Office with the intention of getting a deal in the works. However, Tay was informed that he'd need his lawyer to handle the negotiating with the DA's office. While seated with investigator Wayne Minor, Tay went ahead and pleaded his case.
I should have spoke to y'all without a lawyer, but I admitted to y'all, that I was in the vicinity when they took the dude from his home. But I didn't realize that they were planning on doing. So like I said, I know y'all ran my criminal background history already. I don't have no violent background. I don't have no felonies, but misdemeanors. No, I've never been in no serious trouble like this ever. So I'm trying to work with y'all, but I can't really give y'all no more information if there ain't no deal on the table.
Striking a deal is quite common in criminal cases, especially those with multiple defendants. Often, the prosecution will offer a more lenient sentence to the accused in exchange for the accused providing information to the police or agreeing to testify against one of the other defendants. However, it's important to note that a criminal defendant cannot make a deal with the police. Only the prosecutors are authorized to make deals with defendants. Therefore, any sort of deal that the police make with Tay wouldn't have any legal effect, unless, of course, such a deal was approved by the prosecutor's office.
I stayed downstairs the entire time.
But she whistled.
That means she was downstairs. Because like I said, me, Octavius, and
How'd she whistle? Was it like that or?
Yeah, like that. That's what I'm saying. She was downstairs. She had to be.
But you didn't see her?
No.
And so who went back in when she did it? Jonathan did.
And all of a sudden, Jonathan comes back out and says, "Come here, cuz I talk to you." So we walk over here. And he's like, her mom just called, say she's that a friend, she's sending a friend over to see her or whatever, something like that. He's like, so she said, "We got to go. We need to go now."
JoJo claims that Samantha told them to move quickly. Records indicate that she called her mother to alert her of the attack. Because her mother's home was an hour's drive from Samantha's, she assumed that would give the men ample time to leave the premises with Dagan. What Samantha didn't anticipate was that her mother would send a nearby aunt to her rescue. There's no way JoJo could have known this bit of information if Samantha wasn't in on the ruse.
And so we left.
They arrive at a secluded area that serves as their destination.
Tay's looking at me, I'm looking at him. Jonathan looks back at us. Jonathan pulls it out, he's holding it. All of a sudden, I tell him, "Man, dude, you're too close, dude. You shouldn't take the man's life, but you're too close to the road." Tay's looking, Tay's like, "Yeah, you really are." He said, "It's gonna be loud."
This moment is key, as with this statement, JoJo may have just admitted to being an accomplice to Dagan's murder. By admitting to the sheriff that he told John to move further from the road before killing Dagan, prosecutors could argue that JoJo attempted to aid John in his murder of Dagan, leaving JoJo equally culpable for it.
All right, hold on just a second. Drink your Coke, and I'll be right back.
While JoJo waits for the sheriff to return, he's well aware that the camera is still rolling.
I don't understand how the hell you gonna blame me for shit that he did.
Okay.
I went because he asked me for help.
So you know what time that they took Samantha home?
To be honest, I believe it was before midnight, but I couldn't really tell you the time. I don't remember the times. I think it was before midnight though, because she was talking about how the kids were getting sleepy and she needed to get to the house. Something about her man was asleep or something, and she didn't want him waking up and getting mad at her.
No question about it, Samantha has been caught in a lie. Cell tower records give us the real story. Despite Samantha's attempts to deceive law enforcement, her phone wasn't near her home until approximately 10:30 p.m. on February 19th, just a few hours before the invasion. A major development in the case occurs just 3 days after the murder of Dagan. Though it would be a stretch to say it came as a shock, Samantha is arrested and charged with aggravated kidnapping and murder. In the end, the failed conspiracy resulted in lengthy prison terms for all involved. John and JoJo pleaded guilty the following year, in April of 2016. They received 50-year sentences for their roles in Dagan's kidnapping and murder. Months later, in December of 2016, Tay went on trial. It didn't go as he'd hoped, however. He was found guilty of murder and aggravated kidnapping and was sentenced to a total of 93 years. Last but not least came the mastermind behind the whole terribly designed plot. Samantha went on trial for Dagan's murder in September of 2017. Not surprisingly, she was found guilty. She was sentenced to 99 years. In addition, she received another 50 years for the kidnapping to be served consecutively with her murder sentence. To this day, it is still unknown who pulled the trigger and killed Dagan.
Alrighty, well, that's it for me. I'm going to go ahead and raid Strives, New Zealand. Until next time. What is he? What is in? But yeah. Bye. Wait, what is it?
Alright, now. The fuck? You're already raiding me?